Wait for it. Wait for it. All right. Good morning, everyone. Woo. 7:48 and 48 seconds. How's everybody doing this morning? Do you want one good night or a whole season of that? Because Blue Chew Gold is giving away a full month free. All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me take the volume off the stream so we don't get a loop. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, 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 one and all. Jayhawk, yes. Well, I guess I'm going to have to take second place on the podium this morning. Huh? Good morning, everyone. May we all have a blessed day. JR, you got my first place podium spot this morning. Well, I don't see JR's comment up there above you. I don't see anything above that. You guys must have been going at it all morning because looks like there's already a bunch of chat in here. Looks like there's all kinds of cat chat going on. Jamie Lynn Turner. Boom. Look at that. Jamie Lynn Turner. And I also found that Kevin N., I'm not going to say his last name, thank you for your donation on Venmo. And R. Marsh, very impressive donation. Thank you. And very helpful. And so God bless the both of you. Let's move on. Look at all this chat cat going on in here. Good morning, everyone. And J.R. Plinus, since that comment was made by Jayhawk, well, I guess I'm going to have to take second place on the podium this morning. I don't know what you said that took first place, but because it's not up there anymore. I don't see anything up there. Let me try on my phone and see if that helps. Nope, nothing there. Jayhawk, you're showing up at the top somehow. It must be an act of God. Good morning, everyone. May we all have a blessed day. And J.R. Plinus, yeah, J.R. Whoa. Jamie Lynn, thank you. Nice. That's a great way to start the day. Jamie Lynn Turner. All right. Sweet. Your name is in the drawing. Definitely. Everybody who donates, I'm putting their name in the drawing for hat, t-shirt, whatever it may be. Good morning, everyone. May you all have a blessed day. Yes, JR, you got my first place spot. Okay, Jayhawk laughing. Ha. I was bored and did it last night. Oh, JR, you're going to have to put it back up. You cheater. Ha ha ha. Jayhawk, yes, I never even thought about that. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, now you gave him the idea, though, JR, and he's not going to miss it. As soon as he gets a notification, you better get over there if you guys are going to try to be first now. It was like this motorcycle race I watched. One guy just took off, everybody else just sitting there wondering why this guy took off without the flag dropping, but it was legal. Also adding a couple more little expensive stocks today to watch. All right. Let's get our list out. I've already got two on here. RGTI, INFQ. Fabulous. Now, let me make sure if anybody's new here to the channel that you understand what we do here, okay? First of all, my name is Catfish that I go by because I want to buy on the bottom, okay? Now, that doesn't mean you always have to buy the absolute low, because if a stock is on the run and it's got a lot of momentum and volume and it just seems like it's not being halted or controlled, then that can be a good stock to get on. But you don't want to get on as it's going up. You don't want to just buy necessarily at market. Well, maybe if it's on a real tear, your first buy is in market. After that, You bring your prices down below the price, because what you're waiting for is, as the price slowly rises, you're looking for that pullback. You're looking for that pullback, okay? And I hear my wife is up. So can you guys, here, I'm going to play you just one of my songs here. And it's called Played That Right Way. I used to be a rock and roll star. And I still have all my music out there on Spotify and Apple Music and Google Play. And this is my song list here that's on YouTube. You guys got to get a minute. I got to go welcome my wife. I'm going to play you this song here that is on YouTube. It's called Played That Way. And I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Or better yet, I'll play you this tribute song to Tom Petty that I wrote. Here we go. Tribute song to Tom Petty. Hope you like it, everyone. And I got to figure out a way to turn the volume on. No, it's playing, but I don't hear it. What have I got going on here? Aha! All right, guys, enjoy this little song I wrote in tribute to Tom Petty. And in the title of this song, or in the words during the lyrics, you're going to hear 16 of Tom Petty's song titles. So I sort of cleverly put the titles of all of his songs into the words. See if you can catch all 16 of Tom Petty's songs that are here for you to listen to. Here we go, and I'll be right back. I just want to go give my wife a hug and kiss this morning because she just got up.
First they said he was dead, then they said they were wrong. But the waiting is over, we all now know he's gone. So I'm singing this song and saying goodbye to a person free falling, now learning to fly away. She was an American girl, yeah, he told us all so. His guitar gently wept while he put on a show. Mary Jane, a romance, of which he wrote a song. And they shared one last dance before she moved on. Oh yeah, before she was gone. And he said, I won't back down to those damn record labels. And he charted his own course because he was able. And he didn't break down. He was a tough refugee. You got lucky if you knew him indeed. So lucky were we. It was true what he said back in '79. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. But I guess like Tom said, now it's time to move on. You don't know how it feels. Seems unreal that he's gone away. Today, but Tommy's gone. Yes, moving on. I envision him now, running down a dream. And I'm grateful to God for giving us this cool human being. But I should have known he'd be leaving this place. And I pray that the Lord will Rest in peace, Tommy. If I were to write you a love song, would you know it was only for you? 'Cause if written, I keep it a secret, that it's you who I'm singing it to. That's right, I would never tell no one who it's written for, I'd never say. But if I were to write you a love song, then the lyrics might give it away. That's what some folks would say. If I were to write you a love song, it would tell you I'm so glad we met.
All right.
It would tell you I'm so very grateful. Al Gore gave us all internet.
All right, I'm back, everybody. Yes, thank you, Al Gore, for inventing the internet. Or so he claims. Or so he claims. All right, good morning, everyone. Let's get busy tracking. Let's get on the tracking trail of a hot stock. Let's look for some sign. All right, let's look for some sign, any of you hunters out there. Oh boy. All right, so let's move up here to the top first. Let's get all these things read here. All right, here we go. Man, there's a lot of chat in here, way, way more than I would have ever expected this morning. Going at it big time. Oh, Jamie Lynn, thank you again. Jamie Lynn, oh man. Jamie Lynn's been priming the tip jar this morning. Going at it. Thank you again. Your name goes on here again for that. Jamie Lynn Turner. All right. And the gifts do mean a lot to me. I appreciate it. You know, yesterday when I was talking to people who, and it's interesting, yesterday I was talking, let me turn this camera around. In the chat, there was an individual who had said how great they had done, how much profit they had made. And I said, thank you. Please don't forget to tip the person who might have helped you get to that stock. And that would be me. And this guy jumped in that had been with us many times before in the past. And I'm not going to name names, but he just kind of threw out there, I don't understand why rich people have to, ask for donations from listeners. And, well, I was just like, huh, he sure told me, didn't he? He sure told me. He let me know that I shouldn't be making any money for what I'm doing, sitting here 12 hours a day, teaching people how to day trade or showing people stocks that could, over the next year, make them very prosperous. Can is the word. And I'm not a financial advisor, and I don't hold a degree in finance. But what I do is I've been trading for 26 years, and I've noticed a few things. And if you want to take heart to what I'm going to show you and the things that I've observed and noticed and learned to look for, then good. Then we can advance and move forward. And you can use paper money like I'm going to be using today on Charles Schwab until you get the routine down, until you've got this thing figured out, until you become a cat master. Okay. And one thing that I'm always trying to do here, in more ways than one, is to teach people this process so that they can understand that there's sort of a science to day trading. And we're going to be having the people here from all walks of life today in the chat who will be using types of software that help get them on the right stocks. Okay. So the way we find these stocks is by people, my listeners who are here in the tank, that many of them, that's what they do for a living. They're trading with me for a living. And one thing about this process that I teach people each day is that once you learn it, you don't have to be here every single day with me following along. You can just continue to use what you've learned. And I think that's what happens a lot with this channel. I think we do have, because I see thousands of views per day. And I believe a lot of people just sort of come and go. They could come and ask, what's the hot stock for the day? Jayhawk, thank you, my friend. Jayhawk splashing in the tank with a gift. Woo! Thank you very much, Jayhawk. I saw that. And so I'm going to be trying to address everyone's comments here in the chat. But I want you to know, you're trading at your own risk, okay? I only make one guarantee about today's stock market and all days from the past. It's very unpredictable, and there are no guarantees. My only guarantee about the stock market is there are no guarantees. All right. Let's see. So I've got these new stocks here. RGTI called out by Jayhawk this morning. RGTI and INFQ and RDW. RDW. Boy, I tell you what, you got to watch that stock. I already know very much so. I took a bit of a hit on that one last time I got in on that. So JR Plianis is saying, also adding a couple little more expensive stocks. So I had that under, that's RG, not Jayhawk calling those out. Those are JR Plianis calling these out. JR, thank you very much. Got it. JR Plianis has got RGTI calling out this morning. RDW INFQ. Jack, let me know if you like any of those. Okay, yes, I will. I also think today could be a good day for SoFi. All right. I hope it is. I think SoFi has some potential to make a real move up very nicely here because I think interest rates are going to be dropping, which will obviously give them more business. And they've been making steps and inroads into other directions and spreading themselves wider and wider, more and more arms on that stock. Let's see. Let me know. Also, let's see here. RGTI has made a push back to the 200 on the 20-day. All right. RGTI at 200 on 20-day. Got it. It's dropped to that. Got it. All it'll take is a little bit of excitement. I think they'll go. Yes. The Jayhawk. Yeah. BATL. It looks like you made a really good play on that. The thing's been up and down for the past 15 days like a good swinger. BATL. Okay. Well, and it has been a very good big time swinger on any news, man. It can really be a volatile stock. Okay. JR Plianis, there goes SKYQ again. Oh boy. Got it? I was just about to say that, JR. Yep, you beat me to it like you beat me to the podium. LOL. If we get any real volume today, it could run 100%. It's already made a $1 push. ADVB might be big bounce this morning. Okay, thank you, Jayhawk. Okay. It says it's near the high of yesterday. WLDS. All right. JEM again. Okay. SKYQ is really moving this morning, 654, and then jumps to 688. Man, what a ride. Driving to work made 1,000 doing 75 miles an hour. Man, it sounds like a song. When I hit 75, I had made me a grand. Trading with the catfish folks you can't understand. Had 1,000 at 565 from yesterday. Sell half at 645. Bought 500, 613. Sold 675. Man, rocking, baby. Nice. Awesome. I got to be a little more convicted or buy higher shares sometimes when I know it's popping. Yes, sorry, sold 750 at 75. Now up 1,400. Oh, all right. Well, he can afford the gifts then this morning, folks. That's why you see the gifts coming from Jayhawk, and he has been probably one of the absolute most supportive individuals here on the channel who's given us some great call outs in the past. For those of you that are not aware and may have never been here before, the way this works is we've got a lot of different members of this channel that are going to be here today, and they're going to be teaching us how to trade. All right, got it? We're going to learn to trade from the others in here. We use what's called a swarm intelligence. It's using the intellect of all of these individuals here in the tank with us. We're using mass concentration. It's working well. It's working well. I think it's working well. Everybody else seems to be enjoying their profits, and there's occasions where we take a hit. Yes, we do. It happens to you. Get on a stock on a run, and then all of a sudden, oh, they announce a public share offering. But this is why we get in, and I advise to go in nibbling. Oh man, I see R who just came in with 19.99. R. J.R. Plianis, let's end the week on a higher note. Holy cow. Whoa, baby. I like that a lot. I just saw that, J.R. Nice, thank you. I just saw that donation. Yes. Well, today is Friday. Today is the drawing. So we're going to be doing it, and you got yourself for $5 donation like that. He gave a 20, but for $5, you get one entry into the tank for a drawing for a hat or a T-shirt or a mug or a tumbler or whatever catfish item you want to pick off Amazon. Okay, and we also have a new T-shirt supplier, so we're going to be able to get the T-shirts made by a new supplier, okay, that's more local too, which is good. So we're going to be going back and having some of the original Catfish T-shirts because I've got a new supplier for T-shirts. We've worked that out. All right, so that's a good step forward. And so thank you very much, J.R. Plianis. I appreciate it. That is fabulous. I appreciate it. So as it works out, for $5 you get one chance on the drawing. For $10 you get two. For $15 you get three chances. But for $20 you get 5 chances in the drawing. All right. All right, that's good. Man, on this drawing, we're going to have, it looks like about 70 people already here because I think there's about 35 on each line. See if I'm right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 30 on each line. So 30, 60 people in the drawing right now. 60 people in today's drawing that's going to be at 4:08 p.m. So make sure you're here for the drawing if you're in the contest to make sure you can claim your prize. And okay, Jayhawk says, I didn't hold any overnight because I didn't know what was going to do. Of course, you never hold overnight. Awesome play, brother. Richie B sliding in on the podium again. Yes, 360 drift across the finish line. 360 drift across the finish line. Richie B, SKYQ popping this morning. JR Dunn got halfway rich this morning doing 360s. Yes, if it repeats similar patterns, it could go back to 625 and then run again. JR, like the way you have traveled. Good job. Yes, good morning, friends. Hello, Marsh. And thank you, Marsh, for your donation through Venmo. I saw that I believe it was $25. Marsh, I thank you very, very much. It was either 20 or 25, and it means a great deal to me, so I really appreciate it. And keeping this channel going is important. We have to get, the goal is 1,000 per month. So I'm looking for $250 a week, folks. So that's not a big salary for getting here 12 hours a day. So I'm hoping to get a goal of 1,000 per month in revenue from this channel. So, and I don't need any more than that. And it's just to keep the channel and my wife satisfied. Okay, because if I don't make 1,000 at least, she's just gonna say no more to this. This is crazy, Catfish, or she doesn't call me Catfish at all. Anyway, let's see if it repeats the pattern. Could go back to 6. Okay. Good morning, Marsh. Good morning, Jayhawk. Hope you have a great day and make lots of money. Well, I appreciate that, Marsh. Well, he already has. He's been trading a stock on the run. If SKYQ breaks 7, it goes to. Wow. Man, you guys are becoming experts at this, aren't you? You guys are really getting good. If SKYQ breaks 7, it goes to 10. So he's already looked back over the history and he sees the gap. And believe me, they know that's going to happen as well. So they'll very highly resist it there at the 7. They'll try to pull it back under 7 if it goes over 5 times. Okay. So it could be a good day trade at buying at 666, 677, selling at 707, 708, 702, 703, and just fight that $7 line with them, which you can still make money doing that. There's no question about it. All right. Let's hope for that. JR, count me in on that. Yes, says Marsh. Yeah. Morning, Cobra 32. Good morning. Yep. Good morning. Jamie Lynn Turner, good morning, and thank you for your gifts this morning. Just added more at 640, 67 for 67. Thank you, Jamie Lynn, for the flow state and for the 67. I really appreciate that. It really happens to mean a lot to me. JR posted last night. Yep, the Cobra is the Cobra is always number one. Very good. JR Flynn has had some posts in there first. I may be sleeping when you do the drawing. Do you have to be present to win? No, Jamie, you don't. You don't. You don't. No, you don't have to be present to win, Jamie. Thank you. I run on a graveyard shift. Okay, that's good to know. All we need to watch today is SKYQ. Baby, all right, JR. You know where I'm at, JR, yes. Jamie Lynn sent 1 Catfish Tyler gift membership. All right, Jamie. That is so nice for you to do that. Memberships are 90% of my revenue. So Justin Michael, congratulations. You just became a Cat Tank member. And if I put out notifications about hot stocks that are moving in the after hours or in the pre-market, and I put you and you're double clicked on the notification bell, you'll get notices from me. So welcome to the tank as a free member. And thank you very, very much, Jamie Lynn Turner. And that, of course, gets you another entry into the drawing. Thank you very, very much for that. That means a lot. All right. A Jayhawk, another floating heart. I see that. Yep, just in a good mood. Me too. Oh, I thought it was okay to blame you for my bad choices, Catfish. All three of those were called out by JR. He said something to me about them, so I looked them up. Yes, sir. Got it, Catfish. Good morning, Sam Grinding. Hello. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome to the tank. Oh, appreciate your letting me know. Greeting us all this morning, Sam. Uh, a big kid from JR. Woo, that's right. Sam, Jayhawk, good morning. Yes. Good morning, 5 a.m. Sent 100 jewels for two. Sam, whoa. Thank you. Your name is on the list. Well, that's very cool. Everybody's flavoring up the tank. Yes. 5 a.m. grinding. 5 a.m., not Sam. 5 a.m. grinding. Got it. 5 a.m. grinding. I like that. Sounds like me. Jayhawk, I love my Catfish shirts. Catfish Jamie's said she works the night shift. She'll be asleep when the drawing goes off. Yep. Buy more LEU. Okay. We're going to write that down. LEU. Called out by Jimmy Saya. Thank you, Jimmy. We'll take a look at it. Everybody's calling out SKYQ this morning. I got it. Jimmy Saya says buy more LEU. JR Plianis, SKYQ. I'm going to write that down. It's good to know. 13 high in April. I will look at it. Give me a moment here. Okay. Let's see here. Pardon me. Only uranium company in the USA went from $3 to $450 in 1 year. LEU, okay. So that's the one you're talking about. Yes, Jimmy, yes. Got it. Buy more LEV went from $3 to $450 in 1 year. LEU. Here comes $7 on SKYQ. All right. And I know you just bought back in at 6. What'd you say you got in? Just added more at 640. JR Plianis Just added more at 640 SKYQ, and it just hit 7 again. Wow. Nice. All right. Wow. Hey, Jamie Lynn, are you still here? Jamie Lynn, who just purchased somebody a membership on our channel here. Uh, Jamie Lynn, you just got your first subscriber. I'm happy to become your first subscriber. Big gift from JR, yes. And oh, I just saw that. Jimmy Saya, $2 donation. Ching ching. You just got a half an entry into the tank. You'll win half of a prize. All right. I'll give you a half an entry. I'll just put your first name, Jimmy. We'll put the last name on if another, because it's supposed to be $5 to get a chance to get in. You just went in with $1.99. I'll put that out here, $1.99. So you got a half an entry. You get a half a prize. D Bach is calling IPW. IPW D Bach. Thank you very much. Got it. Or it's DL Buck. DL Buck. Okay, got it. Delbuck. IPW. We got another call out just now. VIVK. VIVK. No, Jimmy, I'm just kidding. I'll give you the whole prize. Buy more LEU went from 3 to 450. Got that. Here comes $7 on SKYQ. Just broke 7. Beautiful. Woohoo! Hey, DJ Bach. DL Bach. Here we go on SKYQ. Yes. Yepers. LAU. Jamie says LAU. No. It's LEU. 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 D-Box calling out. Deal Box calling out. NRXP. All right. Cobra 32. VIVK is called out by Rudiggity and Cobra. Okay, VIVK. It's on two people's scanners, I guess. JR, I wish I would have just bought and never sold any of my SKYQ yesterday. Good job, Jimmy. No. Don't say that. These day trade stocks like this, we don't want to hold them long. We take our money, we put our 33% over into a high interest yield bank account, and then we walk away from that stock usually. Okay? Don't you say that. Don't you ever cry over a profit. Okay? The smartest thing to do with these day trade stocks is get in on them, make your money, get out, thank the good Lord above, and move on to the next one. Okay? That is the smartest thing to do. A lot of people get back in on these big runners, and the next thing you know, they've just collapsed. They just completely collapse. We've learned our lesson. We've learned our lesson about that. So please don't make that comment that I wish I would have held on to it. No, you don't. You don't. You don't. because that thing could have just as easily done a public share offering, a reverse split, and you wake up this morning, you're down 40%. So don't make that mistake. Sell out when you got that money. Take the money and run. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. All right. Jayhawk just sent a gift in on that one. That's right. Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. He's experienced it too, I'm sure. Jamie Lynn. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Woo, man. Jayhawk, boom, we got a gift war going on. We got a gift galore going on. It's gifting. We got a giftorama. Yes. Oh, man. Woo, boom, kaboom. Man, I guess I'm going to have to buy a gift. I'm going to have to get in here on this action. Currency Brutus is throwing a gift. I want a gift. I want to give something. I got to gift you. Here we go. Dollar, I'm gifting right now. I'm gifting. Buy and send. Where's my comment? Can I leave a comment there or no? Oh, I don't want to send a super chat. I want to send a gift. Oh, I guess I got to go buy some gifts before I can start giving out gifts. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much, everybody. Currency Brutus. Thank you so much, everyone. You know, there was one day about 3 or 4 months ago, I got over 2,000 in gifts. I was blown away by that. I actually have no idea how much money that is, but I got over 2,000 in gifts. Where are we at now? I wonder, I can't see a total anywhere. I wonder why I can't see what the total is in gifts. Oh, we're at 200 right now. Nice. Thank you, everybody. Very, very, very impressive. Okay, let me get on back down here to the bottom. I want to start looking at these stocks. Okay, here we go. We're almost at the bottom now. We're almost at the bottom. Okay, we're almost at the bottom. Marsh, good morning. Yeah, okay. I think he said 640 something. It hit 713, and you got to sell there. You know that's a sell, 713. LGCL is about to pop. Okay, got it, JR. I have to leave at 7 a.m. for a stupid mandatory meeting. I most likely won't be able to trade. But that's okay, Jamie. We'll be here for you on Monday. Okay, good. We're glad you're hanging out here with us. We thank you. And to the individual DeBlock, I believe it was, DL Bach, sending the saxophone image. Yes, I am a sax player. And I've been playing saxophone since I was about 11 years old. One of these times I'll pull the sax out. Maybe we'll play some sax tonight for you. After we do the drawing, we might pull out the saxophone, play a little Pink Panther or something, okay? Jayhawk sent a star for 2 jewels. Thank you very much. And a hot chili pepper. Jamie Lynn throwing out a nice gold coin for 10 jewels. Thank you. Jayhawk throwing out some beautiful sparkles. And double G for 10. Double G again. Jayhawk's boom, boom. Out go the lights. By the way, that song, Boom, Boom, Out Go the Lights, by Pat Travers' band back in, I think, 1979 or so, was a big, big song, but he borrowed that song from a previous artist from way back when. It was a song from way back in the when, and it was his most famous hit, the riding to the highest on the charts for Pat Travers. But let me tell you something about that guy. He's from my neck of the woods. I've jammed with him before, and that guy can play, man. That guy can play. He can wail. And his band had some of the best musicians in the world. One of them, the drummer, I'm trying to remember. I think his name is Anthony, Michael Anthony. Played for Black Sabbath, played for several other groups. So he was with Ozzy for a while. And he's one of the best drummers in the world. He's right up there with Neil Peart and others. And you should hear their songs, Hooked on Music. If you want to hear a really killer guitar licks and a song that just moves around and is just so cool, Hooked on Music. And Heat in the Street, another song, which was the title song of one of his albums. I'm just telling you about him in case you don't know. If you happen to like rock and roll, that guy can really wail. Okay, SKYQ, buyback. Okay, I got my eye on it, JR. Yep, Flint Lockwood. This contact lens represents you, and my eye represents my eye. And me putting on this contact lens represents my eye on you. Very good. I like it. Clever. I like things like that. So good morning, everyone. And we got a lot of stocks here that have been called out this morning already, and we're going to go look at them right now. It's time for the speed round. But before we do the speed round, well, we'll just hit the light bell in a little bit. And then 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, in 1.5 minutes, we'll have to hit the light bell together, everybody. So right over here, in 1.5 minutes, we're going to hit the light bell. And here's a heart on to start priming the heart and the love in the tank. And that'll be at 8:38 and 48 seconds. So in 1 minute from now, we're going to hit the like button. And up until that time, if you want to help out and fill the tank with love and happiness, come on over and we will do the song that everybody seems to love to sing along. There's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on from me and a heart on for you. Got a heart on the screen and all the shorts are getting screwed. There's a heart on the screen. Oh, yeah. If you know, I mean. All right, here we go, folks. The countdown begins, and let's hit the like button. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press that like button. Thank you very much, Niecy Jane. Thank you very much, Wendy. Good morning. Flint Lockwood. Okay, let's see here. USAR, word is Trump owns some of this stock. All right. USAR. Got it. He mentioned magnets in a recent speech. Okay, currency Brutus. Got it. All right. D-Block says, hello, oboe. All right, oboe. Okay. That is one of the most difficult woodwind instruments to actually play. The double reed oboe. I know about it. The bassoon is apparently actually a little bit even more difficult, but oboe is right up there at the top as one of the most difficult instruments to play, for those of you that might not know. Sean Joseph, good morning, Catfish. What stocks are you looking at? Well, funny you should ask. These are all the stocks that have been shouted out today. SKYQ up 43%. It's been down in the 640s, up over 7, down in the 640s again, back up over 7. It's really yanked around right now, and it's going to be our day trade stock of the day, most likely. SKYQ. That's only a suggestion. You guys, you know how I am, and I want you just to go in lightly at first and keep most of your money available for you to trade with, okay? Don't throw all your money at one stock at once. That's a bad, bad, bad plan. Okay. That's a bad plan. Wendy says, I can't day trade with you today, but still listen when you trade. I will back to day trading with you next Monday. Okay. Very good. Well, Wendy, you're going to be missed, but we're glad you're here with us this morning and learning. Good morning, Catfish. What stocks are you looking at today? Well, we're going to go look at them right now, Sean. We're going to do the speed round. So you got here just in time for the speed round. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hit this thing with full gear. First thing we're looking at is ZCMD from yesterday. There's the 10-day chart on ZCMD. Now you can see why generally as a rule, these runners, you got to get out of them and stay out of them, okay? But this stock is making a nice little gradual, slow climb. And here about 30 minutes ago, they started working it back down. It was going to press over the 200-day moving average, and they said, no, no, no. So that's not a good buy right here just now. Don't get around that. I saw it closed at 173, and now it's at 187. But I still, ZCMD, hold off. Okay, the first one we're going to look at here this morning is SKYQ. We're looking at the one-day chart now, SKYQ. Okay, this is a good opportunity for you to notice something. Every time that this is pulled back down, they've tried to come down to the 50-day average. Here, it didn't have a chance. This is just a simple hitch and go. Here, they got it close to the 50, and then off she went. And then here, they got it close to the 50, and off she went to a higher high. And here, they got it down close to the 50, and off she went to a higher high. And here now, down below the 50, something not achieved as of yet. But notice it's starting to climb already, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Okay, there's your first buy signal coming in, green. Looking down here, you can see on these candlesticks that there's more buyers and sellers right there on that candlestick. Here, almost equal buyers and sellers, but here, more sellers, more sellers, more sellers, more sellers. But right here, equal again. Now, let's see if this thing will go green. And this is SKYQ. This morning, it already hit a high just now of 713. And I'm pretty sure, JR, please tell me you sold it at that number because that's on my buy sell sheet, or sold it at 706, 707, 708. I hope you told me that you did that, or 709, 711, 713. You had to sell there. Everybody knows those numbers are on my buy sell sheet right here. Check it out, folks. Right up here, it says sell the 11, the 12, the 13. You got to sell those numbers. You have to. And you can see why now. Look, it went from 713 down to 66. It went down to 566. And it even went lower. 557 from 713. I'm sorry, 657 from 713 to 657, folks. It's a big, big, big move. Now, notice down here, this 200-day moving average is just sliding up, just moving up steadily at the same pitch rate as the 50 and 45. Man, this thing is just a wave of momentum of long-term averages rising. And every time they try to push this below it, it's just going to get shoved right back up against the weight of all this heavy moving long averages. Folks, this is going to be the one today, SKYQ, my friends. SKYQ. I think that's going to be the one to trade today. Next, I want to look at RGTI. RGTI, called out by J.R. Plianis. Called out by JR. Folks, it looks like to me with this stock, it's buy at the red 50 day, buy at the red 50 and up, buy it below the red 50, buy it below the red 50. Now, here's the gig, folks. What you need to do from this big drop, for example, we're going to track this stock right now, what's gone on since last night. And by the way, look at this herking and jerking at the close. Oh my God. What was this? Oh man, I got to write this down. I'm going to write this down. Just give me a second. This is going to be RGTI trade history. Okay? So the price, and I'm only going to be going by these lines. I'm not going to go to this line because they can just hit that in 1 second and then it's back to here. So we're going to go to these lines right here. And this price right here, ladies and gentlemen, was $14.80. Okay? It dropped to $14.80. And the price that it had been sitting at was, and I'm going to again just use this number, the orange 10-day, $14.97. $14.97, not 19, $14.97 to $14.80. So down 17 cents. Okay? So they dropped it 17 cents, and then from the 14.80, they ran it back up to 15.02. Back up to 15.02. And that was up how much? 22 cents. All right. Then they dropped the price back down to 14.80 again. Down to 14.80 once again. And we know that was down 22 cents. All right. Then they ran it back up to, and they're starting to reel it in a little bit now, $14.99. So 3 cents less than the last time, or a 19-cent rise. Up 19 cents. And that price was $14.99. $14.99. And so that was back up 19 cents. Then from $14.99, they took it down to, and they jerked and jerked it all the way down to $14.87. So 12 cents down. Then down 12 cents to $14.87. From $14.87, they took it back up to $14.94. $14.94. So that was only a 7-cent rise. From $14.94, folks, they dropped it to $14.71. And that drop was 23 cents. Now, the reason that I'm doing all this, folks, is because I'm looking for patterns. I want to know where to get in, where to get out, where to get in, where to get out, where to get in, where to get out. I'm looking for patterns. All right. So this was 14.72, and they ran it up to 14.79. So then back up 7 again. So we now know 7 is one of the numbers they like. And we already know that. Then it was just a little pullback to 14.77, so 2 cents down. And then it was off to the races. From 14.77, they took it up to 14.85. So that was an 8-cent rise. From there, they brought it down to 1478. And that was a 7-cent drop. So we got a real pattern going here now. And then back up to 1482, which is only 4 cents up. And what this means, ladies and gentlemen, just so you understand this, what this means is that it gets big gaps first off, and then it starts working its way until it's barely moving. And this is called consolidating. This is where it's really getting consolidated here, okay? Capitulated and what they call converged, okay? So you've gone from these drastic swings of 22 to 19, 23, then 7, then 8, and then now 4. So it's starting to capitulate, 1482. All right, from 1482, they ran it down to 1474, down 8 cents. So now they're back in the 8-cent swings again. And then from there, 1474, this thing went up to 1490. 1490. And that is up 16 cents. And we've already seen some rises of 19 cents and of 22 cents. So there's a 16-cent rise. And then from 1490, they took it down to 5 cents down, 1485, down 5 cents. Okay, from 1485, they took it up to 10 cents, 1495. Got it. From 1495, they dropped it only to 1492, down 3 cents. From 1492, they're back to 1495. So then back up 3. And from 1495 down to 1490, down 5 cents. From 1490, yeah, that was it, 1490. From 1490, they took it up to 1499, up 9 cents. And then from there, they've taken it down from 1499 to currently 1493. And that is down 6 cents. And that's where it's sitting right now at 8:52 a.m. Now, another thing that you might want to do is not only just do these prices like I just did, so you can see what the typical price swings are. And right now, really the most common swing that we've got on this whole sheet here, the most common swing we have recently is 7 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, 9 cents, 6 cents, and this might go to 7 as well. Your buyback's at 1492, 1491, okay? And right now it's at 1492. Okay, so I'm just giving you a suggestion. Now, another thing that you want to look at, and you could do if you wanted to, is over here. Where did I start this at? I started it at 1497. I think that was here. Yeah, I started it here at 1497. So what was the time? Because these can also have durations of time where they're swinging it, okay? So here it was at, looks like 2:34 yesterday afternoon. 2:34. And then the drop was over at 246. So in 8 minutes, okay? 8 minutes. All right. And then from there, back up to the top here again. And that was done at 253. So 7 minutes. 7 minutes. And then from 253, from this price of, $14.94, they dropped it. And that was at the time 253. They dropped it to right here. And this was at 307. So 15 minutes later, it was 15 minutes later, the stock was at the bottom at 307. And then by 330, it was 330 right there. It reached the top at 330. So that was 23 minutes. And the time was at 329. 23-minute run. Then from that time, what did I go back to? Yep, 329. And that price was $14.99. Then they dropped it 12 cents in 23 minutes. And then the time here, 354, back to the low. And the high here was at 341. This is 12 minutes. And then 13 minutes. All right, now, from this low right here to this high right here, and that low I had here was at 1479. No, 1471, I guess. Okay, the second low was at 1477. And that was at 3:53 p.m. So I'm trying to show you guys that not only can you, if you track this, not only can you track the amount that it's dropping and rising, but you can look at the duration of these, okay? And sometimes you can find patterns in the duration between each of these highs and each of these lows. You find patterns of time, okay? Right now, it looks like it's around 15 minutes. They like 12, 15, 13 minutes, okay? Now, let's go from when it went up to 1479. Hold on. And now we're in the after hours, by the way. So we've gone from 1497 all the way down to 1480. From 1480 back to 1499. From 1499 down to 1487 again. Then 1487 up to 1494. From 1494, we've gone down to 1471. That's down here. From 1471, that was at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. I'm trying to find the 1479 to 1477. Well, I can tell you one thing. It fell from 1493 to 1472. Yeah, that was in how long? 2130 to 2324. 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. That thing dropped for 2.5 hours. And then from there, at the time was midnight. From midnight, they ran it back up to 1485 or 1479. There it is, 1485. They did that in 1 hour. 1 hour. And that was at 1 a.m., 1 o'clock. Then they dropped it down to 1478 at 2:13, so an hour and 13 minutes to drop it back down to 1478. And that was done at 2:13 a.m. 2:13 a.m., they ran it back up to 224 in 11 minutes. 11 minutes back up to a price of, and that was at 224. And then from the 11 minutes up, they ran it down to this price at 245. 20 minutes. 20 minutes of running it down. 19 to be exact. 19 minutes to be exact. And then from there, they ran it back up to from 1474 to 1490. And they did that at what time? 3:25 a.m. So that was 40 minutes of running it back up. And then they ran it down from 1490 to only 1485, this little drawback. 1485. Right there. 1485. And that was at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. And so that was 35 minutes of running it down. Then from 4 o'clock to the next run up was 6:24, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours of running it up. And from 6:24, they ran it down to at 6:52. 28 minutes, down for 28 minutes, then another 28 minutes to up again, 725. 652 to 725, roughly 28 minutes again. I'm just going to write it down. And then what time was it? 747, 625 to 740. 747. 725 to 747. So they ran it down for 22 minutes. 22 minutes down. And then from that price of 747, they ran it back up here to 14.99, and that was at 8:30 a.m. From 747 to 8:30, 43 minutes. 43 minutes of running it up. And now from 8:30 in the morning, they've now driven it down to where it is now, 8:30 in the morning to 9:03, so 33 minutes. So as of recently, folks, it's reaching its high, and then 28 minutes later, it's dropped. Then 28 minutes later, it's risen to the high. Then 22 minutes, it's at the low. And then 43 minutes, it's at the high. And then 35 minutes, it's at the low. Okay, so I'm just trying to show you, not only can you figure out how much they're dropping it and popping it, the amounts that they're making it move, the price that it's moving, but you can also figure out the duration, okay? And then those work in combination, understand? I hope this makes sense to you guys, okay? So not only are you trying to figure out where your entries are and where your exits should be by how much they're running it up and how much they're running it down, the minimum right now is about 7 cents. 7 cents is the minimum, 8 cents. The play up and down. There's a 5 cent and a couple of 3 centers and 5 again, 6. But man, you're seeing a lot of 7s and 8s. And of course, it is getting a little tighter right now. In the early morning and late afternoon, it can make bigger swings, and longer durations, of course, between them in the after hours. Like this one, that's a long duration. But hey, right now, we're looking at 30-minute swings, 38 minutes to the top, 28 minutes to the bottom, 22 minutes to the top, 43 to the bottom, 35 minutes to the bottom. So right there, that's something to help you out. Hopefully you find that helpful, folks. And we're studying here on how to day trade, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I don't just day trade. I hold stocks long, too. And I'm going to show you right now, the channel has a lot of members here in this tank who have these lists, and I'm going to show you the stocks that I hold long. Okay, now I cannot give this information out for free, but I can show you the performance of these stocks over the last year, the stocks I'm holding long. Okay, I don't just day trade. So this is the percentage gain. This is the market cap and PE ratio on these stocks. And you can see the stocks I've been holding over the last year and how they've performed. Okay, and I just want to show you this list, and I cannot guarantee that you're going to get the same performance. But when I send you this list, you can cherry pick. You don't want this one. You want this one. You don't want this one. You want this one. You want this one. You want that one. You want this one. You want this one. You pick the ones you want. You don't want that one. Or maybe it is at the bottom and you're starting to see over the last 5 days, 10 days, and 30 days an improvement on it. Okay? So you look for them start to hit the bottoms. But these are all looking great over the last year, folks. And people that are members of this tank have this list. You come in at the Goliath level and I'll send you this list of all the stocks that I'm long on. Okay? With the market cap and PE ratio. This is the only place you can get this information, folks. And also, I have a list of dividend-paying stocks, and you can see here how these that pay dividends, and over on the far right, I show you how much they pay in the amount and the percentage that they pay out in dividends. So over here, you can see over the last year, These are the way these stocks have performed over the last year that are on this dividend chart. And they're paying dividends. So you want this one. You don't want this one. You want these. You want these. You want all those. You want all these. You want all these. You don't want that one. You don't want that one. But then again, this one, even though it's down, it's starting to rise over the last 30 days. Okay. So you can get them on the bottom here too. This helps you pick them on the bottom. And these are my dividend stocks. And if you want this list, just sign up at the Goliath level membership. So just go down to the dollar bill sign, click on it, click on membership, and then make sure you choose not the default one, which is just a big bottom, but make sure you choose Goliath to get this list. And if you also become a Goliath level member, I'll send you my buy sell sheet and I'll send you my groovy candlesticks. Okay. And so there's a lot that you get. And of course, notifications on hot stocks and so forth. Okay, so now this stock has not fallen just 6 cents. It's fallen from $14.99 to $14.80. It's fallen 13 cents now. And is that a common number? Down 13. And they've been keeping it going down now for about 8:52. That's another 20 minutes, 18 minutes of falling. So now 33 plus 18, 43, 51 minutes of falling now. Whoa. Well, I want you to be aware that in the past on this stock, the falls have been this morning for 40 minutes, for 35 minutes, for 43 minutes, and now 51 minutes falling. So that's kind of a long duration, and 13 cents is a number that they visited near once here at 16 cents. They had it down. They had it go up 16 cents there. They had it go up 10 cents there. But I don't really see any other falls up. There's a fall of 12 cents right there. A fall of 12 cents. Took 23 minutes before to fall 12 cents. And now this has fallen 13 cents. And I hope this makes sense to you guys. All right. And now that was on. And by the way, this is RGTI. The stock I'm talking about is RGTI. And has it been traded? It could be some pretty good money on this stock, on these cent runs. But it's definitely getting herked and jerked a lot right now. So let's just keep that on the list. That one was called out this morning by RGTI was called out this morning. I can't even remember who put it. Oh, I'm on the wrong list. Hold on. Yeah, RGTI was called out by J.R. Plianis. It is at the 200-day moving average, he said, on the 20-day chart. So let's look at the 20-day. Okay. Well, but unfortunately, that 200-day average is descending. That is what I don't like about it. That 200-day average is descending. And so are the 50 and 45. So I don't want to get in on that one. I don't want to get in on that. The long-term averages have all turned down here. It's very hard to fight these heavyweight moving averages. So I would stay clear of that one myself. Until that 200 starts moving up the other way, I would watch that very closely, RGTI. Okay, next, INFQ. And if you're joining me late here, ladies and gentlemen, these are the stocks that have been called out today. So just take a look at this list, maybe take a picture of it. These are the stocks that have been called out today. And we're going to take a look at every one of them before the market opens if we can. We got 15 minutes to get a look at every one of these. So we're going to be looking at the one-day charts on all of them. And as for this stock right here, I will put a line of resistance right there. See over here 3 days ago how they sat there and consolidated on that line and then knocked the crap out of it and did a little double ta-ta action. But right now, you're below that line. You're below that line and you're about the same duration all take a look at the similarity. Look how they attacked it all day long. And then in the after hours, they rode along that line, then dropped it the next morning. So here you are riding along this whole line and then dropping it all day long. And in the after hours, doing it again. So be careful, okay? Be careful because you can clearly see this right here is a replica of this move here. Okay? This move right here from this point up to the drop to the pop and then down and here before the drop is identical. There's the drop, there's the pop, there's the slide, then down, then all day like this, and then probably down. Okay, I'm going to tell you that now, right now. INFQ. INFQ. This right here, what you see right there is an example of this right here. This is more exaggerated here, but it's really the same formation. And notice how they dropped it all day long, plateaued it on this line, and then knocked the crap out of it. Dropped it all day long, plateaued it on this line, and now could drop the crap out of it. I'm just warning you. Now, it could go the other way. It could go the other way because this is formed as a line of resistance, but it didn't stop it from falling. All right. So I'm not sure it's going to stop it here. Plus, this line of resistance is higher than where they've got it now. They've got it now here. Right now, they've got it sitting right here. So up here is where it was before it dropped. Right here is where they've got it now. And it's below this level. So just be careful with that. That's INFQ. And I would advise not to get in on this yet. It needs a lot of volume. Now RDW. Okay. Well, that looks good because it's certainly coming off of this line of resistance right here now. And that line of resistance probably goes back, way back. I don't know for sure, but over the last 20 days, look how they tapped this line. Look how they tapped it and stopped it from going over this line once, stopped it twice, stopped it 3 times, then it broke over. They drop back to this line again. Then it really starts to take off. They take it to this line one more time for a stab at it. That was just a stab at that yesterday morning in the pre-market. Now it capitulates, consolidates here, and it's making a move up. I like it. RDW. This one's going to be one I'm going to put some metallics beside. RDW. RDW. I hear you, punk. All right. It needs to bounce off this, though. It's got to break this line. It's got to break this line out of go. But I like this red bottom blue back. It's a red belly blue back right here. That's the 50-day line here, and that's the 45. That dark blue one's the 45. See what they do out of the gate on this one. RDW. It closed at 928, and they've got it locked in there at 928 bid, 929 ask. But we'll need to see some volume behind it. Next, we're going to take a look at SoFi. SOFI. Someone said that it looks like it might be ready to make a move.
Isn't that super expensive?
Right now, it's $16 a share. Let's look at the one-day chart on it. All right. Well, it's already seen a high here of 1684. 1684. And that, quite frankly, stinks. All right. But it is starting to get the rebound off the bottom there. And that bottom is the same rigid line of resistance right here to a rise. This was the same rigid line of resistance to the rise previously. And now they run it down to that number and take it off of it. So I like that, okay? This is a previous resistance to it climbing. Now that line just formed and became resistance to the drop. And you can see it already resisted once there, too, at that line right there to a drop. So it's resisted there the first time, and now a higher low, okay? Got it? All right? That's good. I like it, SOFI. All right? I like it here. I like SoFi here at 1671. Okay, I agree with you on that, JR Plianis. Thanks for calling it out. Now we're going to look at BATL. And we got 22 minutes till the market opens. Looks very good. This morning's high, BATL, 188. I'm going to write it down. 188 high. And then they drove it down from a number you should definitely sell at. Everybody knows that on this channel. And they drove it down to 164. And how long did they take to do that? The time was 2:15, and they hit the bottom at 5:47. 2:15 a.m. to 5:47. Well, 2:15 to 3:15 to 4:15 to 5:15, so 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours of running it down. And then from there, 164, they took it up to, I'm just going to say here, before the first reasonable pullback, 164 to 170 to 176. Up to 176. 13 cents up, folks. Or 12 cents up 12 cents. So they dropped it 24 cents from 188 to 164, then back up 12 cents to 176, and then they dropped it down 6 cents to 171. Then it went back up to, and by the way, that time period drop, that was the shortest drop of them all. That was from 7:13 until 7:20. 7 minutes. 7-minute drop. And then a 10-minute rise from 7:20, a 14-minute rise. 7-minute drop, 14-minute rise. Then from 7:32, it was a 7-minute drop again. Oh, we're starting to see 7-minute drop patterns. And then was it another 13 minutes? 7:39 to what time? 7:54. 15 minutes rising. Then 7-minute drop. Did it drop from 7:54 until when? 7:54 until 8:03. 11 minutes. 11-minute drop. Then 8:14. A 10-minute rise. A 5-minute drop. And then from 8:16 to 8:23, a 7-minute rise. And then from that price at 8:24, they dropped it to 8:30, a 9-minute drop where they held it for, it looks like they held it for about 20 minutes. And now it's been how long? From 9:02 until 9:18, a 16-minute rise. 16-minute rise. So now we should get about a 12-minute drop. That'll be from now right until the market opens, okay? That's when it stops dropping, perhaps. That's BATL. And you might want to look at this on the 10-day chart. Look at this swing trading on this. Buy it, wait 2 days, sell it. Wait 2 days, buy it. Wait 2 days, sell it. Wait a little while, buy it. Wait a day, sell it. Wait 3 days, buy it. Wait 1 day, sell it. Man, this is starting to be a pattern here now. Buy it here, wait 2 days, sell it. Man, look at them bring it down to that 200-day this morning and run it right back off. Well, you can see there's a line of resistance right here, and that is where the 5-day is now. It goes back in time to right there. See that? See that level right there? That's a level of resistance, folks. That is a major level of resistance right there, especially when it tried to break over. They pulled it back to it and it shot off. So that is a major level of resistance. It needs to break over that line. If it does, the blue's going to go to here, 175. And then when it gets to 175, ladies and gentlemen, the blue line will gap up to right here, right there, the top of this line, and the top of that as well, right there. This line of resistance, right there and right there. If the 5-day goes over that line, it's going to break this one. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you something. If it breaks this line of resistance that goes way back about 15 days ago, if it breaks that line, it's going to move all the way up to right here. Right to this line of resistance is where it's going to go, okay? All right, and then if it breaks that line, there's another little line of resistance right there at this point. But if it breaks that, it's going to go to this price, okay? Just up to there. Yeah, and that line goes all the way back to here as well. You can see that line goes all the way to this point. So those are the points of resistance that this blue 5-day line needs to break over. And then it's going to go off to the moon if it goes over that line at the top there I just put in. It'll be off to the races after that. And you guys have seen me show you this kind of thing many, many times. And you've seen it happen, folks, when I call it out. You've seen it happen with stocks. I'm telling you, if it goes over this price, the blue 5-day passes 193, this thing's going to be gone. And the last time it was at 193, the price was at 205, just so you're aware of that. But when the blue 5-day gets to 193, you should be selling this stock at 202, 203, 204, 205. Okay, got it? BATL, ladies and gentlemen. Next, SKYQ. Oh, my. SKYQ. Yikes. Man, that thing's got a shoulder on it here, folks. Shoulder. Let me show you something. Here. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. But right here, folks, this started to make a shoulder. See the shoulder? Now, after the shoulder, they dropped it. You're right. They did a double nut on that. But then, goodbye. But the shoulder was building here. See, these are all unsustainable mountaintop peaks. But this is a shoulder. And the shoulders precede a bigger move up. This was another right here, shoulder sort of. It actually looks like an unsustainable, but right now, man, look at that thing. Look at the 200-day, the 45 and 50 just pitched up even stronger. SKYQ. This is the trading stock of the day, folks. This is going to be the one I day trade today, right here. And I'm going to put a square around it, SKYQ. Called out this morning by J.R. Plienas. Now we're going to go to the 1-day chart on it. And they're coming after it, trying to make a pecker out of this right now. There's the rooster head right there. There's the rooster's crown. There's the pecking on the 200. Man, I like it. SKYQ, folks. 644. And it's already been at 713 for a high this morning. 713 high. Which, of course, you should have just sold at that number. And, JR, I hope you did sell there. I hope you did sell there, JR. I know that Jayhawk was playing this morning and bought it here and sold it there and bought it here and sold it there. And, yeah, he did good, man. He made really good money on this morning already in the pre-market. And he's not going to be able to be with us this morning. He's got a required meeting he's got to go to. So Jayhawk won't be with us this morning, everyone. Okay, so get ready to buy some of this out of the gate when they drop it below the 200 a little bit, okay? SKYQ, if they try to do that. I'm going to be buying it. I got My account has $30,000 almost to invest with this morning. This is, by the way, I want to make sure you understand what I'm doing here on this channel. I have had a lot of my members that have already written me about stocks this morning that are on their radars and their scanners. And what I do is I dissect them, I get in, I look at them, I figure out a lot of things about them, and we decide to get in on them. And we don't stay in these. These are not stocks that we hold long. These are stocks that we day trade only. And when we sell them at the end of the day and we make a bunch of money, we take 33% of that and move it over into a high interest yield account that builds interest and builds interest over 90 days. And then we file our taxes, and we're going to pay about 30% in taxes because we're day trading. If you hold a stock long, you pay only about 15% in taxes on long stocks. But day trading, it's high. 30%. And I'd like to see if we can get some people in the Senate or Congress that'll pass a bill to stop discriminating against day traders. Why should we pay twice as much on our taxes just because we're savvy day traders? I think that's ridiculous. I think it's unfair business practice. All right, folks. Here we go. The bell has rung. I haven't had a chance to look at everybody's stuff yet, but the number one I'm on is SKYQ. So I'm going to come over here to SKYQ, and I'm going to be buying this. I have a dollar cost average of 551. All right, and I'm going to be buying this when it gets to the low, and I'm watching it very close. And I'd like to buy it at 666, so I'm going to dabble right there. I'm going to buy it market. Oh, it just jumped to 677. But I want to try to buy 665, 666. All right. And it's on the run, folks. Just hit $7, about to hit $7 again. And of course, I just filled my market order at 694 that I put in when the price was 666. God, dogs. Well, I got 30 shares now, and believe it or not, I'm going to sell 20 of them at 707 right now. And I'm going to actually just try, oh, man. I knew it, man. A market order that I put in, they executed 1 minute later. SKYQ. So my buy order is going to come in now here for 20 shares at 672 right now. 672. And I'm just going to be using my buy-sell sheet. I'm going to show you how it works. Right here is what I got going on. And it tells you your sell numbers here and your buy numbers here. And so right now we're in this range, and our buys are going to be at 72s, 77s, 66, 67. That's where we're going to be. Minimum 78 or 82. Those are our buybacks, okay? 82, 83. So where are we now? We're at 77, and that happens to be one of the numbers on my sheet if they've dropped it down to that price, and they sure have from $7 to 77. But I'm waiting on 72, 73, and I've got 30 shares of this stock right now. SKYQ, and now I'm going to come in at the 682. 682 I'm trying to buy. And again, I'm just using the numbers on my buy-sell sheet, and I'm trading SKYQ. This is going to be my day trade stock today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm locked in on SKYQ, and if you just follow my lead, I think you'll figure out how this works. And right here comes the pullbacks. We're going to get some buys right in here. And I just got a 683 buy to fill. And now I'm looking for 677 here and 672 and 666, 664. My dollar cost average is 661 right now. And it just raised. All right, here we go. Good, good, good. Yep, I just picked up some 659s. And I'm trying for some 655s here. These are on my buy sheet, 655s. And what I really like now is I've got my share average at the bottom of this big wall of buyers here. I like to be below all these entries where everybody bought in there. That's where I want my DCA. I want to be below there. Yep. And I'm looking for 644 here. They've already had low this morning in the pre-market. I believe Jayhawk told me he got in at 640. Here we go. I just picked up 646. And now I'm looking for some 638 here. 638, 639. And now I'm going to 631 and 633. Yes. And now I'm looking for 620. There we go. Very nice. All right. And I've still got a lot of cash here. I've got about 28,000 in cash to buy with, so I'm just buying small increments, 20 at a time here. Not going heavy yet. I still sense there could be even more of a bottom here. And what I want to look at now is the chart on it, SKYQ. And I want to see, why did they just drive it down to this price, 626? Well, over here, it wasn't really a line of resistance there at all. It never stopped there before. But right now, the 5-day moving average, ladies and gentlemen, is only right here. So be aware of this right there. And the reason I'm buying here is because look at the resistance to this 5-day right there rising. Look at it stop right there rising. Look at it drop to that line. And now look at it drop to this line again. It's dropped to this line, the same line that they dropped it to once and twice here. So that's why I'm buying on this. But here's the thing you need to understand, folks. Now that they ran it down to these two prices in the pre-market, look where the 200-day average was. Now they're trying to reacquire that line, but look where the 200 is now. Understand? Okay, that's why I'm buying here. All right, that's why I'm buying here, and I'm coming in 20 shares at a time. Not to mention, it's at 630 a share. And if you look down here on my buy-sell sheet, you're going to see these numbers, 30, 31, and 33. Buyback is 30, 31, 33. And this happens to be a previously known line of resistance. All right? And I've been doing this, ladies and gentlemen, for 26 years, and I still have a lot of money. I'm only buying 20 shares at a time here, but I'm buying here for sure on this line because I'm going to buy this stock at the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, my dollar cost average, fortunately, is only $6.46 a share. Now, I want you to notice something about these candlesticks, ladies and gentlemen. All of the dark areas of these candlesticks are sold to the bid. So they're just throwing out these shares right now to the bidders. They're just giving them away, folks. They just gave all those away to the bidders. But look right here. The buyers overcame. They started buying more. And here the buyers were 50% of this candlestick. So they started buying more at that number right there, 629. There were more buyers stepping in. All right. And so I'm going to be now raising these buy orders up here. And my dollar cost average is $6.45 on this stock. Now, as it starts to recover, listen, folks, as it starts to make its move back up, it's not just going to keep rising. As it goes back up and recovers, it's going to catch some pullbacks here. And that's what I'm doing. I got these orders down here below to catch these little pullbacks. It's not just going to shoot straight up. They don't let it do that, folks. They're going to yank it down. They're going to herk it, and they're going to jerk it, and they're going to herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it. Now, let's go find out what the news is on this stock this morning, SKYQ. Okay. There is no news on it. There is no news on it. But I wonder who's decided to pull it down to here and start building share value here, building up shares. All right, here we go, folks. SKYQ. And I told you they were going to come at it and drop it below the 200-day moving average this morning. I said they would do that. I said, let's get ready for it. Here's the chart right there. Look how they just dropped it down to this previous line of resistance, which was a stop point right there. And if you go back further in time, you'll probably see this as another line of resistance. But man, oh man, look right here, folks. Look and examine this with me, folks. Notice how this thing ran up right here and then had this stop right there and pulled back and then took off. Well, it never stopped right here at this line, this 5-day. You've already seen right there. There's where it stopped once, and there's where it stopped twice in the pre-market on this line. That's why I decided to buy it when they got to this line. And look again, when the price dropped to there and dropped to there, look where the 200-day average was. And look where the 50-day average was when they were able to pull it down to this line once and pull it down to it twice. Look where the 50-day average was, and look where the 200 was. Now they're pulling it down to this line again, but look where the 50-day is, up here above it. And the 200 is right there, folks. That's why I'm buying it here. That's why I'm buying it here. And now I'm up $15. It just went green. All right. All right. Now I'm up 48 bucks. And the cool part is I've achieved my dollar cost average down here below this massive wall of buying that's already bought up all these shares up here. See that? I'm below that. Mine is down here. And now I'm up $148. So I'm going to sell right here, 100. Now I'm up $199 on it. I just sold 100 at 670. And my dollar cost average is $6.40 a share, people. Now I'm going to raise these buy orders up here. And I'm going to sell 60 right here at 666. There we go. I'm out at 666. Yep, I just sold 666. Now I want to sell 667 as well. My buyback's going to come up here now to 640. The minimum I'm probably going to get is 637, 638, and we might get a 647 here buy. And I want to come in with 20 shares, only 20 shares at 640, 648, 649, and 650. And the stock I'm trading is SKYQ, everyone. SKYQ. Oh, thank you for that donation. Thoughts on INTC? Okay, I'll take a look at it. And I just bought SKYQ at 650. And now I'm going to get the 648. It looks like. Yeah, 649. Nice. And I'm going to probably try to pick up here a 643 and 644 if I can. And I'll definitely take a look at that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that donation. Jimmy Saya.
He wants a t-shirt.
Yep. And he also wants to get my attention on this stock. Bought it at 38, then shot up to 120, but still holding long-term thoughts. Okay, INTC. All right, let me take a look at it. And thank you for the contribution. Your name just went on this drawing list. We got all these people for everybody who's been donating to the channel this week. And I want to thank all of you who've been donating. R. Richie B. All right, thank you. R. Richie B. Thank you, thank you. Your name just went on the list again. And Jimmy Saya, thank you very much. Let's go jump over there and look at INTC real quick for him. And take a look at SKYQ on the chart right now. Look at that thing bounce, man, right off that predetermined line low there. I told you. And I just bought it at 643. Beautiful. Bring it on back down here and let me get some of that cheap stuff. 643. Beautiful. And I'm waiting for 637, 638 still. Nice. They brought it right back down to my dollar cost average almost, and they're just below this massive wall of buying up here that all these people have already bought tons of shares up there. So we got a lot of buyers above me, folks. My DCA's down here. 640 I just got. Now they're at my DC. They're below my DCA just for a moment. They got it to 1 penny below me. And now I'm going to try for 633, 634, 635. Well, they got it a penny below me, folks. And now they're 2 cents under me. And that's very common. All right, now let's look at INTC real quick. Yep, and I just bought the low again on it. I'm good. INTC. INTC. Okay, and I see it's at 98 right now. I think it's a good buy spot right there. Now I'll put a line right here, and I don't know why they're at this line, but they're definitely there at that line, and I want to see why they bounced it off that line. So I'm going to go over to the chart, and I just bought 633 on SKYQ. And now I want to look at this INTC on a 20-day chart. Man, that looks very good. Very good. And now I'm going to go over and move this onto my long sheet. Not my dividend sheet. I'm going to move it to my long sheet. And I don't know if they have dividends or not, but this is INTC. INTC, enter. And Intel. Okay. And look at that, folks, up 394% over the last year. 509,000 billion market cap. 509 billion market cap. INTC, yes. I see what it's done. And the price was 95.04 5 days ago, 109 10 days ago, 125 30 days ago. So it has had a pullback here recently. But look at that, up 394% over the last year. INTC. And I'm going to leave it on my longs list, okay? I'm going to leave it on there. That qualifies. That's a nice gain. And you can see how it's done over the last 5 days right here. Over the last 5 days, it's up 3%. Over the last 10 days, it's down 10. And over the last 30 days, it's down 20%. But over the last 5 days, it's starting to recover now after a little washout, fleece out. And it's at 3.7% over the last 5 days and 394% up over the last year. So, yes, that qualifies for my list. And thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Okay. JEM halted on the way down. Vivek up 41%. Yeah, that was called out this morning by Cobra and Rudiggity. I didn't get over on that one. Thank you for letting me know. Up 41%. I'll probably trade it to Monday. I'll probably wait for a Monday morning washout on that one. But let's go over. Man, that looks real good. SKYQ, folks. Look at SKYQ here. SKYQ. Okay. Now we're going to look again at INTC. INTC. Enter. Now, INTC just got driven all the way down to this line of resistance, and I wanted to see why did they want it there? Why did they want it there? Why did they want to get in at that line this morning? Why did they drive it down to that price? Well, let's take a look and see why they did. Why did they want to get it down to that line? Why did they want to take it down to this line? Look over here. See the resistance right there? Boom. And off she went. Right off this line. And look at the resistance to the rise there. And resistance to the rise. Then resistance to the drop. And now they drop it to that line. And by the way, I'm on the blue 5-day resistance there. The blue 5-day, the blue line. Right now, they're hitting this same line, but the blue 5-day is way up here. Okay, and you want to ask, well, why are they making the blue 5-day possibly stop here? Would this be a good point where they've stopped it before? Well, go back and look at the history. Take a look at the blue 5-day over here. Look at the bottom. It was there. It was an achieved bottom right there. INTC. Look at the bottom again there. The blue 5-day stopped right on it. The blue 5-day stopped on it again. Here, the blue 5-day hitch and goad on it and took off. And here it was resistance again, the blue 5-day. And now they've got the blue 5-day right there. All right. Now, the one thing I want you to be aware of that I'm not as good about and keen on this stock, INTC, right now, is because when the blue 5-day was here the first time 10 days ago, the 200 up was up here. The next time the blue 5-day was achieved, the 200 had fallen to here. Then when the blue 5-day was achieved here, the 200 was just above. And now the blue 5-day has hit this line again, and the 200 is right there. Man, that thing is consolidated. Look at the 45 and 50 and the 200. Everything is consolidated on it right now. It is completely consolidated right now, capitulated and converged. Man, that thing is freaking tight right now. And look at that 5-day right on that line where it was resistance right there. And it was resistance right there. And it was resistance right there. Okay? That's a very critical 5-day line where it's at right now. Just letting you know. No sure way which way it's going to go from here right now, because if it doesn't sustain this, it's got to drop to right here next. Okay? If it doesn't sustain where it is, the 5-day is going to go down to this line next, right here. All right, if it breaks below this, the 5-day is going to go to this line right here. And if it breaks below that, then it's going to come all the way down to this point. So your buy-in right there, if the blue 5-day gets to this line, that's when you're going to be buying, okay? And it could even stop right here at this line, right there. The same point of stoppage right there. That's INTC, everyone. INTC, okay? And so anyway, now I'm going to jump on over on to some other ones. Let's look again here. Trade SKYQ. There it is. SKYQ. 585 now. Nice. Well, this is where I'm going to start coming in with some larger share amounts now, ladies and gentlemen. 584. I know already they've loved to buy this stock in the 584s. I've seen it before. And they love it. Look at all they got at 582, 583 there already. So this is where I'm going to commit some more shares. Yep, I'm going to go in heavier amounts now. I've still got 27,000 to invest, so I'm going to be coming at heavier numbers now at this numbers at 584 and 585. And now we're back up to 588, and there's a gap, folks, from here all the way up to 595. There's a gap from 586 to 595 here, okay? So right now, she's going to fly right through all this, right back up. Just as fast as it fell through here, it's now going to rise through it, okay? That's my call, and that's why I'm buying right here at 587. Because I think it's going to make a very quick move right back up through here to 599, okay? It's not going to stay here, folks. They don't have the volume. And I just filled at 584. And I'm coming along with all these buyers right here. The reason that I'm buying the 582 and 83 right here, ladies and gentlemen, is very simple. Right here is on my buy sheet. 82, 83. 82, 83. That's why I'm buying here right now. And the stock I'm buying is SKYQ. SKYQ. And now I'm going to try to buy it underneath this big wall right here. Underneath this wall. And the stock is up, folks, only 1.9% right now. SKYQ. And I'm buying it here. I'm down. I want to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm down $398, now 426. But you bet your butt I'm going to buy these numbers down below this wall down here. Right here below this wall, I'm coming in. I'm coming in underneath this big accumulation here at 582, 583. Let's go over and look at the volume, how high it is on this stock today. SKYQ, hold on. Here it is. SKYQ. Hey, Yahoo, trying to get you to come on up here and show me the daggum page. Goodness gracious, what is all this garbage? All right. Yep, here we go. And very nice. This stock has already been over $7 it was at $7.13 a share this morning, folks. And I'm not willy-nilly buying 566 or 572s. I know those numbers are big numbers for market makers to come in. And I like those numbers a lot. So I just got through filling here, and I'm going to load the wagon here at 571 a share. And I'm going to keep loading it, folks, at this price right now. And I am not afraid to buy it here at all. At all. This is a great number to get in my opinion. Catfish Tyler, I'm buying the stock SKYQ at 570 a share. 569, I'm all in. And look down here at 567, they only had 1,500 shares, folks. 1,500 shares at 567 is how many they had. So to let you know how few shares they've got when they get to these lows. They've sold them all out, folks, and they only had 1,567 at 567 a share. What a number, too. 1,571 at 567. 1,571 is all they had there. And right now, my dollar cost average, I'm very grateful to the market makers who are giving me these buys at 572 and 3. Very, very grateful. And my dollar cost average on this stock now is $5.90. And I now have 3,000 shares of this stock, ladies and gentlemen. I've got 15,000 invested in this stock right now. And I still have 23,900 to buy with. So I've got plenty of dry powder should they decide to take it down to the 555 or 549 effort, okay? So I'm not going all in here, but I am nibbling at it, folks, and I just filled at 576. And I'm going to buy again here below this wall of buyers right here, a massive wall of buyers on SKYQ right here at $5.82 and 83 cents. And so I'm buying down below it. And to be honest with you, I'd like to get my DCA right in the middle of that at 582. So I'm buying here now, trying to pull my DCA down while I can. And I'm going to buy 100 shares, spend $500 right now at 576. Because I think this sucker is about to take off right back up. And I think there's giving it a nice fleecing here this morning. SKYQ. Looking at where the blue 5-day moving average is on SKYQ. Let's look at the long-term SKYQ. Here is the chart right now. And take a look at it, folks. SKYQ. There it is. Exploding to the upside. Look at the freaking red belly blue back here. Look at the 200-day rising. Look at the red 50 rising, the blue 45 rising. All long-term averages climbing like crazy. And then look at them just attack it down right there. And you better look at the bottom of that candlestick. Watch the bottom of this candlestick right here. Watch this. Okay, watch this. This tells you what's going on. This tells you where you're buying right here. Oh, yeah, I'm coming in. Trade. Buy right here, 20 shares, buy at market. I'm in 572. Yep, I'm in there. Oh, yeah. Now we're going to jump back over to the chart and look at the bottom of this candlestick. Watch the bottom of this candlestick here. Watch this. This part right here, folks. It's going to tell you everything you need to know. It's going to tell you everything you need to know right there. Whether or not you should get in. Watch it rise off this line right here. This line of resistance right there. Just watch it, folks. Keep your eye on that line right there while we look at this. And you'll decide whether you should get in on this or not. Man, look at the 45-day rising off of the 50-day moving average. Look at them both still rising, folks. Look at the 200 rising against this pressure to push it down and fleece people out. But look at the bottom of this candlestick where I highlighted this line, and that'll tell you all you need to know, folks. That'll tell you all you need to know. Just keep your eye on it. We're on SKYQ here, folks. Watch the bottom. Keep your eye on it. Where are we at? What are we doing? They just consolidated the 5-day onto the 10-day right now. They just got it on it. Look at this sustained low they had for a while there, but look now at it. Okay, I like what I see, and I'm going to buy at market now. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And my dollar cost average is absolutely wonderful, $5.88 right now, because I've been buying all these low share amounts, 20 at a time here, 572 and 573, where they're accumulating right now. And I'm accumulating here too, folks. Now I go back over to the chart again, looking at the bottom of that candlestick, watching this candlestick, and I already see the low was right there, and the next low here, SKYQ. Watch the bottom of it. This is what we're watching right now, and I like to call this right here, this is a top right now. That's a top. That's a spinning top right now. There it goes. There she goes. Watch it now. Watch this candlestick here. It's a top, baby. A fat freaking top there. Come on, let's go. Let's flat top this thing. Man, they're still fighting it, man. They're still trying. They're trying, but this is the low they achieved a moment ago. I need to move that line down just a fraction. Let's move it down right there. There it was. So this is the low they got right out of the gate this morning, right there. Okay? This is the low they got out of the gate this morning, right there, where I just bought it, 566. What do you know, Savannah? 566 for the low, ladies and gentlemen. 566. Can you believe that? Oh, unbelievable, Savannah. I can't believe you're still in denial. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get up here. Gary Inwards. Hello there, rocket ship. Gary, Cat, they ran SKYQ down 569. Yes. Yep, Moon Man, Gary reporting for duty. Hello, we're going to the moon, baby. Yes. Let's get her up to $25 per share. All right, Hector. Yes. Let's do it. Well, I'm going to keep buying it here because I know they're not going to hold it down here all dang day, folks. They can't do it. They don't have the energy to do it, nor the shares. And I want to see the volume on it right now. SKYQ. It averages 11 million shares a day, and it's already traded 11 million. That's right. It averages 11 million shares a day, and it's already traded 11 million on the dollar, almost exactly. How many shares are outstanding of this stock? SKYQ. Shares outstanding, 4.79 million. All right. 4.79 million shares outstanding. What's the free float? The float is 4.07 million. So the stock has already traded almost 3 times as many shares as exist. Shares held by insiders, 13%. Good. Insiders, 13.13%. 13.74%. Well, that's good. Some of them have invested interest in their own company's success. I like that. Held by institutions, only 2.9 cent. And by the way, the shares shorted is 14% of the float. So it's got a fairly decent 14% shares short. All right. 14% of the float is shorted. A share shorted in the prior month, and right now the share short is 672,000. So they've doubled down because last month the share short was only 327,000. So there was only 7% of this stock free float shorted last month, but now 14% because they've almost doubled the amount from 327 to 672. So they have doubled down on it. They have doubled down on this, folks. Right here, you can clearly see, right here, they had 327 shares short prior month, 327,000. Shares short now, 672,000. So they've doubled down shorting this. That's probably them that's monkeying around with it right now and got it to 561. Shorters, because they got such a short position on it, folks. And I'm going to buy 60 shares at a time here at 560 a share. Again, the reason being that this is one of the big numbers on my buy-sell sheet. And I can lower my dollar cost average now very, very nicely. And my DCA is now almost in the middle of where everybody bought up here already. And there's a lot more buyers up here even. So this is a lot of buyers that bought up here at 648 through 630 a share and 608 down to $6 and 588 down to 569. A lot of shares bought there. No, we got a lot of buyers already on this stock, much higher than where she is now. So I'm buying 60 shares at a time here. Oh, yeah. And they haven't had diddly down here. 641 shares at 566, folks. 641 shares at 566. Just making sure you're aware of how few shares they're using here to run it down to this price. 641 shares at 566. 566, folks. 641 shares at 566. Amazing. And the stock has already traded 3 times as many shares as exist. And let me tell you why I'm very happy here that I still held a lot of dry powder, and I've still got right now 21,000 to buy with. My dollar cost average has now dropped to 582. And I love that. 582 is right where shorts love to accumulate. And then this number is where they love to dollar cost average down to 566. And my dollar cost average is now 581 as I keep piling in here. And right now I still have about 19,500 to buy with. And I'm holding steady here. 563. Yep. Market makers are going to play this out for all they can. My dollar cost average has now dropped down to 580 a share as I keep buying here at 562 and 563. And I look over here and I see all the shares bought up here, but so few shares down here now available. Compared to here and compared to here and compared to here, where they actually printed some numbers, and compared to up here, I'm seeing a lot less shares available down here, folks. Very thin. Very, very thin here. Very thin. Razor thin, in fact, shares available at this price. Razor thin. Look at that. You can't even see the candlesticks, folks. You can't even freaking see the candlesticks here. Man, I am down $1,600 right now on this stock. And I see how thin it is here. Thin Lizzy, baby. Thin, thin, thin. Thin is in, ladies and gentlemen. 547 I just bought. And so few shares here. So few shares. At the low of the day, in fact, they had how many? 1,600 shares just then at 547. Hey, Alexa, what is 1,638 times 5.47?
1,638 times 5.47 is 8,959.86.
All right, Alexa, stop. So $8,500 out of the millions and millions being traded today. 8,500 folks at the low. This is the kind of stuff I try to teach you to be aware of when it gets dropped down to the low. And by the way, when they got to that low, was there a massive buy in there? No, there wasn't. No, and even here, just now at 545, there's 200 shares, people. 200 shares. 200 at the low. So I'm piling in. It says I'm down $1,800 right now, but when I see 200 shares at the low of the day, I go, wow, that's not very much. Oh, man, down we go. I just broke under 2,000 down right now. 542. How low are they going to take SKYQ? What did they do? A public share offering? Did they do a public share offering? No, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. And I still have right now a lot of money to invest here. I'm just going to make sure 538 is a number I love to buy. And I tell you, they are really working this stock like crazy with minimal volume, very successful with using quite a little bit of volume here that they've got it down so far. And they're using quite a little volume here, folks. We are at 530, 538 where I like to buy. 536. My dollar cost average now is $5.71. And I just bought 537, and I'm not buying alone here at these numbers. That's for friggin' sure. Look at all the buys at 537 there. Well, that's because they love that number. They love to buy that number. Now we're at 540. Yep, 539 and 540. And it probably will be pretty quick that it goes right back up, ladies and gentlemen, because they just drove it down in about 20 minutes right then. 20 minutes they took it down. And it'll take 20 minutes to get back up, folks. Just give it time. They've already gapped it down here to 537, 534. I'm buying here still. I'm still buying these numbers. 533, I'm buying them just because I already know these are on my buy-sell sheet. And the stock is right now down 5% right now. 5% down is how much they're down, 5%. And I just bought the low of the day, 531. And I wonder, how hard did they work to get, and how many shares did they buy at 531? 1,400 shares. And 300 shares at 532. 300 shares, folks. 300 shares at 532. I just keep buying it. 300 shares at 533 now. Oh my gosh. Where's the volume? Where are the shares coming from? Where are these shares coming from that they're selling at 533 a share? Where are they coming from? Well, I'll tell you where they're coming from. They're coming from panic sellers. Panic sellers, panicking for some reason. There's no news to be heard of why they should be in such panic and why the stock should be driven down so much. But my dollar cost average now is $5.64 on this stock. And I hope to the good Lord above that we see that rise back up above and go right back over even $6 or $7 here by the end of the day. Because, man, somebody's working it out good. And ladies and gentlemen, I like to call this a veggie drop, okay? This is a veggie drop and a veggie pop. Man, this is the drop before the pop, baby. Man, they saw this thing at $7.13 this morning, and they said, let's buy it at $5.30 a share. And you know how many bought there at 530? 1,774 shares. Alexa, what is 1,774 times 5.30?
1,774 times 5.3 is 9,402.2.
Alexa, stop. So less than $10,000 of this stock were just able to be bought at 530. 530 a share. Less than $10,000, folks. We're talking millions are going to be traded on this stock today. Millions and millions are being traded right now. And just $10,000. They drove it down to 530 a share so they could buy $10,000 worth. Are you serious? Who would do such a thing? Who would work so hard and dump so much to get a buy of only $10,000 worth at the low of the day? That's what I want to know. Who would work so hard to get that thing down so fast and so hard to get just $10,000 worth of it? And even here now at this price where they're sitting, there's only 40,000 shares there at 5. $40,000 shares at 537. Alexa, what is 23,918 times 5.34?
23,918 times 5.34 is 127,722.12.
Alexa, stop. So $127,000 was just bought there. Down here, $10,000 worth at the low. And $127,000 right there at 534.
I'm not
127,000.
quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, stop. Now up here at these higher prices, look at this. 128,000 here, 129,000 here, 129,000 here, 187,000, 202,000, 235,000. Look up here at 641, 357,000 at 648, folks. 357,000. And then down here at the low, 1,774. 1,774 at the low of the day. And I'm coming in right now to buy it again, knowing that there's only $10,000 that have been bought here at the low of the day. $10,000 worth. Well, SKYQ, folks, this is the stock. I'll show you the chart. SKYQ. And if you're wondering, why are they at this line? Let's look at the one-day chart. Why are they trying to get this line? Why should that be the bottom? Why should that be the bottom right there? Why? Let's go look and see why. Why? Where's the historical data? Why was this line the low? Look at the 20-day chart. Why did they decide to take it down to that line? Well, it's because it's right on the frickin' 50-day average, rising 50-day, folks. It's right on the rising 50-day, that line. 535 a share, right on the rising 50-day average. 535 a share. Exactly on the climbing 50-day average, and they wanted to peck that 50 before it flies. And they brought down the 5-day average to right there. Well, it's never stopped there before. I can tell you that right now. It never stopped there before. Let me pull this over here. I'm showing you something, folks, important. Please notice that this 5-day blue moving average, it never stopped at this line before. The only reason it stopped there now is because this is where they touched the 50-day. They just drove it down to the 50-day and bought it there on the 50. And they're proud of themselves for buying it below the rising 50-day average. It's never stopped at this line before. It went right up through that without any trouble, and it fell past this without any trouble. But the reason it's stopping here now is because they just reached the 50-day average. And that's why I'm buying here, folks. And I'm going to come in big here. I'm going to be buying several shares. I've got $11,000 left to buy with. And I'm going to accumulate here with them on the 50-day moving average line. And I'm going to start spending some serious money on this at $5.32 a share. That's right, $5.32 a share, folks. And now you know why they're accumulating it here on this price, why they took it down to that price. If you're watching with me, folks, I'm trading SKYQ. SKYQ is the stock I'm buying here. SKYQ. And I just showed you why I decided to buy so much of it there. And then the KY flag comes out at 537.2075, where they've bought now 57,000 shares there. 537.205. Hilarious. Well, now you know why they've driven it down to this line right here to accumulate it. They're accumulating on this line because that is where the 50-day moving average is on the 20-day chart. They're not idiots. They're not idiots. And I'm not in a hurry to keep spending my money, folks. I tell you that right now. But one of the things I am going to show you here, so you'll be aware of it, and we're going to come over here to SKYQ on this chart now. Summary. There we go. And take a look at the percentage down that it just was. It was just down over 5%. They just had it down over 5%. And now it's down 4.69. And now it's down 4.69. Oh, now it's only down 4.66. Now it's only down 4.63, 4.25. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, she's looking good. SKYQ. Let me stay and nibble some more. Oh, she just went over 542, folks. So they ran out of all the shares now at 533, 34, 35, 36. Well, it doesn't surprise me that they ran out of all the shares because now the volume on this stock has reached 11,528,000. Well, they've only got how many? 4.79 million shares. They've only got 4.79 million shares. And look at this. Now it's only down 4.60, 4.44. It was just down over 5%. It was just down over 5% when I first started monitoring it. And now it's only down 4.34. Well, I tell you what, you can see those market makers working this thing, though. 4.34, 4.25. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. SKYQ. Pretty soon it's going to drop into the threes. Could be. And the deepest drop we're seeing now is 4.60. Keep an eye on that. SKYQ, the deepest drop we're seeing is 4.60. And now 4.59. That's good. When you see a 4.60 and then you see a 4.59, you got to like that. Just watch it, folks, with me. Learn something. 4.78 is the deepest drop now. 4.78. And just moments ago, we saw it down over 5%. Now, the deepest drop is 4.95. And like I said, 3 minutes ago, it was down over 5%. SKYQ. It was down over 5%. And now it looks like 495 was oh, there it is. One more time. 5.14. 5.14. 5.14. Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of power behind this stock, whoever's manipulating it, because it was just over 540 a share. It was just back over 540 a share. Now they're trying to run it down again to 530, 533, 531, where we already bought it. I'm going to buy again here. I don't think they're going to be able to hold it. Buy at market. SKYQ. What a massive rundown. What a big old fake out. One last chance to get it here, in my opinion. A lot of hoarding going on here at 536 a share. And I know why. Because, again, the price is right on the 50-day moving average. Look at all the dumps that just dumped out right there. 535 a share, folks. Look at that. And soon after, I fill at market at 536. Here they come one more time, dumping 533s. Their love number. 533s, 532s. You know, ask yourself this. Why don't they just take it on down below 528 and keep selling it even less than the low today? Well, they take it on down. And by the way, at 528 a share, there were only 603 shares available. Alexa, what is 5.28 times 603?
5.28 times 603 is 3,183.84.
$3,133.
I'm not quite sure how to help
Alexa,
you with that.
stop. $3,000, folks, at the low of the day is how much they spent. $3,000, folks. $3,000 at the low of the day. $3,000 at the low price of the day. $3,000. 3,133 to be exact. It's kind of a strategic number. 3133. 3133, in case you're not keeping track. And here she goes, folks. She is out of here now. SKYQ. And it's headed for the sky, ladies and gentlemen. SKYQ. There will be no more shares at $3.32, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. SKYQ. I'm going to show it to you on the chart. SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me a moment here. There it is. SKYQ. There's the chart right there. And there's your previous pre-market 5-day average low. And now here is your intraday 5-day average low. Just see that. There's the pre-market 5-day average low. This is the current 5-day average low. And the only reason that the 5-day came to this is because this puts the price right on the 50-day average. And now it's back over 540 a share. Yep, and I'm going to buy it here. 537. I don't just willy-nilly buy this number, folks. This number's on my buyback sheet right here. Buyback 37, 38, 39. Buyback 37, 38, 39. And I've got the cash, so I'm going to buy there. And you can tell, look at how much they're trying to buy at that number. That's why they know to buy there. They're buying the shit out of it. They're even trying to buy 537.99 in desperation. 537.99. They're chasing it, folks. They're chasing the stock. 537.97. They're chasing this baby. They're chasing it, folks. And there it goes. 540 now. And listen, folks, there is nothing between 542 and 560. There's nothing between 542 and 560, ladies and gentlemen. You watch it. You watch how fast this stock is going to run right back up after they get all they can down here. It's going to blow past this and go right up to $5.60. I'm telling you, it's going to blow right over all this bullshit, and it's going to go to $5.60. That's my call. And now let's go see how many shares of this stock have traded today. SKYQ. How many shares have traded now from 12,709,000? 12,709,000 was the last I counted. Now 12,925,000. Another 200,000 shares have traded hands. Another 200,000 shares have traded hands on a stock that only has 4 million shares outstanding. And now the volume has reached 12 million today on a stock that only has 4 million shares outstanding. SKYQ, it only has 4.79 million shares outstanding and a 4.07 million share float. And it's now traded 12,925,000 as they try for the last time to push it to the last low where they bought last time at the low of the day, 525. They bought a whole 160 shares at $5.25. At the low of the day, 525, $5.25. They had how many shares? 160 shares. Oh my gosh. Alexa, what is 160 times 5.25?
160 times 5.25 is 840.
$840 worth of the stock is all that was available at the low of the day. $840 worth. Now, let's compare that to how many shares have been traded all day. The shares volume is 12,925,000. Alexa, what is 12,925,000 times $5.50?
12.925 million times $5 and 50 cents is 71,087,500 US.
71,087,000. Alexa, stop. 71 million shares worth of this stock traded today, ladies and gentlemen, and probably actually more than that. I just used 550 as an average. The stock price was at $7.13. So I'm using 550 as an average. That's $71 million traded on the stock today. But at the lowest price they could achieve, 525, they could only buy $840 worth out of the 71 million traded people. Hello? They only had $840 worth of this stock available at the low of the day. Goodness gracious. Now, at this stage of the game, I still have $8,000 cash to keep buying with. Yes, it says I'm down 3,200 on this position right now. That's what I'm down. But I want you to watch it, folks, and then you can decide whether or not you should buy into this stock or not. Because now I'm only down 2,900. And now watch how quickly it goes back up, folks. And I just filled at 534. I see the dumpers dumping out the 533s. I see that. And I'll buy there. Thank you. I appreciate it. One more time, 533. Come on. And let me show you something. There's a spoof bid of 2,000 shares at 539, everyone. There it is right there. So this tells you they believe the price is going to go. Right now, they just lowered it from 539. They just dropped it. Well, now they disappeared. It disappeared completely. It's disappeared. Their spoof bid is gone. The spoof bid is gone. And yes, Catfish is going to buy here underneath this big mound of accumulation. I'm going to buy right underneath it. Yes, I am. I am indeed. I'm going to get it right here underneath this mound of accumulation. I'm going to buy at the bottom of it, right there. That's where I'm buying. Yes, I am. And I'm going to keep buying it because you know why? Because again, at the low of the day, there's only been 160 shares. At the low of the day, there's only been 160 shares. And you can see right now, I am down, and I'm going to take a picture of it. I have to keep record of it. I'm down $3,400 right now. But I'm going to keep trying to buy at 527 and 528. I'm going to keep trying to buy there because there's so little available here. There's so few shares available here. And that's why I'm buying this number, because there is so few shares available. There are so few shares available. And here they come for the low of the day, 520, folks. They're going to go for 520, and they don't have any shares here. 3,000 at 524, 700 at 522, 700 shares. Oh, 272 shares what I just bought. 272 shares where I just bought. Who is manipulating this stock with 272 shares? 272 shares. That is powerful manipulation, folks. And I'm going to show you, I'm down right now, $4,200. Taking a picture of it, and I'm going to use it for my teaching to people, to teach people how to day trade and how to make sure you still have dry powder no matter what the low is, that you contain your account with dry powder to buy. And that's what I'm going to do here, folks. I'm going to buy at these numbers. That was impressive of them. Now I want to look on the chart again. And I'm looking at the 5-day moving average. And folks, listen, I've never seen it stop there before. I've never seen the 5-day stop here, okay? They're probably going to try to take it down to here. The 5-day, they're going to try to drop it to 572. And notice again, they dropped it down just below the 50-day average, just below the 50-day. And look at the wick on that thing now. There's a wick on it. They just hit the bottom, man. I'll show it to you. There's the wick right there. There's your bottom right there. There's your new bottom. And I'm just going to take this line and I'm going to move it up to the new bottom right there. Right there. There's the new bottom right there. And that price is at 520 a share. 520. Well, I told you they were going to go for that. And I didn't fill there. The lowest I've gotten is 522. Look how few shares they've got here, folks. 1,272 at 522. 1,272 shares. Hey, Alexa, what is 1,272 times 5.22?
1,272 times 5.22 is 6,639.84.
All right, Alexa, stop. 6,639 shares. $6,000 worth. $6,000 worth. Man, I sure would like to buy 520 right here. They're showing that they're dumping 520s here. Oh, my gosh. Seriously? Where are the shares coming from, folks? Where are these shares coming from? Well, I got to put in 508 now. 508, 509, 510, 511. Definitely got to do that. 513, that's a no-brainer. Look at that. They show they just hit 507, but none of my orders filled just then. Not one of them. Not one of them. Look at them hitting 507, Savannah. 507, Savannah. I know you can't believe that, Banana Savannah, but 507 a share. 507, ladies and gentlemen. 507, 508. Wow. God, dogs, folks. Wow, what manipulation. And on what shares? On what shares are they trading this stock? Where are they getting shares from to continue trading this stock? Wow. Well, I just bought it at 492 and 493, and the only reason why is because, ladies and gentlemen, that's on my buy sell sheet. That's a buyback right here. 93 cents buyback, 193. And that's where I just bought it. And now I am down massively down on this stock. But what an interesting number to run it down to, 492, 493. And now they're trying to accumulate it at 508, folks. Now they're going to try to accumulate 508. And fortunately, I still have, thank God, I still have 3,500 cash here, 3,100 to buy with. And my dollar cost average is $5.50 a share. My DCA is $5.50 a share, folks, so I'm down big time right now. But I got a boatload of shares here today. Look at all the buyers at 508, Savannah. Look at that. Look at all the buyers at 508. Isn't that crazy? I now have $2,700 left to buy with, trying to buy 508. And look at how few shares have been used here, folks. At 505, there were 700 shares. 506, there were 3,700. 507, 22,000 they just bought. 508, 18,000 they bought. 509, 30,000 they bought. 510, 27,000 they bought. Huh. 508s, folks, and 507s. Today's a Friday, remember, Friday. One other thing that makes me want to look at this is how are we doing on the 5-day chart on this? Up 41% on the 5-day chart. So, folks, there could definitely be some profit taking from people over this last week that are right now up 41%. Okay, just so you're aware of that. That might be part of this issue, why it's down 10%. And I think they just triggered the 10% stop losses, so good for them. They would have just triggered any 10% stop losses, so I'm glad I looked at that. Well, I'm just going to keep buying. I just got a 513. Try to buy 512 here. Look at all the buyers buying up 513 there and 514. I did not have it powering. And so I want to let you know, though, right now, folks, I am down $6,800 on this position. And I am accumulating the shares here at 507 and 508. And I'm down to $2,000 left to buy with here. And the only reason I'm buying here is because it happens to be Doubting Savannah's number, okay? Savannah believes I'm full of crap, that people love to run a stock down to the '08 number and accumulate it. And so I'm buying here to prove Savannah why I'm buying here, okay? And that is the number is 508 and 507. That is why I'm buying the shares here. Not to mention, the price was already $7.13 a share in the pre-market on this stock. $7.13 a share in the pre-market. So they've now driven it down $2.07 off the high. And I'm going to buy it, folks, at 508, and I'm going to keep buying it. And even though my dollar cost average is $5.47 on this stock right now, I'm going to keep buying it. I now have only $1,800 left to buy with, and I'm going to cut down to just 20 shares at a time at 508 until they've run out. I'm going to be buying 20 shares at a time repeatedly at 507 and 508 simply because I know that they love that number, market makers. They love it. It's their favorite number. It's their favorite freaking number, folks, '08. And I've been trading for 26 years, and I've been showing people this. I've been showing this to people for 26 years. When they run a stock down, '08 is a buy. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it to you guys today, right now. I'm going to prove it to you. And by the way, if you're wondering whether or not you should buy into this SKYQ right here, take note that at the low of the day, 492 a share, they had 6,170 shares. And that is, all right, hold on. And that was at 492. Alexa, what is 4.92 times 6,170?
4.92 times 6,170 is 30,356.4.
Okay, why am I keeping track of this? Well, I'll tell you why, ladies and gentlemen, so you can know where the bottom is. And right here, you can see when they got to this previous low of 525, they only had 160 shares there. That was $840. So I wondered, why would they drive it down to $5.25 just to get 160? They didn't do that. They drove it down to $5.22. And they bought 1,272 shares there, and that was $6,639 worth. Granted, there's $40 million worth of this stock that have traded today, okay? $40 million. And here they got just now at the low, $492 a share, 6,170 shares. 6,170 shares times 492 is 30,356. So not just $840 worth and not 6,639 at this low, but $30,000 worth at that low. That makes more sense to me. That makes more sense that they would work hard to buy $30,000 worth at 492. That makes more sense. So now I'm buying. Just bought 20 shares at 504. And I'm going to buy again here, folks. And I just got 20 shares at 505. And I got 505 again for 20 shares. And now I'm going to show you down $7,134,200. And I just bought at 507. So the 504s and 505s are gone. Now I got 507 again. And I look at this, folks. Now you should be able to determine whether or not to buy into SKYQ by what I'm doing right here. Look at this right here. Bolosito, you don't understand. You don't understand my method of trading. But what I teach people to do is when it's up high, start buying very small share amounts, which I've been doing. When it was at the high, when it was in the, my dollar cost average on this stock is $5.47. So, but when it was at $6, the price was $7.13 a share on the stock this morning. $7.13 a share was the price this morning. Okay. And then now in 1 hour and a half, they have dropped this price about $2 a share. When it goes down that fast, it goes back up that fast. You just don't understand how it works. And I was just down 7,200, and now I'm down $6,100. All right, so I just made $1,000 in about 5 minutes, and I'm going to keep buying here. And you can watch. Now I made another. Just look at my balance, okay? And I tell people when they're buying with me, don't you ever dive all in when I start buying. We're nibbling at it. We're nibbling. We nibble. We nibble. We nibble. We nibble. We nibble. Okay? We nibble at it. And that way you've always got cash left to keep buying with no matter how far they drop the price. And even then, when they just dropped it to $4.92, I had money and I bought with it 60 shares at a time. And you can just watch my account go back up here, and now you'll know that you should be buying into SKYQ, okay? Just watch it, and you'll know what you should do. Watch my account balance, and you'll know what you should do. And right now, I'm going to peck at it again when I see I'm down almost 7,000. I'm going to peck at it again when I'm there. Last call for 508 on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, is my call right now. SKYQ. Last call for 508. Uh-oh, and now the dumpers are having to dump 509s. Oh, no, Savannah. What happened to the 508s they were dumping out? Now they're dumping out 509s. Oh, that's just pitiful. Oh, man, I'm sad to see that they've resorted now to dumping just 509s. They've run out of the 508s. And now we're at 510s. Now, let me show you something else, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you on this chart, SKYQ, I want to show you the bottom of this wick. Look at the bottom of this wick rising now. Look at it rising. Watch it rise and rise and rise and rise and rise. Okay, and I want to make a line right here. There's the bottom. And now I want to make another line right here. Right there. And there's the bottom. So watch this wick, folks, and you'll know whether you should be buying into this stock or not. SKYQ. Watch the bottom of this wick right here, right there, this candlestick. And watch the wick right here. SKYQ. Notice where the 5-day was just dropped to. Do you see where the 5-way was dropped to this morning in the pre-market? Look at that right there. Look how they built that shoulder on that number right there this morning in the pre-market, and then it bounced. So here they bring it back down to that same line right there, that same freaking line. Yep, I'm just going to move this one up right here to right there to that line so you can see it. Let me get right on it. I don't want to be over it or under it, really. I want to be right there on it. So there you can see they sat there and accumulate. And then they cut it down to this again, right there. Right there, the same line. And that line is at the price of $577. The 5-day average is at $577 a share, folks. And you better watch this wick right down here. Watch the bottom of this candlestick. And you'll know what's going on with this stock. Look at this shoulder building with the 45-day and 50-day. It's a shoulder, folks. This is nothing more than a shoulder. And look at the 200 the whole time. all during this attack down. Look at the 200 rising and rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. Look at the 200 rising. And look at the 50-day rising and the 45 rising. Every long-term line chart on this stock, folks, is rising, every single long-term average. The only thing that dropped is the current price. It's the only thing that has dropped, folks, on SKYQ. And now look at the candlestick. Look at the bottom of the candlestick. Look at this one right here, this line right here, and look at the bottom of this candlestick right here. Watch it. Then you'll know whether you should buy into this stock or not. This is your key indicator right here, folks, right now. This is your biggest indicator as to what's going on with this stock right now. And this should be your biggest indicator because it shows you where the low already was. If they were going to scare everyone out, they did on that number right there. They got them all out right there on that number. Fleeced it good there, folks. And I want you to see, look at all the selling that's been going on of shares that I don't even know how they exist. There's supposed to only be 4 million shares of this stock outstanding, 4.02 million. And instead, today, now, the last time I looked, it was 12,925 shares. How many is it now? 13,959,000. Another million of the 4 million have sold. $13,959,000. 13,959,027. Alexa, what is 13,959,000 minus 12,925,000?
13,959,000 minus 12,925,000 is 1,034,000.
1 million more has sold. 1,034,000. Lovely. 1 million more shares have sold of a stock that only has 4 million shares. To be exact, it has outstanding shares in the number of 4.79 million shares outstanding. 4.79 million shares outstanding. 4.79 million shares outstanding. And yet now it's traded 13,959,000 shares. Look at the bottom. Again, look at the bottom of this candlestick. Look right here. They've already achieved this line right here this morning. They've already got this line. Now they're here. And they're trying to hold it here, folks. Learning here, how did you find this stock to trade, SKYQ? It was called out this morning by J.R. Plienez. It wasn't just called out this morning. We've made a lot of money on this stock in the past. We've made a lot of money on this stock in the past. SKYQ. As a matter of fact, if I go over here to my top gainers list, SKYQ was first called out by... There it is. It was called out originally by Percolated. SKYQ. And it was originally called out on April the 10th. SKYQ. Percolated. Hit $11.74 from $5.65. A 52% gain. So we made good money on that stock in the past, called out by Percolated on April the 10th. But it was brought up again this morning by J.R. Plienez. And the reason why is because it was rocket shipping this morning. Looking at the 5-day chart, this is what it did this morning. The thing started to take off and it hit $7.13 for a high this morning. And now I look at them driving this 5-day moving average, the blue line, down to the 200. And now they're at this line, the same point where resistance was right here. And I see where they've got this price down to. Look at yesterday's low. They're trying to beat yesterday's low, which was 476. 476. Yesterday's low was 476. Notice over here, the orange line, that's a 10-day average, stopped right there yesterday. Just showing you right here. This is SKYQ. The orange 10-day line stopped there yesterday, right there at that price. They hit it once. They hit it twice. They've hit it 3 times, that low, right there. Congratulations. Well, they're trying to hit 491. And what they really like to do, ladies and gentlemen, is like to achieve an even lower low than yesterday, which was right here. I'm just letting you know how it works, folks. And yesterday's low was right there. Yesterday's low was right there. And they're trying to get below this line down to right here to yesterday's low. There looks like they're trying to anyway. Now listen, I want you to understand something, folks. There is a line of resistance right here, a big time line of resistance right there. You see how the 5-day came up to this price and stopped right there? See how they dropped it then to here from that price? So there's a big line of resistance right there at that line. And it just broke below that line of resistance. So they're really working this hard to make this line of resistance here. When it was rising, it stopped there. The next time it rose, it did not stop there at all. It just went right through it. So I want you to be aware, there is a gap from here to here, folks. There's a gap. Understand? There's a gap on this stock from here up to right here. And that price right there is, let me bring up this line here and I'll be able to pull it up. And there is a gap to this price right about there. Wait a minute. There, right there. So just be aware, there is a gap now from right here up to that price, okay? And that price is $5.58. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock, SKYQ, there's a gap from here up to $5.58. And you can see this bottom of 558 was achieved once, and this bottom of 558 was achieved twice. And off of that drop to there, it rose nicely and rose very sharply. So just be aware, folks, there is a gap from this number right here all the way up to this number right here. And that price, again, is $5.58. So expect, and I'm not guaranteeing you this, ladies and gentlemen, because it is a Friday and the stock is still up about 40% over the last week. But I tell you what, it's at $5.13 a share now. And my stock price has now gone to $5,600 down today. And the stock I'm talking about is SKYQ. I'll go to the chart and show it to you. SKYQ. And I made the decision to day trade this stock today. SKYQ. And this is the one this morning that I decided that I was going to day trade today. SKYQ. It was called out by J.R. Plianas. And I made the decision to day trade this stock today. And I look at that freaking 5-day hitting that 200-day average, and then the buyers coming in on that. Beautiful right there. And at this point, I still have $1,573 to invest. And so what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm going to be buying 20 shares at a time, and I'm going to try to buy 507, 508, 59, 510. Now, I can already look over here and see from this number, which is 515, there is a big gap up to this price right here, 530 a share. So, ladies and gentlemen, when this breaks over 515, it's going to go to 530 a share in less than 10 minutes, okay? That's my call. I believe when it breaks over 515 that it'll fill all the way up through here very rapidly to 530. That's my call. And by the way, you see this right here? Look up here. 2,400 is the fake shares at 522. So right now, the shorts believe the price is going to go to 522. And that doesn't surprise me that they would think that, because look, there's no shares here in the middle. None. Nothing here. No resistance through here. So they believe the price is going to 522 right now. All right. I'm just letting you know. This is called a spoof bid. And I'm going to write this down. 2,400 shares at 522 a share. And this is on SKYQ. Spoof sell. It's a spoof sell of how many shares? 2,400 at 522. So I'm telling you, and I'm not surprised that they think that's going to happen, because, as I said, as this thing gets up over 513, 514, 515, it's going to make a real quick move from 515 up to 529. And then even from there, I believe this is so oversold right here that it'll jump all the way up to 540, all the way up, man. From there, it's going to jump up to here, $5.59. 559. And I believe this stock could possibly do that, but I make no guarantees, because, again, if you take a look on this stock of SKYQ at the 5-day chart, this stock is up 32% on the 5-day chart, SKYQ. So there could be some profit taking on it from those that are up 32%. And I believe they've already taken profits just now. I think they did already all morning long. I think they've been taking profits all morning long. Now, looking at the entire market, the S&P 500 is green. The Dow just went green. The NASDAQ's about to go green. And the Russell is barely in the red, okay? So all of the stock market is looking pretty good for recoveries right now. S&P 500 is rising. The Dow is rising and green. The NASDAQ is rising and could go green any moment. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here trying to buy 20 more shares at 508 if I can, and 507 on this stock. The stock is SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen. And this morning it was at $7.13 a share. And the market maker said, let's take it down from $7.13 to $4.91. Alexa, what is 7.13 minus 4.91?
7.13 minus 4.91 is 2.22.
$2.22 drop.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
$2.22 drop. Wow. There's a 507 buy. Well, they already dropped at $2.22. And so from let's just figure it out from 713 down to 507. Alexa, what is 7.13 minus 5.07?
7.13 minus 5.07 is 2.06.
206. It's right now. Alexa, stop. So it's $2.06 right here off of today's high. $2.06 down. So I'm trying to buy the stock here, $2.06 below the price of the high today. And now they take another stab at this. I wonder if there's some options on this at $5. There must be. There must be a lot of outstanding options on this at $5, it seems. All right. Folks, I'm going to have to bring my voice down now. My wife has a one of her folks over here for some sort of skin treatment, so I've got to bring it down. She's just above me in the room upstairs, so I'm going to have to keep my voice way down. I guess I just bought the last 505s there were. The last 506 just dissolved away. Now we're at the 507s again, and Savannah, I think you can see clearly that there's a definite effort to hold this at 507 a share, 508. As a matter of fact, the bid now is $5.06, and the ask is 507. 505, 506 now they're trying for. And I'm just going to keep buying here. I've got the money. I don't have a lot of money left, but I'm still buying here, folks. 7,000 down. And I'm going to have to tell you, they've really surprised me by how far they've been able to pull this stock down today. And yes, I'm down significantly. This is hurting my account quite a bit right now, but I'm all right, and I'm going to continue as long as I've got money. I'm going to continue to buy here at this numbers at 504, 505. And I do not believe that they're going to be able to hold it down much longer at this price, but I don't know. They seem to have endless numbers of shares to sell. I don't know how they've already sold now. Let's go see how many more million they've sold. And I doubt it is any more million. I doubt it really is. A lot of buyers coming in here at 505, folks, for some reason. Not afraid to buy 504 or 505 here. And neither am I. I'm not afraid to buy 505. I'm sure not. And the stock I'm buying is SKYQ. Here is the chart on it. SKYQ. 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 And in case you're not aware of it, you can already see the low that they've achieved already today was right here, 491. And then they achieved it again, 491, right there, 491. And then the next low they achieved is right there. I'll just put a line here so you can see. Right there. Right there. All right. So the first low was here, 491. The second low was here, 498. The third low was again here, 491. But now the low is here. And that price is $507. It's really, it looks like 506. $504 right there. And they've already achieved 491 twice today. So I'm not so sure why they're even giving a crap now about 497 or 499. So I'm going to buy here. I just bought it, $5 a share, 20 shares at $5, $4.99. Well, why not? They've already had the damn thing down to $4.91 a share, and I bought shares there at $4.91. So now I'm going to buy $4.99. I already previously bought $4.91. So now, yeah, I'm in. Now I'm going to buy $4.97 here too. And at $4.91, ladies and gentlemen, there were a whole whopping $4.91, 2,088 shares. Huh. $4.91, 2,088 shares. Alexa, what is 4.91 times 2,088?
4.91 times 2088 is 10,252.08.
10,252.
I'm not quite sure
Alexa,
how to
stop.
help you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I find interesting, and I'm just going to share it with you. You can decide what to do with this information, whatever you want. But what I find interesting is the last time they drove the price down to a low of $4.92, when they drove it down to $4.92, they bought $30,000 worth. But then when they drove it down to $4.91, they could only buy $10,252 worth. All right, I'm just showing you that. You can do with that whatever you want. I'm still buying. You bet I'm going to buy $4.99. I've already seen them drive it down to freaking $4.91 where they bought $10,000 worth. I wonder how many shares they've continued to crank out now. Let's go see how many shares. It was at 13,959. Now where is it at? 14.4. So they've sold another 500,000 shares. 13,959 is now 14,480. 14,480, 816. So in about a half an hour, they've scrummaged up another 500,000 shares to sell. And look at the little double Tata right there. Both of that's just a bag right here. Here's a satchel. So the low is already right here, 491, and now the low, 497. Okay? I see that. 491 low, 497 now. Yeah. And I get the last call at 499. Last call at 499, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah. 499. Well, like I said, maybe there's some options players on this stock at $5 and they want to hold it under 5. But that didn't last long. There she goes. There she goes, folks. This is the stock I'm talking about. It's SKYQ. SKYQ. And that is very encouraging right there to see that low of 491 earlier and now the low of 499, 497. So that's good. I like that. And I'm going to keep buying here. My dollar cost average is $5.45 on this stock, folks. And I look very much, it looks very strong here right now, ladies and gentlemen. I like it a lot. I really do. I like it. I like seeing it go back up over 5 there. So nice and strong. And that makes me feel good to see that. Yep. And then to see the supposed shares available here at 502, and they're just buying them all up, and now it's at 503. So this looks very good, folks. SKYQ. I provide, you decide. And by the way, from the people that just bought about 10 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago at 497, do you really think they're going to sell at 501? The ones that just bought at 497, do you think they're going to sell at 501? Who's selling at 501 when the price was just 497? Port Bear says a lot of people want to buy at 485 and 495 also. Well, they can wish they could get it there, but right now, hey, they've already had the low at 491. So, and now they just had it below 5, and everybody just bought it right back up over 5 again. So there's certainly no fear of anyone to buy it at $5 or 502. They're not afraid. They're not afraid. And they shouldn't be afraid, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but they shouldn't be afraid. There's one last share they gave me at 501 just then. And I'm very slim on my funds now. I've always got dry powder, like I said, folks. But right now, buying here at $5 and 501 and 499, I'm really getting thin now. I'm almost out of my powder now. And we need to see this thing turn around. We need to see the market makers finally stop manufacturing and printing off shares. Sooner or later, they got to cut the faucet off on this thing. They're not going to make any money just holding it at $5. They're not going to make a dime holding it at 5. That doesn't benefit them at all. Well, I've got enough to order about 2 more orders here at 501, and then I'm just going to have to sit back and watch it. And then as it rises, if it does, I'll teach you how to day trade it. Price now, $5 a share on it. I want to ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't they just go ahead and take it down below this measly 491? If they could drive it down that far and sell it down that far, why wouldn't they just keep selling it? If they've just got endless numbers of shares to keep printing off and keep producing and keep synthetic shares, why wouldn't they just drive it right down below 491, right on down, and trigger some 20% stop losses? Why wouldn't they? If they could just have an endless number of shares to just keep infinitively selling like it seems like they're doing here, why wouldn't they just take the damn thing all the way down to $3 a share, for gosh sakes? Why stop here at 491? Why stop there at 491? If they've just got an endless number of shares to keep synthetically creating and selling off, like they've apparently done all day, because supposedly there's only 4 million shares of this stock available, but now the volume has reached 14 million. Folks, they've already sold over 10 million shares of this stock that are available. Over 10 million shares. They've already sold over 10 million shares that are actually available. So why don't they just sell 20 million shares? Or 30 million more. Why not? Who decides to make it stop? Who's in control of it? That's what I want to know. On these days when you see this kind of thing go on, and you see that there's only 4 million shares of the stock available, but you see it trade 14 million shares, who's in control of that? Who's making that happen? Who is it? All right, I got one buy at 488 here. 491. I want to buy this at the low of the day, whatever it friggin' is. I want to be the one buying it here. Whoever got it at the low, I'm going to be there with them. There we go. I just bought 493. I've already seen it 491. They've only had 2,660 shares. Yep. There we are. 491, the same low as we were about an hour and a half ago. 491. And now we got a 490 buy here. Well, that was it. Double bottom, 491. Nice. All right. Double bottomed at 491 just then. Well, good. That's a good thing to see happen. 2 times at 491, and they actually dipped it to 490 where they had 4,200 shares. 490, 4,220. Hey, Alexa, what is 4.90 times 4,220? Alexa, what is 4,000?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat your calculation?
What is 4,220 times 4.90?
4,220 times 4.9 is 20,678.
That's a substantial number to buy there. 4,220. So why I'm doing this, folks, is because I want you to see something. I want you to see something here. At the earlier low of 522, they had 1,200 shares, $6,639 worth. Then the next low of 492, they had 6,170 shares, $30,000 worth. Then at the next low of 491, they had 2,088 shares, $10,000 worth. And at this low we just saw, 490 a share, they had 4,220 shares, $20,000 worth. Do you know how many millions of shares have traded already on this millions of dollars? I'll show you right now. 14,480,000. And we're just going to do an average price of, say, $5. Alexa, what is 14,480,000 times 5.25?
14.48 million times 5.25 is 76.02 million.
Alexa, stop. So, ladies and gentlemen, $76 million worth of this stock has already been traded today. $76 million worth has been traded today. And at the very lowest price of $76 million, only $20,000 could be acquired. Out of 76 million, folks, only $20,000 worth could be acquired at the low of the day, 490. I'm just making sure you understand how the math works. $76 million traded today, and the low had $20,000. Come on. Well, I'm just showing you. I provide, you decide, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the chart. SKYQ. Here's the one-day chart on it now. SKYQ. One-day chart on it. Look at him hit that line once with the stab, hit it twice with the stab, and now hit it on the third time with the 5-day moving average. You see that? Hit it once with the stab, twice with the stab, third time with the 5-day moving average on that line. I'm just showing you, folks. I provide, you decide. There's the 20-day chart, and you might want to take notice that on this 20-day chart, this 200-day moving average is doing nothing but rising. And on the 50-day, nothing but climbing. Even the whole time they've tried to drop this price down to that line, the 200 has just climbed and the 50 has climbed, folks. It's all just climbed and kept climbing and kept climbing. All right, I'm just going to take away these buy orders now because they're never going to freaking fill. I'm trying to buy now at $4.95. I just got through buying it again at $4.92, $4.91. I bought it at $4.90, and I see no reason for it to remain down here below the $5 price, except for maybe options players. OMH halted again. Oh, wow. OMH. I don't even have that one written down. I had it written down yesterday. J.R. Plianis called it out yesterday. OMH. What's it doing? OMH. OMH. Enter. Oh, man. OMH. Man, look at that chart. Dang, Jayhawk. Why didn't I get on that one? JR. Why didn't I get an OMH, JR? You called that out yesterday. I wish I was on that one, JR, instead of the one you called out today, SKYQ. Yike. SKYQ. Got all my money wrapped up in it. SKYQ. And I don't usually do that, but, well, taking a picture of this right now, I'm down $8,900 on this stock. SKYQ. And I don't have any money left to keep buying it, folks, on the low. Of course, I did buy the low of 490, 491, 492, 493, 494. I bought all that. I've bought it all. And now she's at 496. SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you the chart on it. SKYQ, 200-day is rising, 50-day is rising. There it goes. Let's look at it on the 1-day chart. There it is. SKYQ. Huh. Well, no. This is the runner. This is the runner. You're about to see it. This is the runner. This is the lunchtime, or 11:30 low. This is the runner. I want to make sure you understand how this works here. I'm going to show you right now. This line right here was the low just then. The next low was right here. The next low is right here just now, right there. All right? So the first low of an hour ago was here. or whenever that was. What time was that? 11:26 a.m. 11:26 a.m. 491 a share. Oh, and look at that attack right there. Holy smokes, look at that attack right there. They just took it down to, and I was watching this, 485, and now the low is here, 487, 485, and 487. Look at all the buyers come in right there. Holy smokes, look at all the buyers just buy in on that 487, folks. Man, on that 487, they just piled in, man. Is that the number they were waiting for? Look at them buying up this stock right here. Look at the buys versus sellers right here. At 480, at 490, 490 now, 490 and 493. But look at all the buys that just came in right then. Wow. When they dropped it down to 487. Dang. Wow. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you right here because I disclose everything. I'm down $9,300 on this stock right now. But hey, you told me there was orders at 485. You told me there were big orders at 485, and they got it there, 485. You were right. You were right. Who was it that said that? Somebody said 485. I don't remember who it was that somebody called it out. I saw it earlier. Well, they were right. They got the 485 buys, and now it's back up to 493 where I was just buying them. That was quick. Well, that's it, folks. That was the drop. And how many shares did they have at 485, I wonder? Let's go see. 1,000 shares at 485. So 4,850 at the low. $4,850 at 485. Nice. And how many shares was that? 1,000. 1,000 shares, folks. You know what? Again, who worked so hard to to drive the prices down and then just take it to 485 so you could buy just 1,000 shares? I already said this stock has traded $76 million today. And who worked so hard to get the price down to the low of $4.85 only to get just 1,000 shares there? Who does that? Who works so hard to get 485? Now, I want to look at what yesterday's low was on this stock. So I'm going to look right now. Historical data. I want to look at yesterday's low. And by the way, yesterday's low, folks, 459. And I want you to look at this. 4 days ago, the low was 372. The next day, the low went up 28 cents to 4. The next day, the low went up 59 cents to 459. And today's low went up 36 cents. 36-cent rise on the low, ladies and gentlemen. Just be aware of that, okay? So the low now has gone from 372 to, oh shoot. Yep, the low now has gone from 372 up 28 cents, up 59 cents, and up now 26 cents, 26-cent rise. Just showing it to you, folks. You decide. You decide. Higher lows every day. Higher lows every day. And one other thing I want to look at quickly on that is what about the highs? Well, the high was 394, then it went to 423, then it went to 438. This is the only pullback, 430 on July 22nd, and then it went back up to 465. And today, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not on the highs. We're looking at highs here. The highs on July 21st, 465, then 473, then 627, and then $7. So both the lows and the highs each day higher and higher and higher. Man, they had to beat it down today, didn't they? They had to. And now the S&P 500 is green. The Dow is green, 393. The NASDAQ has gone green. Ladies and gentlemen, all of them have gone green. Yep. The S&P 500 is green. The Dow is green. The NASDAQ is green. And the Russell is green. Every single one of them green now. And SKYQ somehow red 12% after it hit a high of 713 this morning in the pre-market. 713 to, what did they run it down to? 485. Alexa, what is 7.13 minus 4.85?
7.13 minus 4.85 is 2.28.
$2.28 off the high now. 228 off the high. They ran it down 228 off the high. That's good. That's good, man. Man, that's market maker 101 stuff there. Now, I want you to look at something. Look right here where this price is. You see it? Look where this price is. There's the low today. There's the high. There's the high. There's the high. There's the high. There is the high. There's the high. Higher 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 low. 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 All right? That's where you're at with this stock right now. Okay? Simple, plain. That's the truth of the matter. And take a look as a pattern here, 378 to what? 378 to $3. 78 cents down. 78 cents down. Next, how much did they drop it from right here? So here to here, 78 cents. From this price here, $4 to what price? $4 to 320, 75-cent drop. All right? So we got a 78-cent drop, a 75-cent drop. What was this price? 472 to what price? 472 to 395. Well, that's 77 cents. So you've had a drop of 78 cents, a drop of 75 cents, and a drop of 77 cents. Now, what is this drop, folks? From 560 to 483. That's an 80 cent, 77 cent drop. Again, it's exactly the same. 77 cent drop. 77 cent drop, everybody, okay? I'm showing you this so you understand how they're working this stock. This price right here down to here was a 78-cent drop. This was a 75-cent drop. This was a 77-cent drop, and this is a 77-cent drop. Okay? I want you to understand how they're doing it, folks. And that's why I'm buying here again. 497. And I got 496. Brian Littlefield, hello there. Welcome. I think Sky come back and someday somebody else look. SKYQ. How did you stack your volume? Just showing three metrics: volume, buyers, and sellers on one candle. Yes, I'm just looking at the volume of these over here. I can see at 485 they could only acquire 1,000 shares. At 486 they got 11,000. At 487 38,000. At 488 6,005. At 489 2,965. At 490 24,000. At 491 46,000. At 492 100,000. At 493 142,000. Folks, this thing's going to go back up over now. We're at 498. And when will they run out of the fake shares? Or for all the shares that they've been borrowing, I guess, to sell all morning, when will they start buying them back? When are they going to start returning all the shares that they may have borrowed already this morning? Now, I don't know that they did. I don't know if you can even borrow shares of this. Let's go look SKYQ cost to borrow. Let's go look at SKYQ cost to borrow here. Hold on. Cost to borrow. There it is. SKYQ. SKYQ. Oh, God. SKYQ. Enter. Page not found. Oh, God. Here it is, SKYQ. Let me do it up here. Search. Oh, come on. SKYQ, search. Page not found. I don't get it. I'm not finding anything on SKYQ. Uh-oh, hold on. There we go. All right, we don't want that stock. We don't want that. Wonder if this stock does any split history. One split on March 16th, 2026. 1-for-8 split. 1-for-8 split. So they reduced their shares outstanding when they did that. Trying for 491 again, though. Man, oh, man. A lot of selling down here on these candlesticks. A lot of selling there. And now the buyers come in. 491. Let me get out on this thing. There it is. What an effort to drop this thing down and hold it here. And this is the line they're trying to hold. Right here is the line they're trying to hold. 493 right here. 492, 493. They've really got themselves a big old sackle here they're getting at this price. Big, big, big satch. All right. I see it very closely. Now, you guys, you have to give me a moment here. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. And while I take a break, I'm going to be playing you one of my songs. I hope you enjoy it, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to take a quick break. And I'm going to play you 2 songs of mine that maybe even 3 songs. And hopefully they won't play any freaking commercials while these songs are playing. And this song here is called This Song Is About You. And I will be back here in about 5 minutes, okay? All right. And we're trading SKYQ.
If I were to write a love song, would you know it was only for you?
Trading
It's
SKYQ.
written, I keep it a secret, that it's you who I'm singing it to. That's right, I would never tell no one who it's written for.
And I'll be back at 12 o'clock.
If I were to write you a love song, then the lyrics might
There we go.
get away.
Trading SKYQ, and I'll be back at 12 o'clock, folks. About 7 minutes,
That's
all
what
right?
some folks would say.
Trying to buy the low.
'Cause if I were to write you a love song, it would tell you I'm so glad we met. It would tell you I'm so very grateful. Al Gore gave us all internet. 'Cause without him we'd not know each other. And without him I doubt there's a way that we would have ever discovered or found one another that day. So this song is about you, and you know that it's true, that this song is about you. Am I getting this through? That I'm so glad you found me, and I'm glad I found you, and I'm hoping you'll realize this song's about you. This song's about you. So now one last groove I have for you that I hope makes it perfectly clear that love songs for you and you only, for you and you only, my dear. For if not for a letter you sent me, there'd be no song here to write. And you know I can only keep dreaming of sleeping beside you tonight. And you know this is right. Not beside you tonight. So this song is about you. And you know that it's true, that this song is about you. Am I getting this through? That I'm so glad you found me, and I'm glad I found you, and I'm hoping you'll realize this song's about you. You know that it's true. There was an old guitar and it hung in a bar. And it hung there for years while the patrons drank beers. No one knew where it came from or where it was found. But it hung there for years and did not make a sound at all. As it hung on the wall. No, it never got noticed. It never got played. Didn't have all the strings, and the ones left were frayed. It did nothing but hang there for a decade or more. Till the night that old man came and walked through the door. And he asked our bartender, "What is that hanging there?" And he said, "Just a beat up guitar we've had there for years." And he stood for a while, then politely implored, "Can you take that thing down so I can see it some more?" That old guitar hanging there in our bar. So to the guitar we brought it down, and the old man left and came back around. And when he returned, he just had two things: an old tuning fork and a new set of strings. And he took off the old ones and strung up the new. And he tapped on his fork and he got her in tune. Then he pulled out a pick and he started to play. The next thing you know, we were all blown away as he played that old guitar. Oh, he played that old guitar. The old man quit playing with a tear in his eye, and he looked to us all, and he said, "It's alright." He said he lost that guitar a long time ago, and how it got to this far, said he just didn't know. Then he went back to playing till he closed that place down, and we were all overjoyed. His guitar had been found, and when he finally quit playing, that guitar for us all. Then he took that guitar and hung it back on the wall.
All right.
That old guitar.
I am back, and I'm taking a whack.
That old guitar. Hey,
little bit of music for you there. Well, they're taking a whack at this thing now, aren't they, SKYQ? They're really trying to just get everyone out. And I do again think that this is just simply profit taking. The stock is up a big amount over the last week. And I think we just got some profit taking going out here. And what I'm going to do is divert, okay? And I'm going to divert my attention to a runner here, guys. So which one are you guys calling? Which ones are you guys calling right now? Which one's on the fire here? Let's get on to it. Let's go look at, I want to go look at this RELL. RELL. 23.15 a share. 1768 this morning. Oh man. RELL. Folks, look at the 20-day chart on this stock. RELL. That's a big jump right there. Man, that's a springboard. And the earnings. The earnings came out at 0.65 estimate. It was 0.06, and it was actually 0.21 actual. So that's why they spiked. And that was 3:15 in the afternoon when they spiked on their earnings. It says right there, earnings estimate was 0.065, and they actually achieved 0.21. And that was on July the 22nd. That's what springboarded it at 3:15 p.m. aftermarket Central Standard Time. So it was 4:15 p.m. when that news came out. So in the aftermarket, it shot up. Boom. And then shot up this morning in the pre-market, and then manipulation down. RELL. And now I'm going to look at this on the one-day chart. If it can break this line, it could make a move up. Nice one. RELL. Okay, now I'm going to look at some others called out today. ZCMD. Nope, that's not the one I want. Now, you can see the low right here. Right there, you can see a double low. 130 double low on that. Let's look at this on the 20-day chart. No, I don't like that. No. Whew. Man, that low that I just pointed out, it goes way back too, folks. This is a make or break for this stock, this number right here. Whew. Right there. You can go back over and see it, how long they sat at this number before. Man, they sat at this number for days and days and days and days and days and days. Days and days and days and days. And here they are revisiting that same line now. Now, that being said, the 200 is planing downwards a little here, but everything's being put down to the same line, folks. Let's go look at this at a 6-month chart. Oh, boy. 6-month tells a story. Oh, man. Wow. Whew. ZCMD. $207. They had to do a bunch of reverse splits. ZCMD. Let's go look at their track history on reverse splits. ZCMD. We're going to put it in right here. ZCMD. Oh, yeah, they're full of them. June the 8th of 26. Oh, my gosh. March of 26, June 8th, and June 29th. Oh, my gosh. Folks, be careful here, okay? All right, triple radar on this stock. ZCMD. Oh no. That is absolutely horrible. In 90 days, 3 reverse splits, folks. Stay clear of ZCMD. All right? Scratch that off your list. Put it in the history file. Good. We made good money on it, and we leave it behind. If you've got ZCMD right now, you need to be out of this thing, man. They look absolutely horrible. ZCMD. So stay away from that stock, please. Not wise. SKYQ, I'm going to take one more look at it here. This is SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen. Momentum upwards, momentum upwards, momentum upwards, momentum higher high, higher high. Definitely a pullback. Definitely going to be a pullback there. There has to be. And you're approaching a breakout line, folks, over here. Take a look at this. This number right here, that's a breakout line right there. I'm telling you. That's a breakaway. If it gets over that, boom. That is a major line of resistance right there. Has been before, too, in the past, way back in the past. Man, that is a major line right there. And there they are approaching it right now. So, of course, there's going to be a squelch of that. They're going to squelch that. They don't want it to break over that line because if it goes to that line, then it's going to jump up to here. There's a massive gap on this thing. There's a massive gap. SKYQ, folks. Better look at that close. That's the long-term chart. That's the long-term chart on that thing. I'll tell you, that 5-day, it's breaking out into kind of that blue 5-day right there. This is, I think, why they're coming at it so hard right now. Man, oh man. Whew. SKYQ down 14% today. Well, have they done a bunch of reverse splits? Let's go look, see. SKYQ. Oh, yep, they had a recent one, March 16th. 1 for 8. I forgot I already looked that one up. Yep, already looked that one up. Yeah, SKYQ. They did do one recently. So possibly they won't do one back to back, but you never know, I guess. SKYQ down 15% today. Boy, that I picked the wrong one to day trade today, folks. Now, I did go in starting very lightly, only 20 shares at a time. And then when they dropped it down, I started coming in heavy. And right now I'm in the hole on that one. So I'm going to look for something else to move it and divert it over into. You can see right here, they have one split there, SKYQ, done on March 16th. I've got a long list in case you're getting here late. These are the stocks that have been called out today. Okay, a lot of them, and I have not had a chance to look at a lot of these, but a lot of them have been called out and made some good money for people this morning already. I know Jayhawk already made a lot of money on this stock that I'm down big on now. Jayhawk made a lot of money on this stock, and I got in around, started getting in when he said he started buying it. And he was buying it this morning at $6.40 and selling it at over $7. So when it got to $6.40 again this morning, that's where I started buying it. When it was at $6.40 a share, because that's where he was buying it in the pre-market, and it had gone over 7 to 7.13. So I thought, all right, so they dropped it from 7.13 down to 6.40. I'll show you SKYQ on the chart right now, the 5-day. So he was buying it here and then he sold it here in the pre-market, I guess he had bought it here in the aftermarket, and then he sold it here in the pre-market, and then he bought it again and he sold it way up here. And several people did that this morning. I know that were on my channel this morning. This stock SKYQ, okay. But I'm gonna tell you something. When you got this kind of movement going up and at these kind of sharp angles, and you try to, I'm just going to show you this. When you got this thing all moving up with so much momentum and you've got a lot of volume increasing, ladies and gentlemen, look back to the volume. See the volume back here 5 days ago, 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago. Look at all the volume. This thing's on a lot of people's radar, everybody. You got to understand, okay? It's on a lot of radar right now. A lot of volume pushing it. And a lot of selling has occurred. You can see a lot of buying in the pre-market to force it up. You can see all that buying coming in the green. And then they short the position and they just sell it all day until they get all the weak hands out. And then maybe, I don't know, there's a lot of shares being sold of this stock today. There's way more than exists, that's for sure. Right now, SKYQ is showing what? Where I have it right here. The volume of a stock that only has 4 million shares available, a little over 4 million shares available, and now it's reached 15,425,000. 15,425,114. All right. And the shares outstanding of the stock, SKYQ, were 4.79 million. 4.79 million shares outstanding. Port Bear, OMH, thank you. I'll take a look at it right now. OMH. Okay. Regrettably, not a huge amount of volume on it right now. I do like the lunchtime low right there. Let's take a look at the 5-day. Well, if you look at this line that it just achieved as a low right there, you can see over here, you can see why. Look at that limit right there. See it? That's the exact point of the low that they just achieved on it. Interesting, huh? See that? You got to go back in history to find out why. Why did they drop it to that price right there? But you also have to understand, this was a critical level of resistance, okay? So you have to understand now, this is a point from which it could fall back to this point, okay? All right, just be aware of that. So that is a very critical line for it to sustain right now and bounce off of. All right? And listen, I'm telling you, don't be surprised. See that? That's the head fake to make you think that it's going to bounce off that number. Then they take it down and break it below it right there. Watch this. This is a critical line here. Where that price is right now. Critical line of resistance to hold. OMH. Looking at it here. I'll show it to you. OMH. Oops, hold on. So look at the 5-day on it right now. It's right here. If you can look right here on this, you can see where the 5-day is right there on OMH. The 5-day is here. if you back out and look at the 10-day chart, the 5-day was a little higher right there. So they had the 5-day up here, and now they pulled it down to here, just so you're aware of it. But look where it was. Look where it was over here, down here. The 5-day was here. Wow, it's impressive. 70 cents, 70-cent high, and then the next high was at, for the 5-day, was at $1.35. Well, that's nearly double, folks, and you should have known to sell 130, 131, 32, 33. That's a sell for sure. Where is it now? 120, 121. Yeah. Okay. Now, I do notice the bottom of this candlestick right here, and I want to watch this. If I see this thing flat top here, like a hi-hat, okay, so that's dropping to this side. I'm watching this close here right now, OMH. And believe me, I am going to trade my SKYQ. I'm not going to hold it. There's no doubt about it. I'm not going to hold it. I'm not going to hold it. I'm just going to start dumping it off. I've got too many shares to hold on to here. Matter of fact, I'm going to sell, well, I've already seen the previous low of 466 on this stock. All right. And at that number, I see a mysterious only 558 shares available. 558 shares at 466 is low. 466. And they had 558 shares there. Alexa, what is 558 times 4.66?
558 times 4.66 is 2,600.28.
$2,600.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, stop. Port Bear says, I hear a train a-coming. Wow, has there been a bunch of shares bought here between 490 and 513? Wow. And it's lunchtime, folks. It's the lunchtime low. I'm getting slaughtered here on this today. I'm like lambs to the slaughter here today on this. And again, my only comment is in regards to the charts, this stock is up about 40% on the 5-day chart, folks. That's the reason I think that we got so much selling. But I tell you what, man, that's a radical chart right there. SKY, OMH. This is OMH right now. OMH, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm looking at right there. Man. It's a Friday, and it's up 161.66%. 1616. Now it's up 163%. 1616 again. 16161. 164 now up. 1616 again. Bid is 111. Ask is 112. Man, this thing is so no way for me right now because of all those numbers. First of all, you're really so close to 113, and You've got them at 1616 for the percentage gain on it. And now the gain is only 149. So I would stay clear of that thing, especially just seeing where it just was there, 1616%. Stay clear of that one. Don't get involved in that. OMH is not a good suggestion, folks, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And I don't see on this chart, I don't see this 5-day moving average ever stopping at that point, okay? I've never seen it stop there before. When it was going up, it didn't stop, and it's likely not going to stop falling. So I'm going to stay clear of that, OMH. Thank you, though. It's too risky right now, it looks like. And the number is 108. I will say that is one thing about it. It has dropped to 108, and I like to buy that number. But for me, I'm already down, and this thing looks like it's making a move towards $1. And I wouldn't be surprised to try to see him hold it under $1 at Friday afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised to see that at all, for them to try to hold it under $1. Yep. So I'll steer clear of that for just a moment. I'm going to look at some others. These stocks were all called out for me today, so I'm going to look for something to move money over to that's running right now. Okay, and I'm going to look at RDW. RDW. Oh man, and they slaughtered it down too. Oh my gosh. Look at them drive it down to that bottom again. They got it there once the other day, and then they got it there again this morning. But from that number, man, this thing made a nice move the other day, and there's definitely a gap on this stock. From here up to here, there's a gap on this stock. Oh yeah, there's definitely a gap from here on up. RDW, 895, 896. Bid 895, 896. It's down 3.5% today. 895 is the bid, 896. RDW. Let's go see what the volume looks like on this. Average 38 million. Volume today 6 million. So that's very low volume versus the average volume on this stock. Very, very low. So that one doesn't look like a mover to me either. Let's try RGTI. RGTI was called out this morning. And down 1.14%, down 17 cents. RGTI. All right. I'm just looking at ones that were called out this morning. That was called out by J.R. Plianis. INFQ. INFQ we're going to take a look at. INFQ. Well, that one doesn't look like it's doing very much today either right now, and it is Friday afternoon. All the markets are green, however. They are looking good. The S&P, the Dow, the NASDAQ, the Russell are all looking good. They're good and green this afternoon. We just got to find the runner. Hang on a minute. GSUN had major flush. You like buying where it is now. It might not. I have a nice cushion on. Okay, allegedly could be. Hold on a second here, guys. Let me get back up here. Port Bear, OMH. Okay. Open. Jay Watson says open. Let's take a look at it. Okay. Yeah. That looks good. That looks good. It's definitely down. It's down 12% over the last week, 5 days, and down 7.59 over the last month. But man, that thing's down 34% over the last 6 months. It could be bottomed out though. That's drastic. Year to date, down 32%. That's horrible. um, well, I am seeing RDW start to make a move upwards here, but it's being heavily sold against. Even though it's being heavily sold against, you can see it's resilient to that and it's rising here. RDW. RDW. Bid 3.8, but both the bid and ask are red right now. See, so they're still heavily trying to sell against this. Both the bid number and the ask number right there are red on that stock, okay? RDW. So you don't want to go down that track right now. Let's see what SoFi's doing. SoFi's dealing with a major line of resistance right here. You can see this line right here has been very stubborn for it. So it's just hanging on that line right there, just on this resistance line where they're riding it. But from this line, notice they're shorting. They're shorting off this line, shorting off this line, shorting off this line. Soon they'll go the other way and they'll go long on it, and then they'll go long on it, and then they'll go long on it. They're right there though. The swings are shorting. They're shorting it off this line. They're shorting it. They're shorting it. They're shorting it. They shorted it heavily again. Made good money there. Then they swing it and they'll start running it up and then up and then up off this line. Might be a good time. It could be a good time. I don't know. We'll have to take a look at it. This is SoFi on the 180-day chart right now. You can see it's right here, and that's parallel with pretty much nothing over here in the past. Right there's a little line right there. But this 5-day isn't familiar. That right where the 5-day average is right now, that's not a familiar number. Not to the past. It's not to the past. I don't see any relative line at the same amount. This would be as close as it comes right here. As close as it comes on this would be right here at this point, right there. This number here, that number there. But this number here, I don't see it. Looking back, maybe right there. Yep, that's it right there. That's your mark right there where they dropped this down to that point right there. It was a point of resistance. And over here, that number was a point too, so you can see it. Anyway, that's SOFI. I'm looking for a runner, though, not SoFi right now. Let's look over at BATL. We're going to go to a 1-day chart. We're looking for the runners. But SoFi does look good here. I have to tell you, that looks pretty strong. They ran it down to 1633. God, dogs, man. $16.33 now sitting at 16.71. It's not much of a gain, folks. But it's green today. That's better than me. All right. That's for sure. Let's take a look now at ADBV. Okay. ADVB suffered the same, just getting driven down, but starting to meter out here where they had it at one point right here going sideways. ADVB, ladies and gentlemen. The next stock we're looking at, These are the stocks that have been called out today. So I'm just going to run down this list looking for one that might be a runner right now. So I'm going down the list. ADVB. Now WLDS. WLDS. There you go. Up 22%. Saw a high of 379 in the pre-market. 379 in the pre-market at just after 4 a.m. Must have had some good news come out. What was the news? Why wearable devices stock surging on Friday? It continued its upward momentum on Friday, building on gains from Thursday when the stock closed up 50% on Thursday. Wow. And it's continuing to move here. Let's see. The paper frames the merger at neutral interface. So it says the recent price movement follows an announcement made on Thursday when the company published a white paper. The paper frames the Madria neural interface as an intent layer for agentic AI, augmented reality, and robotics across consumer and industrial sectors. The paper introduced the large MWAP LMM, which converts wrist-based signals into neural tokens to improve real-time intent recognition. Way beyond my level of understanding, but apparently someone understands it, and they've been buying into it here, up at $3.79 a share. Currently sitting at right now sitting at 276 and rising, and it's up 23.32%. And I wouldn't buy into it until I was watching that percentage gain, but it's one to consider. That one looks pretty good. WLDS. Whoever called that was J.R. Plianis called that out. JR, WLDS. That one looks pretty good, JR. You called that this morning. That was down here, I know. So I know you're making money on that one, JR. But you know it's a sell, unfortunately, at 272, 273. And it would have been a sell also when it was there at 320 a share for sure. Absolutely, you're selling 320, JR. And I hope you sold that this morning. I hope you sold it at 316, 17, 18, 19, and 320, JR. Because I know you called that one out this morning. And even now, it looks pretty good. It looks like it's coiling here on this. It's a nice rising 200, and a rise 50 is rising off that 200. I like it there. WLDS. White paper was published on wrist-worn neural sensing as the intent layer for agentic AI. Anyway, there it is. It's up 21%. WLDS, I took a look at it. Thank you for calling it out. Now we're going to look at JEM. Aha! Now we got one here. JEM, herky-jerky along here, but looking good, breaking over the 200 right now. Up 24%. Bid 577, ask 590. All right. Now, let's go look at something here. First of all, I guess the first one of my concerns is, does JEM do reverse splits? Yes, they do. And they did one April 13th. Oh, April. They 3 months later did another one. 1 for 20 on the first reverse split and 1 for 12 on the second one. Yike. And they did them 3 months apart. JEM. JEM. You can't see a number of employees. It doesn't list any number of employees here on this source. But yes, they do splits, JEM, and they've done 2 recently, April and July 14th. So it's likely they won't be doing another one, hopefully anytime soon. We'll see. But boy, they do splits, okay? JEM. But right now, she's making a nice little, she's made a nice double nutter. Then she goes up over the 200 and then twice a tatas and looking good. You know what? This is where I'm going with some of my money right now. I'm going to take some of the one I'm down on so bad, SKYQ, enter. And now that being said, I'm looking at it now. Hey, it's starting to come to life, people. Okay? Let's not give up on this one yet, just yet. We can't give up on it yet, maybe. Man, look at the buyers coming in here. Look down here. There's a lot more buyers than sellers on all of these candlesticks right here. And you can clearly see they're starting to it's starting to give it a little drift upwards. We don't know, though, for sure. No guarantees on this channel, as usual. I always tell everybody there are no guarantees. The only guarantee is there are no guarantees. You can guarantee to get yourself in a big loss if you underestimate the manipulative ability of the market. Because, like I said, even though there's only supposedly 4 million shares available to trade on this stock, which should make it easily make moves up, somehow contrary to that, this stock is traded. And I don't have these in alphabetical order like I usually do, so it's taking me a little bit longer. SKYQ. Well, we'll go here. SKYQ. There we go. Traded 15 million shares, even though there's only 4 million available or so, around 4.79 million shares outstanding to be exact, according to Yahoo's data. 4.79 million shares available of this stock, which is now traded 15,717,000. And it just makes you wonder, and it makes you lose if you don't use caution. And even though my buy-sell sheets tell me numbers where I should make entries, and I did that all morning, boy, they've still just continued to decimate this stock. But one thing about it, it's just gradually rising here now and has been for quite some time, drifting slowly and lazily upwards with nobody noticing it at all. It's just, don't look over here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't look at this stock. It's just done with, okay? That's the accumulative section right here. This is what it looks like. This is the definition of accumulation, ladies and gentlemen. Slow and steady and under the radar, slowly making its way up. Nobody look over here. Don't look here. Don't look here. That's what they don't want you looking at. But there it is, rising, slowly rising, looking good, starting to move upwards slowly, just creeping along like a slumber. Nobody's looking at it. They're all just... But look what it's doing, folks. You better watch it. Come on, baby. SKYQ. Let's go, baby. It's time to cut loose let the guns loose on it. Come on. It's already reached 15 million shares. How many more shares are there to be bought at such a discount? Look at it rising, folks. Let's just go over here and watch it. Let's go watch it on this right here, folks. Look at it. I'm right. Oh, don't look over here, but she just woke up, the sleeping giant. You can see it. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see it right here. The giant has awakened. SKYQ, my friends. Oh my gosh. Jack, it's time to run with that freaking back to the beanstalk, baby. Jack, the giant has awakened. Jackie the Shorter. It's time to jump and Jack Flash y'all ash out of here, baby. This thing's got some action. I just got woke up. Oh, he's up. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an English lad, a shorty who's had his way with my golden egg, or whatever it was. The goose. It's the goose that lays the golden eggs. Run, shorty. She's awakened. Catfish calls it out, and there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. SKYQ. Catfish, are you trading with real members? It's different when you feel the loss. Yes, I know, but I'm trying to tell you right now. Listen, don't you fall asleep on this. You better keep your eyes on this SKYQ here now, okay? Because they can come alive as quickly as they fell dead. The axe falls rapidly. It retracts. It just takes a little more time, okay? When the axe falls, it falls so rapidly that a gap is created between where it was suspended and where impact is made. But it rises with just as little resistance, my friend, as it did when it fell. Okay? That's a great analogy I'll throw out there for you. When the chopping block and the axe begins to fall, it falls rapidly, but with very little resistance. And in fact, gravity is helping it accelerate. And then it makes a sudden stop. Impact. The chopping block is met. Off with their heads. But, ladies and gentlemen, there's little resistance back up to where they hoist it again. And that's what I'll just put out there for you right now as my analogy. So watch how quickly it could rise. And you might be in for a surprise. As you can see right now, look, I'm calling it out, man. Watch it. Watch it. Watch it go. Look at the buyers coming in. The giant has awakened, ladies and gentlemen. The giant has awakened. And he's out eating shorts right now. Yes. 488. Oh man, they couldn't wait. And now we're going to go back up over this big line of resistance right here. Folks, it's not going to stop when it goes over 492. I'm telling you, when it gets up here, this has all been fleeced, man. This thing is stripped, bald. Okay? Listen, I've told you guys this before, those of you that watch this channel. Okay? And a matter of fact, I'm going to show you right now. Watch this happen, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to blow your minds watching this. Okay? There's my account. I'm down 10 grand. Yeah. I may have made 10 grand this week, but I lost it all. But hey, it's a very valuable lesson for everyone to learn here. And with real money, I want you to pay attention to what I'm doing here. If you don't understand what I'm saying, just watch my account and you'll know whether you should buy into SKYQ right now or not. I promise you. It will become very, very obvious whether you should get in because it's about to run or whether you should sell it all because it's about to fall. So just this stage, ladies and gentlemen, I would encourage you, if you bought into this stock today, SKYQ with me, and you're down a lot of money on it, I want you just to look at my balance. Okay? It is mid-lunchtime attack. It is 12:45. This is full-on attack right now. This is what they're going to bring. They're bringing it all right now. 482. What a coincidental number that I like to buy. 482. But yeah, I understand. Why do you think I'm sitting here and I'm trying to look for other stocks that we can move our money over to that might compensate for what we're down? I'm not just going to hold on to this. I told you guys that already. I'm looking for other stocks, and people are calling them out. And one of them that they called out today was JEM. I'm going to look at it right now on the 1-day chart. JEM. JEM. Oh, yes. Okay. So here we go. Bid is 613. The ask is 620. Both of those numbers are red. The bid is 613. The ask is 616. The bid is 608. They're working it down right now, just as we speak. Bid 608, ask 616. Bid 609, 607. JEM. Yeah, they're pulling it down. Here it comes, 602. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, folks. This looks like a real good day trade stock for me right now. So I'm going to move to this stock, JEM, which is up 28% today, okay? And I want to look at the news on this before I make any move on it. JEM. Rallies nearly 22% after hours. Here's why. This is the Hong Kong-based fashion apparel company. The stock climbed 34% to close at 474 in regular session, according to Benzinga. JM experienced an exceptionally elevated trading session on Thursday. Volume 27 million, more than 32,000 times the stock's average daily volume of 836,000. JEM shares of the base fashion apparel company rallied. That's all it says. It doesn't even say why. This rallied. Well, there it is right now. And it's in a bit of a pullback, actually, right here. Just a little bit of a pullback off that line, which makes you wonder, why that line would be something they try to take it down from. But they are definitely giving it an effort anyway. And I'm going to show you this line right now and where it is. Right there. I look back across this line, folks, and I only see one level of resistance once there to the rise, resistance to the rise there twice. Then it broke over, then broke through, then resistance right there to the rise. And now it broke over that price. And it's a crossover, a triple crossover going on here of the 200-day moving average, JEM. But it is still being challenged, believe me. They're dumping shares on it. But I'm going to give it a risk. I'm going to move some money over to it. That can't hurt me right now. SKYQ is killing me, so I'm going to trade some SKYQ here. And actually, I'm starting to improve. I just took a picture a bit ago, and I was under over $10,000. Now I'm down 9,600. And again, now you can just basically watch my account from here, and you can easily determine whether or not you should buy SKYQ and if it's on the rise. Just watch my account value, folks. This can become a valuable lesson tool. It is a very valuable tool for us right now because I have so many shares of it, folks. Oh, yeah. Just watch my account, folks, and you can decide whether you should be buying into SKYQ right now. For those of you that are all here, and use my account to determine whether, oh yeah, sure, here we go. Come on, let's get this thing turned around real quick like. And it can, folks. I'm telling you, this thing can move quickly. It's SKYQ. SKYQ is what I'm watching. I saw that 400. Be careful, folks. Watch it. SKYQ. Some of you are going to be very grateful that you tuned into this channel here this afternoon. Oh, yeah, here we go. SKYQ. This is the stock that you should be looking at right now, folks. And if you should, I would suggest you would nibble a little of this right now, okay? Because look at how tight it is. 9151 and 9203. That's tight, people. Oh, we're only 9. Folks, SKYQ. And I'm not telling you to buy tons of this stock right here. I'm telling you to nibble at it, just little nibbling. If that's all you do, buy 10 shares for $45 if you think you can afford it, okay? But look at my balance right now and just watch what it's doing. And I've got a lot of shares of this right now. Obviously, that's why I'm down so much on it. But just watch what's going on and you'll know. And I want to point out also that if you look over here, you can see there's a lot of people who have purchased this stock for that grouping and way above. Many more shares have been purchased this day on this stock higher. Almost all of the volume is much higher than where it is now, folks. I can promise you that. The majority of today's volume is at levels far higher than where we are right now. I can just tell you that right now. And if you look over here, it'll tell you what's going on. It's as simple as that. SKYQ is the stock. And I'm going to ring the bell when I break into the 8s, down on the 8,000. Okay? When I get into the 8s, 8,900 or so, I'm going to ring this bell. Because the alarm of the train, I'll be hearing the train if we get into the 8s here on my account. And it could happen so quickly, folks. You just watch. Keep an eye on it. I like what I see. A lot of green here at 493. And I was buying there earlier today. So some of my shares were bought at that price today right there. I bought at 493, folks. That's when I ran out of money. So here we go. Hey, I'm in the 8s. I'm in the 8s now, folks. We're in the 8s. And this is SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd suggest you consider, like I said, nibbling at it. And if it keeps going up, I'd nibble a little more. And very interesting here. SKYQ. This is JEM, by the way. JEM. It just broke over this level of resistance right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big level of resistance right there. And it just broke over that line right there, JEM. So I'm also going to, man, I don't know. I'm only down 8,000. Let's just sell some right now. Let's sell. I've got so many shares of this. Let's just sell some here. Sell at market. Okay. And now I'm going to go over and buy some JEM. JEM, enter 666. Oh, yeah, I'll buy there. I'll do buy there, 6 size. And I just got 60 shares at 666. And I'm up $22 on this position already, ladies and gentlemen. That's a great buy right there. Now I'm going to try to buy 667. And I'll try to buy, there it is. I just got a 667. Try for 661 and 660 right here. Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure. 660. There it is. Got to get that right now. Oh, 652. JEM. My dollar cost average is now $6.54. And I'm up $36 on it. Try and buy it again at 660 here. It's got a lot of buyers up above this, folks. Oh man, does this have the potential to really make a move here? Oh, I'm going to sell. I'm going to make more money on this stock. I can already tell. I'm just going to move it over. SKYQ. And I'm going to sell here. It's still very early, ladies and gentlemen. This could still make a very nice move back up over all this. It could go right back over this to 514, but I'm going to sell here and go over to JEM and trade with it. I think JEM is going to be the better day trader using my buy sell sheet. And I'm up 105 now, so I'm going to move it over here and I'm going to be doing 20 shares at a time. And I'm going to come in 690, 692. Yep, I just got it. Try for 682 and 83. Yeah, they're making a move on this one, baby. There we go. I just picked it up at 675. My dollar cost average is 661 on it, and I got 330 shares of it now. They're working the numbers on this one. 672, 3 is your buy now. Your sell is going to be at 697 here, okay? 697, 699, and 7. Please sell it at 701 and 702. Yeah, this is going to be a lot more active right here. JEM, folks, is the stock I'm moving over onto. JEM. Yep. And the numbers on my buy sell sheet should work pretty good on this one for really getting in and out of it. Here we go. They just dropped below my DCA just then. Now she's really sinking. Hold on. And now I'm down 168 on this. Beautiful. I move it over for one that I'm getting tanked on. And it starts to go up. I move it over on another one. It starts to go down. Down 163. Wow. Oh, wow. Charts. JEM. There it is right there. Oh, buying the crown. As it starts to break away, they try to break it down. Look at the selling coming on there. Look at all the selling right there. Bid 613 now. Ask 625. And the price was just in the 660s. 610. Oh my gosh. And they've dropped it to below the 50-day now. They dropped it to below the 50. $6. 614 trade. There you go. Well, I'll pick it up here. Here we go. Might as well get it at 620, folks, if you can. Boy, did they definitely want to take that thing down there, didn't they, just then? Wow. And they did wallop it good. Man, they came after that thing, man. Look at that. Look at that. Whop, whop, boom. Whop, whop, whop. But it's recovering. It's coming back up off that now. They just had to give it the little shakeout right there, the quick drop and then the pop. She's going to bounce right off that 50-day and rise. She's coming off that 50 and she's going to rise. And I just got it at 621 a share. And I'm buying the stock JEM. Now she's back to 632 and rising. Man, it's been a tough day today. Getting spanked today, folks. JEM. Well, they took it down to 630 then again after I got in there, so good for them. And all I can do is DCA here right now. I'm just buying 20 shares. It's hanging at 630. I like that number to buy. There we go. It just hung out there a little while at 630. Now she's at 639. There you go. And your buyback is at six. Oh, she's at 643. Okay. I see what's happening here. The buy's at 633 now and 631. Well, got to live by my buy sell sheet and you die by my buy sell sheet. So here we go. Sells now are going to be at 647, 648, and 649. Oh, I just dropped my DCA to 657 just then. And I appreciate that little gift. And I keep dropping in my buy orders down here just below this rising price, folks, and trying to catch the little pullbacks now as it rises. And it's going to continue to rise because I can see how dark this was through here, but I see way more light area than dark right at these numbers already. There's been more buyers than sellers all through this range at 638 through 640. You can see it. And there it goes, right on back up. And then now there's a gap from 648 up to 654 right now. There's a gap from 648 to 654. Yep. I seriously feel that there has been a lot more buying at this number than there has been selling at these numbers previously at these in this range. And we'll see if I'm right or wrong. This is on the stock JEM. And I just got several 634 shares to acquire there. Several $6.34. I just picked it up. And the reason I buy 632 because I always buy 631, 32, 33s, and the 34s. Those are good numbers usually. Those are very loved numbers by desirers of shares. And you can see down here, in fact, if you look at these numbers, look at all the buying versus the selling on the bid. Look at all the buying on the ask there, folks. There's a whole bunch of light colored buying on the ask on this stock right here. I'm telling you, right here, look at all that buying on the ask. At this number, where we are right now, these numbers, there's been tons of shares bought at 624 and 625 today on the ask already. So I'm going to buy right there at market. I'll try to get below them. See it down here in 617 right now. There we go. What am I going to get? 612? 620? 617? 615. I got a 615 there. All right. That's close to 613. All down here, everything's been bought on the ask from 604 up through 608 and 9 too. All bought on the ask. Looking over here, this is what the chart is doing right now below the 50-day. Below the 50-day with a rising 200. And boy, they're really putting it on this thing here. Looking for a place to catch a runner, and I ended up picking a dropper. And JEM, boy, they pulled a good one on me. Well, today has not been good, that's for sure. But some numbers always hold true, and buying at 613 is one of them. Okay? So I just bought at 613, and now it's at 627 a share, and now it's at 636. So I guess I got the low there. Yep. Well, good. I got the low. Now I'm going to come in at market since I'm only down 72, and it's definitely rising quickly. It's almost up over my dollar cost average again. So I'm just going to try to catch this low and drop my DCA a little bit faster. Going to buy it again now. Oh, it's very clearly evident that this thing is rising. There's no question about it. It's climbing. And the stock is JEM right here. It's definitely rising. And hopefully we'll see it get on back up over where I got in at 650s. But nonetheless, I still have numbers on by which I live and learn and play by. And when I'm day trading, this is how I do it. And I already know that it's going to be hard for this thing to get over 644. And I think they're going to try to stop it there at 644. As a matter of fact, 643 and 44. But if it goes over that, it's on its way, ladies and gentlemen. And that is JEM. JEM. Let's see if it can get right on over 644 here. JEM. And it's going to have resistance there. You can see there's been a lot of selling of it at 641, 2, 3, and 4. These are definitely numbers that are hard to get beyond because they try to heavily sell those. But if it goes over that right now, it's going to run. I'm telling you, it's off to the races on this stock, and that's JEM. Most likely, I don't guarantee anything, but my gut feeling is that's what's about to happen here. So we'll just have to see. What's SKYQ doing now? SKYQ. Oh, I'm into the sevens now, folks. SKYQ. Okay. Hey, there it is. Just watch it unfold, ladies and gentlemen. You'll know whether you should buy into SKYQ right now or not. There we are. I'm down into the sevens. This is SKYQ, folks, the stock, and how much I'm down on it today. But you can tell by my balance in my account that it's recovering and it's coming back up quite quickly. As a matter of fact, I've regained about $3,000 in the last half hour. So that tells you this is moving to the upside, folks. SKYQ. How did it go, Pump? All right.
I do think that I have some gel in a thing somewhere around here because now I'm gonna have to fill up my gel bottles. They look really good. What time is it?
1:08 p.m.
So it took me an hour and a half. Not too bad.
Good.
Still got it. I still got it.
Beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm tracking the stock SKYQ right now. And I've gotten heavily burned on it today, and so have a lot of people that are with me right now. Good, honey bunny.
Too hard anyway.
And as you can see, we're monitoring my account to determine whether or not it's a good investment for everyone right now to come in on it this right now. Is this the low? Is it the bona fide low? We're going to let Catfish prove that. Hopefully, we're going to help them prove that I got it at the bona fide low, and now we'll see how high it'll go.
I'm gonna try to go to the store and get back before you pick the t-shirt thing. So I said I'll sit with you.
Okay. Well, don't rush and get.
I will rush out to go get some groceries and stuff. And I know you probably need milk.
Yeah. Well, let's look at JEM. Oh, sweet. Well, look at that. Nice. Okay, good. Well, fortunately, I just dollar cost averaged down when they ran it down there on me. All right, up $100 on it right now. Good deal. Well, you can't complain about that. Let's just run it up, man. JEM. I was just up 100 on it. There she goes. And right now, look, ladies and gentlemen, guess where they're sitting at? Right on my dollar cost average. What do you know? 652. Hanging out with Catfish Tyler at 652. hanging around me, just hanging around. Mm-hmm. Snapping up the 652 is what they're going to do. Grooving in the 652 range. Now they drop it back down. They took it right to my DCA, yank it back down to this wall of buying. The massive hordes of buyers that have already bought in this range right here. Look at all those buys there. It's too much support there, folks. It's going to hold up above this most likely. So I'll try to get 638. I'll try to buy some 641. There it goes. Back up over me. Ah, she's back over me again. And there she runs. Man, this thing's a little too volatile to me. I think I might want to get out while I got a profit on this thing. I'm going to sell it at 664. I just sold it at 666, folks. Now I'm going to sell 672. Then I'm up 119 on it. I'm also going to sell 675 now. And a number to sell again here, let them have it, 666. They liked buying there, so you might as well, while you're up $66 on it or whatever. And the buyer's going to come in down here. I'm trying to buy 638. Looks like I'm going to have to raise that to 644 now. 647. I'm raising it to 647. Buys at 647. And I just picked up a 647. And I just got a 642. Nice. And right back into this we come. Goodness gracious, man. JEM. Wow. Dropped it to 613 maybe. I'm trying to buy 613 here now. Goodness gracious. And the lowest they got it was 616, 615.01. 615.01 was all they could get. Oh, man, I'm getting out of this thing. When I go back green again, I'm out. JEM, my heart can't take it, folks. I'm getting out of this thing. If I go back up green again, which I think I will, then I'm going to be getting out. Oh, man. Ridiculous. Look at these massive swings, folks. They're freaking 50-cent swings, 60-cent swings on this. It's not for the weak, folks. And let's try my strategy though. We're just doing 20 shares at a time. We're going to try to buy 631 here. All right. 631, 633. We're going to play my dollar cost, my buy-sell sheet here. That's what we're doing right now. I'm going to be using my buy-sell sheet. And your sell should be at 644, 647, 48, 49, and 650 right here. If you can afford to do that. And let's look at SKYQ right here again. SKYQ. Okay, still down 8 here, 8,800. So it's definitely not surging. It was in the 7,800 range. Oh, no, it's definitely not surging. It's SKYQ's getting hit here, right here. Very jumpy with SKYQ right now. SKYQ jumping around a lot. The bid on it, too, is 494 bid, 495 ask. 494 bid, 495 ask. It's down 12% today, ladies and gentlemen, down 12%. Watching this on the chart, This is JEM right now, JEM. And the first established low, just so you know, and again, I just give you the information. I provide, you decide. There's one low and there's another low right there. So this afternoon on a rising 50 and 45, the first low was there, the second low was here, and the third low now is right here, right there. So and there it goes. It's flat top green now. JEM, flat top green. And take note that on these candlesticks, there's a lot more buyers right here now than sellers right here at this point. JEM, ladies and gentlemen. And it is making its move right now. You can see that clearly. It's starting to make a nice little duckbill rise here. That's a crocky gator, folks, right there. That's what you got your eyeballs on, is a crocky gator. And you can clearly see right there, there's his snout. He's opened his mouth right now. He's got Shorty involved, and he's going to be munching on Shorty right here. That's right, folks. You can see him right now. She's raising his head right up, and his snout is open, and he's biting Shorty right now. Shorty's scared. He should be. He's going to break the water completely over the nose snout line right there. When she comes over this line right here, she's on her way. Okay? It's JEM, folks. I'm telling you right now. She's already had a resistance right here, got her nose up above, and she's sniffing, and sniffing him out. Yeah. Boy, Carkey. Shorts on the barbie this afternoon, folks, for the Grocky Gator. Watching him right now. Rising. JEM. Yeah. SKYQ. JEM looks good here, folks. I'm telling you. SKYQ. Troubadour. It's a troubadour, folks. Look at it. A last double nut. The final double nut, ladies and gentlemen, on SKYQ. The last time you're going to see $4.93 for a price on this stock. That's my call. Last time you're ever going to see $4.93 right there. There was the 5-day once on that line. There's the 5-day twice on that line. And who wants to sell anymore on the 5-day double ta-ta? Huh? Who in the world wants to do that? Who wants to sell on a 50-day line of average, double ta-ta, perfect set, pair of, I'd say, A and a half and a B. And maybe even right now they're going to go for the total recall and see if they can pull that off right before 2 o'clock. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see them try the total recall right now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be surprised. Here they come. It's going to be the triple T. And right on a previous line of resistance over here, heavy line of resistance right there on the 5-day. The next line of resistance on the 5 is right here, folks. That's a long ways down. That's $4.92. And golly, that's where the price is right now, coincidentally. Huh. What do you know? The price is $4.92 right on this line, right there, the line of resistance. And if you look here, I know it sounds crazy, but look at the low that was just established, folks, where this line is, where my cursor is. Look at that white line. What number is that? 488. 488, everyone. Those of you that know my channel know how I tell you about that number being one of their favorite numbers to accumulate. And then they sell at the 520. And by the way, you can see if you look up at this line right here, what was it? 507? Man, this is probably 510, maybe. All right. So I see an established low there, and they're sitting on that line now, accumulating right now at 1:20 in the afternoon. Accumulating on this line, coincidentally, right there. Right there, accumulating on that line that was previously a line of the 5-day resistance right there. It resisted right there, the 5-day average. And then just now, they took a stab at that price. Boom. Which was where the 5-day was. It was down here. Understand? The 5-day moved up to here. The 5-day then resisted. So that became a very heavy line of resistance to the stock move from that price. Okay? So when they ran it down just now with just a spike, they got it to that number because they knew it wasn't worth trying to take it any further down because they already knew there was going to be massive resistance at that number right there, folks. At least that's the way I believe, and that's what I try to share with people. So today's low, it's not a coincidental number. It's not some just random, it's not just circumstance. It's not just, there's a reason that number is low. There it was again this earlier. And then, of course, there it was again where the 5-day resistance line was. That's why they took it to that line twice for the low today. Once there and the second time there. Okay? Now will we see a mirror? Because this drop right here is this drop right here. This is the very middle, folks. This is the very middle of this. This pop was this pop. This drop was this drop. And now this could easily be what we're about to witness next. I'm not guaranteeing you that. I make no guarantees, but this is starting to look oddly similar. Very, very similar back to back right here. What's going on right here? It looks very back to backish. Okay? It looks identical, folks, and they're using this. And then the move could be right back up. I'm telling you, folks, I'm not kidding. SKYQ. I know it sounds crazy, but I've seen it before, and I'm calling this the mirror. And this looks very similar with the top, the drop, the drop. You can see it, folks. It's mirroring. And there is this the equal low? Nope, they've actually taken it lower now. This is a new substantiated low right now on SKYQ. But are not sustained, by the way, just reached upon. And interestingly enough, I'll just make this comment. Interestingly enough, it did not reach or has not yet reached this line. It doesn't mean it won't, but this is a definite line of resistance on this stock, SKYQ here. And already it's run into resistance now at this point instead of that point. So I look at that as a glimmer of hope. Who knows? Who knows? They may run this thing right on down here, SKYQ, and just keep taking it down. Interestingly enough, I don't know what 13% does to them because that's not going to get any. Oh, I see. 13.66% down. All right, 13.13 now. Okay, I got it. 13.13. Look at that, folks. I bring out these numbers to you because it means something, folks, I think. Down 13.13. And coincidentally, that happens to hover right around their number, their favorite number, 488. So they can buy it at 488, and they've got it at 1313 down. Yep. Anyway, I just bring these things to people's. You consider what you want about it. But I want you to see something, folks. Take a look over here, and this looks good to me. It's SKYQ. I'm still going to tell you about it. I'm down on it, but I'm going to tell you about it. And right here, I saw the 5-day average on this stock stop right there. And then when I saw it run up and I witnessed where they took it to, I saw it drop to the same line. Okay? The exact same line. This is where the 5-day moving average stopped rising and where this line became resistance, and then it dropped, and then it blew over it. Then again, they touched it once there, hour ago. Then they Got a little spike at it again right there. And now they're taking it just below that 2 times. I mean, does that just get everyone out to just break their spine and make them think that it's completely over? You know, that it finally broke below that line? Or is it now sitting on that line? And it looks to me like it's just sitting there on that line. The price is just sitting there on that line. I'm really looking at this very, very, very strategically, folks. I'm telling you, I think it's a science, and so I really try to look at it really I really try to determine, what are they doing here? How are they doing it? What is going on? What's the volume on this freaking stock now at some crazy number? They've only got 4 million shares. Last time I looked at it, it was up to 15,425,000. How much is the volume now? 16,521,000. They've sold another million shares, folks. 16,521,176. 176. Now I keep track of this because apparently there's supposed to only be 4.7 million shares available, 4.79 million shares available to trade on this stock. There's supposed to only be 4 million. It's already traded 16 million instead of 4 million, over 16 million. And so 4 times as many shares of the stock that exists have been traded. And now I look at a line where I see some resistance, it looks like, to it being dropped anymore, but I don't know. And I also want to take a look at the stock JEM here. Wow. We buy. Yike. Look at it, folks. WBUY. Wow. And there goes SKYQ, folks. It finally starts to make its climb. It's climb time for SKYQ. Bid is 488, ask is 491, and both of those numbers are green. Bid is 488, ask is 491. Both numbers in the green. What do you know? They would want to buy this stock after running it down from $7.13 to a day low of, they try one more shot here at a 478 bid. Now it's 479 bid, raising it. The ask just dropped to 483. The bid is an ask just raised. Both are green. Bid 480, ask 484. Bid 480, ask 487. Now the bid 483, the ask 489. Oh my gosh.
Okay, got it on me.
Oh, wow.
I just changed.
Oh, man. Well, that's a messy thing, but it sure looks incredible. Wow. Guys and gals, you're not going to believe what my wifey poo just arrived with to help me get over my ass whooping today. Take this fish sandwich right here, folks. That's a fish sandwich. I believe, yes, it is definitely. It looks like cod. Oh my gosh, it looks fantastic, folks. It's fish that looks walleye. All right, here come the buyers now. It's time for this thing to explode. Let's get over with all the shenanigans. The fake shares must have run out now. The fake shares have to be gone at this stage of the game. I would believe. And in order for you guys not to have to listen to me, yes, I'm going to play you a little song here while I eat my quick sandwich here. And hopefully we'll see this SKYQ move right here. It looks like it's getting some excitement to it. And I'm going to play you a song that hopefully will relax you a little bit while we watch this thing hopefully rise here.
Hi, everyone. Well, I'm going to be slowing things down with this one. So, as the song is titled, relax.
All right. And let me eat the sandwich here.
Relax and slow things down. Stop running round and take it slow. Relax and realize that you don't have to worry so. It's time to face the facts. Cut yourself some slack. Yes, it's time to just sit back and relax. Relax and breathe in deeply, yes, completely. Let it go. Relax and have no worries. There's no hurry, take it slow. Relax for just a few. You'll be in a better mood. Have a whole new attitude when you relax. Relax, close your eyes and realize all is okay. Relax, close your eyes, let all your fears just melt away. Relax and just unwind, everything will turn out fine. Once you clearly clear your mind and just relax. Relax and just say screw it. You'll get through it, yes you will. Relax, there's nothing to it. You can do it, just lay still. Relax and let the stress and all the mess just fade away. Everything will be okay once you relax. Relax. Relax and take it easy. Leave your troubles all behind. Relax and take a breath, for you must rest from time to time. Relax and close your eyes, and you'll feel so good inside. Run and find some place to hide and just relax. Relax. Just relax.
All right. Well, it'll be a lot easier to relax if we see this thing relax. They relax their control over this price of this stock. Well, thank you for your patience while I enjoyed my little lunchtime snack. Let's see with SKYQ what they're going to really make it do. All right. And what I'm looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, is a stock that has never maintained this price range today. And in fact, as I look closely at these candlesticks, I can see that a great deal of these candlesticks were bought on the ask. In fact, at this range before, look, folks, I don't see any darkness like up here or up here or up here or up here. I don't see any darkness. All this was bought on the ask. So it's not going to stay here now. Most likely it isn't going to stay in this range. It's all already bought up by people expecting it to go higher. They were willing to pay the ask price here, folks, earlier. This is only up here was where they were dumping shares on the bid right there. All this was being dumped out, man, because they shorted this position. They were short selling all these shares here, just selling all those shares shorted. And they ran that thing down, and they ran it down and down and down to $4.66. $4.66. And now we enter the zone where the most shares could be bought at the low right here, $4.80 a share. Shorts, of course, know that this has been a big accumulation area for them, and they want to put in a halfie right below it of 479.98. It's not even a 4795. It's trying to buy 479.98. Oh my, not even the half, folks. And one thing I'll say about this stock, I don't see any spoof. Oh yeah, there's a spoof bid on it at 498 right now. 2,400 shares at 498 is the spoof bid. And earlier the spoof bid was 2,400 at 522. So they've moved it down from 522 to 498 now. Oh man, down to 498. The spoof bid down to 498 from 522 earlier. And that's on SKYQ. And I don't like that. That is definitely not good at all. And so I'm going to definitely be saying sayonara to these shares of SKYQ. But however, that being said, I will only start liquidating them if the price falls again below 466. I've got to see that first. And I'm not sure I'm going to see that happen. I just see a 477 now, which doesn't surprise me to see 477s. So I'm going to try to buy it at 477 because I think that's a good number. That's on my buy sheet there. Well, not, and why not? I bought it. I sold it earlier up here in the fives. So buy back 477, folks. If I feel like that's the bottom, it makes sense. SKYQ. Why not? Look over here. They've already run it down to this bottom and nutsacked it for friggin' an hour. They sat there and held that thing, or at least 30 minutes. So they're just on the same dang line again for how long? Briefly, I guarantee you. I don't think they're going to keep it here, folks. So I'm going to buy here. I just don't think they're going to be able to keep it here for any amount of time like they did over here, where they held it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 minutes. I just don't think they're going to hold this line again there. I just don't. I could be completely wrong. I've been wrong about this dang stock all day long, but I don't think they're going to hold 477. So I just bought it there, and we'll see. I'm only buying 20 freaking shares of it. I've still got too many of it as it is. Way too many shares of this. I'm holding way too many shares of this stock. But, hey, I take my lumps. Yep, I just got it at 477. Well, it's a sour way to end up a Friday, having had such a great week behind us. Because every single day this week, I know I was making fairly good profits, 1,000 or 1,500 or so each and every day. And it really does take you back when you take a hit this big. I know, folks. And I'm still watching it. I'm still buying it even here, thinking, well, I see this number over here as the low, and it was well below where we are now. I'll just tell you that right now. So I'm going to move this line up here down to here so you can see where the low was, just so you get a little bit of feeling, a sense of there's some light at the end of the tunnel. This was the low right there, that price. That was $4.66, folks. And how many times have you ever seen that as a low and bought 466 and then sold that at 502, 503, 504 with me? How many times have you done that? Bought the 466 and bought it and sold it as high as 513 or even 520. So we've done it a lot of times, folks. So here we are again. And they're trying to visit what low is this now? They're trying to get you to be scared of now. Oh, I'm sorry. What's the number they're trying to put fear into you now with? Where they just dropped it to? What number was this? Right there. Right there. Come on. There. What number is that? 471. The new fear factor number, 471. That's supposed to make you just be overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. 471. And I just sold JEM at 667. All right. I'm making money on that one. Yeah. All right. Yes. Somebody said, smooth move, sweetie Petey. STAK halted going up. Oh, thank you. STAK. Thank you, guys. STAK. I'm ready. Halted on the rise. Up 156%. Okay. All right. STAK. Let's ride this pony. I'm up $39. Now I'm up 41. Let's ride this horsey. Come on. Giddy up, baby. Let's go. It's time to make our money back that we lost today. Gonna ride this pony. Let's ride this white horse. Yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 42.60. And I'm accumulating. I'm accumulating with all you guys. Oh yeah. Up $40 on it now. Price is 337. And ladies and gentlemen, here's how we're going to ride this horse. And I got 3,600 to buy with, so I can be going in here about 180 at a time at these lows. And we're looking for a buy right now at 333. We're going to be using my buy sell sheet to do it with. And we're going to buy also here, try to buy 331. 331. There it is. Just picked it up there. And now she's already jumped up to 345. So that's a good buy there. And then our sell is going to be, and I need to do it in 20 share increments. Sell is going to be at 347 here now and 344. And I'm up $55 on this position. Now up 15.10 on it. They just dropped it down to near my dollar cost average. And I'll buy it right here, 20 shares. Close to my DCA. There we go. I got it at 325. Now she's at 337. And I remember we're selling 343, 344 here. And let's sell it at 343, 44, 47, 49, and 50. Okay? All right, we're going to sell all those numbers, and then we're buying back here down after. We're going to try right now. I got a dollar cost average of 312 on this. So I'm going to come in right now on my buy sell sheet. The number for me here would be 325 for sure. And also 330 again. 330 is a buy. 329 is a buy here. But your sells are going to be right up here, folks. 343, 44. Just watch what I'm doing here, folks, and you can. This is basically my method of day trading right here. Bear witness to it. I know where these lines of resistance are going to be, and when on a runner like this one, I just sold it at 343 and 44 and 53, and now we're selling it at 350. Oh yeah, we're out here. Yep, for sure. I just sold at 369. And I'm going to sell 372 right now. I just sold 372. Yes, I'm up 127, and I'm going to sell here 399 for sure. And yes, indeed, you're selling here. Oh, yeah. It's up 122 on it right now. STAK. STAK. Bring your buys up here, folks, to 339. 339. 344, 342, 43, and 44. Yep. Oh, yeah. Look at those buybacks now. 366. Are you kidding me? I'm in. After just selling in the 390s, 66s. Oh, yeah. Up 113 on this, and I got 80 shares right now. Trying to buy 366, and I'm going to go for 360 here. 360, and I'm going to go for the stock I'm trading here is STAK, ladies and gentlemen, STAK. And I just got a 366, looking now for 360 and 361. And now I'm going to be selling here, ladies and gentlemen, at $3.82. I'm going to sell at 382. I've got 100 shares, and I'm going to sell at 383. There we go. And I just bought at 359. I just got 359, and I'm waiting now for 344, 343, 342, 341. That's what I'm waiting on right now. And I'd also like to get up at 354 here. I could. 352 would be sweet. They should easily come on down to that right now. I've got 20 shares of it now. Now I've got 180 shares. Just filling at 360 just then. Good. I'm going to try that again. 360 one more time. I'll tap that one more time. Now she's off to 366. We'll go ahead and try 362 here. And I just picked up a 362. And now we're at 362, 363. Oh, there's a nice one. I snatched 359 right there. Just got a 359. And I'm going to go out 375. I'm going to go out 375, 376, 377. That's right. And I'm going to go out 372 as well after just buying those 362s. And my dollar cost average now is $3.44 a share. I'm up $113 on this position right now, and I'm trading the stock STAK. I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, and I'm trying to teach people how I day trade, what my method is. I have a buy-sell sheet, and these numbers are on it, and I just got it. The numbers I just called out, 341, 2, and 3. Very nice. And right now, my DCA is right there. They just hit my DCA and let me fill those orders. It was perfect, folks. Woo! Man, that was sweet. Picked up those right below my DCA there. That was really sweet. And I knew they'd come after my DCA once they knew what it was. They'd come down and try to run it down below me. And now she's gone, bounces right off of me. It's very nice. I feel very grateful. And those shares that I just bought there, it's that I'm going to sell them to you at 366. The ones I just bought at 243. Now I'm going to sell them back to you at 366 and 360. Okay. So there's yours. Enjoy. The ones I just bought from you at 342, 43, and 44, I'm going to sell them back to you at 366 a share. 360 is coming up first. Here we go. So we're going to dump 20 here at 360. Look at them stopping at 359.99. It said 360. And the stock I'm on is STAK, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trading here. I just sold 360. All right. Yes. Just sold the 360. Yes. Oh, yeah. And I expected to sell it. That's why I sold it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it was sold, in case you're not aware. That's the reason it sold. And now we're going to sell it again to them at 364. There it is. Take it, 364. There you go. Now I just sold it 374. Okay, yeah. That's right. Sold it there, folks, at 374. Yeah.
That was easy.
Oh, yeah. All right. Goodness gracious. It's fantastic. All right. Absolutely. Yes. Come on now. Let's run it up. STAK. Trying to buy it now 2 cents below me for a brief moment there. Look at them hanging out 2 cents under my DCA here. Yeah, they're hanging under me 2 cents, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody likes to be below me. Yep. Everybody likes to be below me. Yep. And be like me. Be liking that number where my DCA is, 390, 352 right there. And now she's off to the races. Let's go. Let's pop this thing, man. Let's go. There she pops. She's popping now. She's popping. I got 320 shares of this stock, STAK. Looking at it on the chart right now, here's what it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. STAK. Building a nice little shoulder on it right there. Man, that's a nice shoulder, folks. That's not a spike. That 5 day's not spiking right there. And I'm just here to tell you right now, listen, folks, that 5 day line on this stock is not a spike and drop. It's not a needle point, okay? That is a shoulder. You look down here, I'll show you the difference. This is a needle point right there. That's a needle point, okay? This is not a needle point on the 5 day average right now on this stock, STAK. All right? That's a shoulder building. That's a shoulder with the 5 day rising right up underneath it and the 10 day. Man, look at that. Look at that red belly blue back right down here, folks. Look at the gap from the 45 to the 50 day. I just bought STAK there. I just picked it up at 337, it said. It said I just got it at 337 a share. All right. STAK. Well, SKYQ. What a pair there. What a perfect. She's looking this direction right here, folks, but she's done looking that way. Now she's going to turn and walk away. All right? SKYQ. She's facing this direction right here where my hand is, and she has a perfect set there. But now it's time to button it up. Yep, and I could be wrong, but let's just see if I'm right or not. And let me show you something. You see the way they attacked this down from this price here and dropped it so quick right there? You see that? Well, you better watch out because it can dang sure do the exact same thing right now. I'm telling you guys, if you're shorting this thing, I'm telling you, I've seen it before. What am I feeling here? I just sold something. Holy smokes. 427. What am I up on? STAK. They're going to freeze this, folks. They're going to halt it. I guarantee you they're going to halt this stock. Yep, I guarantee you they've halted this thing. I guarantee it, it's been halted. Oh my gosh, and I'm up $348 on this thing. And they halted it. Dang. Man, you guys called it out. SKYQ, I got to get over to it while they're halting this. Holy smokes. Hey, look at SKYQ right here, folks. What's going on with that thing? Something's gotten lit into it. Oh, nice. SKYQ. Look at it jerk. Oh my gosh. Look at it yanking up through here. Folks, look at how fast it fell through here. There's no resistance here. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no resistance here from this price down to here. That's why it's shooting up so fast through it. Oh my God. SKYQ, an unenveloped candlestick right here almost. 485. Oh my gosh. And they just had the low at what price? 468. 468. Look at that. Look at that little pair right there. Boom. And then look at it, man. SKYQ. $486. Man, I tell you what, there's been a lot of buying on this stock up here. It should go from 483 up to 491 pretty quickly here, folks, possibly. Listen, I'm telling you, there's a gap from right here to here. And then if it breaks this number, there's a gap from there. Ooh. Oh, man. Huge gap above that. It's just gone if it breaks that number. I'm telling you. Right now, there's a gap from here to 491. From 487 to 491 is a gap. And then it should, since that was so heavily sold, it should go right on over this. This looks very promising, folks. I'm just going to tell you right here and now. This stock, to me, SKYQ, it looks very promising. Okay, that's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to go any further. I provide, you decide. And the shill bid, the spoof sell is now at 496. The spoof sell is at 496. So they believe the price is going to 496. That's what they think. 2,400 shares at 496. So that's what they think it's going to. All right. I'm just letting you know how this works. That spoof, watch this number change as this price rises if it does. Watch them move this 2,400 share order up to here. Okay? Watch and see if I'm not right or not. Because first of all, I already believe that this is going to go over these numbers pretty quickly and back up here to 492. And then I believe once it gets to 492, that all this will be run past pretty quickly to 496. And then really all of this, I believe, was pretty much all totally oversold. But I also can see at some of these numbers, there was a lot of buying interest, buying on the ask. Right here, buying on the ask. Buying the ask at these numbers. They thought that was a great buy right there, 493, 94, 95. So they were paying the price right there, just like I did. Some of them did. So here we go. We're going to go up over 487, 488. They maxed out. They printed both those numbers. They've already printed both of those numbers. These have been printed. Should go over that and then gap up to 492. There's never been anything here really at 489, 490, 491. They've had twiddly D down here for shares down there at that price. Numbers they couldn't even print before. So it didn't stay in this range before when they were running it down. And likely when it breaks over this, it won't stay in this range as it rises. It should just go right over this to 492. I keep saying that, but I'm waiting to see if it happens or not. You can certainly see the things they are a changing with this stock right now. You can certainly see that, aren't you? Aren't you see that? A deep vaggy right there. Didn't even get a pair there. Just one deep vaggy. That's all that is. And if it goes over this line, it's got a very good chance to gap up to this price right here. And that price is around 490 a share. Oh, she's there, folks. Well, where does she gap up to after that? She gaps to 494, and then she's gone right up to 499 again, and then boom, she's breaks over 5. Oh my. Well, this is the stock, and they sure did herk and jerk it all the way through this price. So I think this is pretty freaking bare right here. I'm just going to tell you. I don't think there's jack crap to stop this thing from going right on up if the volume comes in on it. Because they sure did clean it out good through here already. Man, that thing's been shaven bald. And they know that. Oh my, they know it. Believe me, they are very well aware of it. Look at that good shoulder building on it, folks. It's a shoulder, and it's breaking over the 50-day, folks. I'm telling you, the 10 days breaking over, and that is a freaking shoulder there. Rooster head has not even got a big old crown on it there. This is a shoulder, folks, and this is a breakover of the 50 and 45, which are both on the rise. And pretty soon, this dark blue is going to cross over the red, and then you're going to have yourselves a red belly blue back, I call it. And that thing's going to go nuts. This stock could really move, okay? Now, I'm not guaranteeing you anything that's going to happen. I have no way of knowing for certain. I have no way. They could go and borrow a bunch of shares against this right now and try to short sell it down, those numbers. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it looks promising. SKYQ. It looks promising. This is a shoulder, okay? And this is a breakover of two of the lower, longer term averages, okay? And of course, yeah, peck at it once. Peck it to 482.83, one of their favorite numbers to buy in. And I'm down a lot on this stock today. There's no doubt about it. I've taken a hit on this. But I got to keep an eye on the other one, too. Yep. Let's get over here back to STAK. Oh, they cut it loose. All right, well, then you ought to already know you should sell 413, which I just sold 414, and you should sell 419, and you should sell 420 without a doubt. It's a definite no-brainer. Always sell that. Yep, these are all numbers you should be selling. Any of these upper teens or sells always, especially the first time over. The first time over, especially. These are sells. Look at that. And they dropped it right back from 413 to 408. I just sold 425. Nice. Up 337. I'm going to sell I'm going to sell right now. Sell right now at the bid. I just sold 472. I just sold 499. Wow. And they're going to halt it at 499. Halted at 499, up $422. Wow. STAK. All right. I've only got 60 shares left of it. I just sold all of it. Beautiful. And by the way, now take a look. Take a look at the spread between the bid and the ask right now. Look at it. There's only a 1 penny spread between the bid and the ask, everyone. You know, when they're going to try to attack it off of a big number and run it down, they'll have a bid right here at $4 instead of $4.99. They'll have the bid down at $4.25 or something. 408, right? When they're really attacking it off of a high number and going to yank it down, man, they'll have that doggone bid down to 408, 413. They'll let them load in sell orders and let them sell it, and they'll just sell, and sell this thing all the way down to 413 or 430 a share, 431. They'll sell it down 66 cents sometimes, folks. I've seen it. Now, SKYQ. All right. Well, they're still holding it. They're still manufacturing shares, I guess, at 486 a share. I wonder how many shares this stock has sold now. Boy, howdy. Take a look at this line down here on it, though. SKYQ. Jeez, just let it run. Just let it run off that and go. Go. Let it blow down the highway. Let it fly. Let it sky. Let it run for Catfish Ty. Let the buyers start to buy. And all the shorts begin to cry as she flies. That's my request. And the request of all who are listening here today. Let this thing go. Let the shenanigans be gonigans. Let the plastic shares melt away. And only the real shares be available to trade. We don't want any synthetics. Eliminate the synthetics for us, Lord. Eliminate the non-existent shares. Eliminate the black pool, the dark pool. Let everything be up and up. And goodness gracious, now I get a buy at 482 on this thing. Well, hey, listen, you bet I'm going to buy there. I sold it at freaking over 5. So I'm going to be buying it here now. This is one of my favorite numbers to buy, folks, and theirs as well. You can see that today. They've kept it down here, and they've just been buying it over and over with somehow shares that keep coming up at 480 a share. I don't know. It's unexplainable. Like many things are today in this world, they're just plain out unexplainable. You can't comprehend why and how. But they do it somehow. SKYQ. I'm only buying a few shares here because I'm just trying to buy where everybody else is buying the dang things. Everybody else is buying them right there, it looks like. So I figure, what the heck, I might as well buy them at 481 with everybody else is buying them right here. They seem to be in love with that number or liking it a lot. So SKYQ, I figured, hey, maybe this is the final stab at it right here around 2 o'clock before it really gets the goose and goes. And I already see that at the low of the day, 466, they had a very modest 558 shares. That's $2,600, ladies and gentlemen. At the very lowest price of the day, even though today This stock has traded over $77 million worth of value. At the low of the day, there was only $2,600, ladies and gentlemen. And the stock I'm talking about here is SKYQ, being driven down from a price of $7.13 this morning in the pre-market to a low of $4.66, Savannah, and they're waiting to buy 558 shares. 558 shares at $4.66 for the low. It's amazing, folks, that they somehow achieved their favorite number for a low to get in, the 466. And then when it was there was only $2,600 worth of it available. But then mysteriously, up here where we are now at 480, there's 295,000, not just 2,600, but 295,000. It's 5% of how many shares are available of this stock, by the way. 5% at 295,000, roughly 5%. So there's another 5, that's 10%, 4%, 14%. Anyway, I'm just showing it to you, folks. You decide. I provide, you decide. I'm just trying to pick up a few cheap shares here at 481 right now, and I'm looking over here at the chart, and I see it's a green flat top on it as I speak right now, so who knows? And I'm just right now sort of on a wing on a prayer on this one. If it takes off, I wouldn't be surprised at all, though, because I see the gap above here. I see the potential for a gap up. If the volume comes in, if the buyers come in, if they want to get in, I don't know whether they will or not. But I'm watching that chart. And right now, I saw a deliberate effort to sell against it, and it is resiliently rising again off that effort. All right? That's all I can tell you. There's a very heavy-duty double whammy effort to sell right there. 2 back-to-back candlesticks trying to sell out this stock, and it resiliently starts to rise right on up. And the reason it is because this is where the 200-day moving average is. It's up above. And that 200-day moving average being up above here is pulling the 50 and 45-day up. You can see it. The dark red right there and the dark blue, that's the 50-day and 45-day. And they're getting driven. They're getting rising. They're rising here. And they're rising. And then they try to push the price down below this rising because this is where the 200 is. That's why it's pulling them up. And I think it's going to pull this up right on up over this here in just a little bit. It already has. Over here, it had the effect already. And it's having the same effect now. The 200 up here draws it upwards. I have no idea if that's really going to happen or not. I'm just hoping it does right now at this point for everybody. SKYQ. And it got me today. And that being said, I'll just make this other comment. It's not uncommon for them to make things look like they're asleep and that they're done and that it's all over and step away, and then things mysteriously occur. And right now, all I care about is the top of this here. Now, I also want to jump back over real quick onto the other one that's probably unhalted now and see where it is. Let's go see where that one went to. STAK. Halted at 499 still. Okay. Well, might as well try to buy at 4. I've got a bid at 3. My dollar cost average is $3.48. My DCA is $3.48 on this one. And this is what the chart looks like over here on it right now. That's what the chart looks like right now. And the stock is STAK. And I just bought some SKYQ at the 79-cent mark. SKYQ. Well, it says here, following gains established during the previous session, SKYQ stock is now down. Well, that's old news. That was definitely old news. No, I'm kidding. STAK is what I'm looking for, not that one. STAK. Halted on circuit breaker up 223%. Halted on circuit breaker up 72%. Shares of STA trading higher by over 60% during Thursday's session because STAK, as traders focus on a rebound attempt of the stock's longer-term uptrend structure. The stock rebounded from trading lower this week as energy prices retreated following progress in U.S.-Iran negotiations. And that was on July the 16th, folks. That was on July the 16th. So that is not current news. There is no current news I see on STAK. I don't know why it's on the move, STAK. But when it opens up, you better keep your eyes on it. I got 60 shares long. And I'm going to go back over to SKYQ because I like this. SKYQ. This is what SKYQ looks like right this moment. It is certainly sitting on a previously known, well-established low, which was right here where they got it for about 40 minutes. They acquired this stock on this price line. And now, coincidentally, they've driven it down and they're hogging it up again on the same line. Yep. No interest in really making it go any lower. They're just going to sit here and drift along with it on that same line, as they got it earlier this morning before they ran it up. So there they are at the same point on SKYQ. The only big difference is the last time they accumulated at this line, the 200 was way up above. And so they've just worked this thing down so hard and so long that the 200 is now very close in the range of it. So now it starts to have an attraction to this. Over here, it really didn't attract much and couldn't move it up. It makes it fall. But here, now we start to get an attraction to the 200-day moving average because it's getting closer. It's getting closer. And we're going to see an attraction up to this 200. That's my call, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I'm just letting you know the chances are, especially off this line, which they were already at over here, big time accumulating on it before, and there they just got it for a little while. And there it goes. You can clearly see it right now, rising straight on up. What a surprise. And look at the buyers coming in mysteriously. Like I said, just like magic, folks. Whoa, ho, ho, it's magic. You know, yeah. You guys were thinking that song, some of you already. Look at that. It's magic, folks. It's just freaking magical. An unexplainable spike that no one saw coming. But there it is, out of nowhere. Finally, they decided, I guess, to stop with the shenanigans and make some money today. I guess that's what they're doing here. SKYQ. That's right. SKYQ. Oh, my. Look at that thing starting to surge here. Man, oh, man, she's going to break this line of resistance. Oh, yeah, this line of resistance, folks. Price is about to scoot right over that, man. Look at this thing. Beautiful. The 5-day crossing up over the 10-day average here on this mysterious interest in the stock all of a sudden that nobody cared about all morning and all day long. Nobody was interested in this thing at all. Just drive it down, scare everyone out, throw it down, beat it down, beat it down to 466 a share. Then when you get down to 466 a share, you buy how many shares? $2,600 worth. 558 shares at 466. Here at 482, they're done, 483, and now this will shoot right up to 487 again, 488. There's never been anything in this range here. Won't stay there now, most likely. But I could be wrong. Hey, she's starting to rise against all odds. Against all odds, ladies and gentlemen, there she goes. SKYQ. There it goes. SKYQ. Let it fly. Let's just watch this thing skyrocket. Watch it get halted. Oh, yeah, they'll halt this thing. They'll halt this thing as soon as it gets to the 200-day moving average. They'll halt it. At $4.99 a share, this one will get halted too at $4.99. Telling you, when it starts its run, and it is right now, you can see the buyers are coming in. The green is getting bigger. Yes, sir. There's a glimmer of hope. My last buys were at 477 and 476, so there you go. And I got some 472 and 73s as well. Huh. Well, looky there. She's already going back up over 487.88, and she's going to ride right on past this 485 and 86. She's on her way up past all of this. Oh, man, you guys might just crap your pants if this thing ran all the way back up into the sixes right here, and it could easily. Oh, man, after today's manipulation down, man, they wanted everybody out. Look at over here at the chart. Look at it springboard right over the freaking 50 now on this mysterious run. Now we got a new candlestick starting up here, totally unenveloped. Folks, I'm telling you, this is the stock right now, SKYQ, with an unenveloped red candlestick up here. You can already see, well, it is actually enveloping this candlestick wick right here a little. But man, oh man, look at that. 5-day over, the 10-day over, the 50, the 45. And this blue, dark blue 45, you better watch out if it crosses up over that red one. If this line right here that you see here turns in from red and blue to just blue here, that's going to be trouble for you, shorty. All right? I'm telling you, because that means that the 45 is crossing up over the 50-day. And that's not good for you, shorts. I'm just letting you know. Well, this isn't good for you anyway, just seeing this thing break over the doggone thing. And now an unenveloped green is just doesn't look good. No, but it looks great for the longs, though. And watch this 5-day, folks. This is a critical line where the 5-day stopped before. Right here, you can see twice they stopped it at this point. So watch and see what they try to do here if it gets over this line. You can see them try to throw something at it right there to try to douse that out. They don't want that to cross that line. This has been where they've always thrown at it. Look at the big red spike there trying to stop that thing from crossing that line. So somebody's got some power to throw some big numbers at it to drop it. But look at that. It starts bouncing up again. And the stock I'm talking about is SKYQ. And they're doing a good time, making a good time of it right here, building a shoulder at a number where they never could get any more shares. They didn't get a chance to print the number here at 84, 80, 84 or 85. They never have been able to print there. They just didn't have enough shares to print to throw out there before. So I don't know where they're getting any to throw out now. They should already all be gone. All the shares are already sold, folks. They've already sold freaking 10 times over or something like that. The stock only has so many shares. SKYQ only has 4.79 million shares outstanding. 4.79 million outstanding and a 4 million float. When did they run out? Have they run out now finally? Oh, yeah. And I called this, and she's going over the 87, 88 now. She's going to move beyond that. She should move right on past all this bull crap up here and all this heavy selling earlier in the 511s and 12s. She should, man. She sure should. There seems to be nobody in fear of buying it here at 485, that's for sure. And there seems to be there's a limitless number of sellers apparently there as well, selling shares that where they get them, I don't know. I call them, I start calling them counterfeit. There's a 487 already. Well, there we go, folks. We're going to see if it can break over this line right now. If it breaks over this line, it might have a very nice run in this afternoon. We'll see what happens. We've still got an hour and a half before the market closes, and we're watching it closely. SKYQ, folks. We have reason to keep our hearts and minds on it. And we're looking at the chart. SKYQ. What's it going to do? 5-day is looking good. We like the 10-day supporting it, rising underneath. We like the 50 and 45 rising underneath. Look at the 10-day rising. Look at the 5-day kicking up now. Flat top green on this candlestick right now, ladies and gentlemen. The stock that we're looking at, this is SKYQ, and that is a nice flat top green on it, and it continues to climb. New candlestick forming above here now, and more buyers coming in than sellers on SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen. That's the stock I'm trading today. I started trading this because this morning the price was at $7.13 a share. $7.13 a share in the pre-market. And when they ran it down from 713 down to 460, I started buying it. And the reason I did that was because Jayhawk had already started buying it in the pre-market at 460 and sold it over 7, I think twice. So he bought it at the 460 range, sold it over 7, bought it back around 460 again, 464, I think he said, and sold it over 7 again. And he made I don't know how much he said he made this morning in the pre-market on it, but he made a bunch of money on it this morning in the pre-market. So therefore, once it got from the back up over the 7s again when the market opened, then when it dropped back down to 460 again, I thought that was a good spot. So I started buying there at 460 a share because I thought, okay, they just run it back down to 460 and then they might probably easily take it right back up over 7. But oh my, no. And by the way, they'd already sold about 2 million of their 4 million shares that are available outstanding. So I thought, okay, they've sold half of the shares that are available, and the price is now down to 460. They'll have another half as many again, 2 more million to keep selling it down, I guess, and then they're going to run out at 4 million shares, and then the price should, with the law of supply and demand, start to rise. So when they drove it down from 466 to 450, I bought more. I bought a little more, and I was only buying 20 shares at a time when it was at that price range. So I wasn't going in very heavy, and I had about $29,000 to put in my paper money account. So what I decided to do was, all right, here's what I'll do. I'll just keep nibbling at it as it falls. And so it just kept falling and falling, and when it got down to what was it, 493. Then I started buying heavily around 60 shares at a time, around 493. I had no idea that they were going to get it as low as they did. And right now, my dollar cost average on it is 490. Where is it? Hold on. $524. So, man, this thing's got to go a long ways to get to my DCA yet. And it probably isn't going to, but take a look here. This is SKYQ right now, folks. And I can guarantee you, this thing hasn't fallen asleep completely. There's no doubt about it. You can see that. There's still plenty of interest on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, and they've tried to make you think here all afternoon that no one was interested. And Catfish told you this thing could easily blow over all this oversold numbers up here. I already told you it could easily blow over all these numbers and go right back up. I called it earlier today, and I see it now taking place, folks. I see it happening now. Look at this thing. I told you it wasn't going to stay at 487, 488, 89, or 90. It was going to go to 492. I saw the gap, and I told you it's going to gap up. It's going to go to 492. And then from there, man, it could go right on over all this oversold BS. Because there's already been buyers that bought it on the ask at 492, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, buying on the ask at 98, 99, buying it at $5 on the ask, and buying at 501 on the ask. I already saw that. I saw all that. There was buyers earlier at those numbers. Well, I'll tell you what, though, whoever's coordinating this has done an absolute brilliant job today. And even at this stage, they continue with their let's make it obvious, okay? That's what I'll just call it there. It's make it obvious that there aren't any more shares, but we're still going to have shares where there aren't any. Let's make all of the longs realize that no matter how few shares are out there available to trade, we have a way of continuing to sell shares that are not there. We have a way of doing that. And we'll break their spines, making them think that there's just no way around it, that we have it under complete control. And it does definitely appear that way. If you agree with me, I think many should agree with me. Jamie Lynn Turner, should I buy now? Yeah, I think this is a very safe area to buy this stock. I sure do. Yes, I do. Right now, here on this line where they just drove it down to, you can see this has a wick on the bottom of it that's getting longer. And the bottom of this candlestick is just sitting here. And you can see the 5-day just made a 90-degree turn to the upside. And you can see this wick is rising. Now, I can't guarantee you that it's going to go up. This thing has surprised me all day long. It really has. Man, it's whipped me around. But, folks, I think it's going to make a nice move. I think it's going to make a nice move in the after hours. I really do. And I could be completely wrong, but I think the stock is actually going to move in the after hours. It has the feeling this afternoon of wanting to go up. It sure does. And there's been plenty here aggressive sells with the price resiliently bouncing. Look at all those red efforts there. They started with a lot, then a little bit less, then a little bit less to push it down, down, down. But now look at it rising against that aggression, just resiliently rising. SKYQ. And, well, countless shares at 487 and 488. We all know they love to buy and accumulate that number, that's for sure. And then what do you know? Just hours later, they're selling it at 520 a share. Following gains established during the previous session, SKY stock is now down. SKY Quarry is an integrated energy solutions company created to address the environmental issues caused by the landfill disposal of waste asphalt roofing shingles. The company uses an established oil extraction technology. Pardon me. Well, right now, it surely doesn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me anymore about this market, but I was very much surprised today. But I guess I should never be surprised by the amount of shares that they can continue to create, it appears. And it does get discouraging after all week long. We've had such a great week making thousands of dollars every single day. Pretty much every day this week, I was over a grand. And today really knocked this wind out of me on this one, man. They got me good on SKYQ. Whoever's doing it to it. And unfortunately for me, even if they do make a big run on it here in the after hours, I won't be able to make the gains on it because I'm using this paper money account and I won't be able to make the gains. But I know a lot of you today are down a lot. And believe me, I've had days just like this. I know exactly how it feels, man, when you get burned after having a great week. It's a sucky Friday. I'll just go ahead and say that. But I'm not going to be discouraged because I know that all about trading, ladies and gentlemen, is all about attitude. Okay? And you have to have, even in spite of days when you take a hit, your attitude must be that 9 times out of 10, I don't take the hit. I'm the one hitting it out of the park. So that's the odds that I'm in right now with my success versus my losses. And today, honestly, when they were running it down and they had it down, 10%, I saw that and I said, okay, they just triggered 10% stop losses. This is a good place to see it fall to 12% and then buy some. Well, now they've got it down to 14%. But my question is why? There certainly isn't anybody expecting to trigger any stop losses down 14%. People don't put them in there. So there's no reason really to have it down 14%. And but that would be about where you would expect it to fall if they triggered the 10% stop losses, right? But instead, they've been able to sort of hold this thing captive here at and even lower, SKYQ, 466 for the low. And I already determined at 558 shares, that works out to be, 558 shares is $2,600. $2,600 to acquire shares today. When they got it to $4.66, $2,600. So now I want to get back over to the other stock. And you guys have all been calling it out all afternoon, so I decided to go over and get some of it. And so we're going to take a look now at the other one that I just picked up, which was STAK. STAK. Still halted at 499. How convenient of them to halt this at 499. Well, tell you what, not only am I going to have I'm going to put my sell orders in here. I'm going to put one in at 530 a share. And I'm going to try to sell one at 566. And I'd also like to get a 549. If I can get out at those numbers, man, I'll be as happy as a clam, man. I'll be up over 422 on this position. I'll be up over maybe around 500 if I can sell those shares up there. STAK is the stock. They've halted it at 499. Man, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to go ahead and you might even want to put your sell orders in higher if you own more shares than I do now. You might want to put them all the way up here. Some of them, see, they got sell orders at 596. 596. And that's not a dumb number to put in to sell. Because who knows after this thing cuts loose what it's going to spring forward to. We know one thing, the bid is 1 penny behind the freaking ask as it's running up. So it's going to probably go on up and surge. But I'm not going to get greedy, folks. Thank you for calling that stock out and kind of putting a little bit of gold on this very tarnished day. I appreciate that very much. You guys called that out at the right time. And JEM, where are we at with that? I've got 430 of that. JEM. All right. JEM, ladies and gentlemen, right here. JEM, very herky-jerky today. And the one thing I like about where I got in, look at this line of resistance once, line of resistance twice, but if you go back, it was a line of resistance 3 times. And right here and here. So this is a very, very, very well-established line of resistance right there. Very well-established line of resistance. And so when it bounced off that, it shouldn't have surprised you, folks. And also, when it was at this line of resistance, here, the 200-day was way down here. When it touched it right here, the 200 again was way down here. But now they try to drop to that resistance, and the 200, well, that's where it friggin' is, people. So that's why that's such a good buy there. That was why we had a good buy there, JEM. It's a great place to buy. There we go. And I'm up on it now. Up $27 on it right now. And as I said, that place where we bought it was a very good place to buy. And it was such a good place to buy that now is where they're trying to hold the price. And as you can see, at that price, almost the most shares they could acquire down here, 552,000. 300, 300, 300, but on that number, 553,000. My dollar cost average, folks. My dollar cost average. And I told you why that was such a good line to buy, why it was going to be a bottom. And just look how hard they're trying to hold it there now on that number. Okay? And it's, again, JEM. JEM. I show you again right now. This was a steady resistance line. Stopped it there, stopped it there, stopped it there, stopped it there. Stopped it there, stopped it there, stopped it there again. But from that line, look how far it went compared to how high it rose. Look how far it dropped below compared to how high it rose. Look at how far it dropped below compared to how high it rose. And again, look how high, far below it dropped to compared to how high it goes. Well, it's probably going to go to at least this line right about here, right now, over here where this was all. So it's probably going to go at least there. And since they fleeced this out so much, it might even just jump right back up to there right now. Yep, it sure could. Bid 631, ask 645. 14-cent spread between the bid and the ask on this stock. 14-cent spread between the bid and ask. Bid is now 635, ask is 645. Both numbers are green. The bid is 635, ask 645, and both of those numbers are green. JEM is the stock. JEM is the stock. I've already put in where the lines of resistance are on this stock as it goes up. I've already got them put in here. In fact is, if it goes over this stock, well, then it's going to come down to this line right there. Right here is where it's going to be. The next line of resistance on this stock is going to be right there. At that point is the next line of resistance. If it crosses over, the 5-day crosses that line. If this 5-day can cross this line, the next line of resistance is there, and then nothing above that to all the way up, all the way up. It is a huge gap, folks, I'm telling you, on this stock. If you don't believe me, come back over here and look at this. See the gap from here up to there, and from there down to here, from here up to there, and from there down to here, from here up to there, from there down to here. There's a huge gap, folks. From here up to here, there's a huge gap. This is a huge gap. JEM. I'll bring this over to where it is right now. You got to see this, folks. JEM. And what you need to understand is from off of this price right here, JEM, there is a gap from here to here and from here down to here with a little one right there, a little bit of resistance right there and a little bit of resistance right there one time. But from here generally to there, there's a gap, okay? And there always has been when it went every time, folks, there's been a gap on it. See the blue line? There's a gap from there to there and from here down to there, okay? And there's a gap from here up to there and from there down to here. And there's a gap from here up to there and from there down to here. And there's a gap from here up to there. See? Okay? And so right here, that's why they fought it so hard when it started to come up and stifled it there, because they know if it went over that number, there's a freaking gap up to freaking here, all right? Minimum to this price. But that's why they stopped it right there this afternoon. Just keep in mind that when they stopped it here, the 200 was way down here. And the next time they stopped it right there, the 200 was here. And then when they stopped it here, the 200 was there. And now they're stopping it here again, and the 200 is rising even higher. And the stock is JEM, everyone. JEM. JEM. Yep, I think there's news on STAK. $13.59. STAK shares halted on circuit breaker to the upside. Stock now up 223%. All right. Now looking at SKYQ. What have they been doing with it? Oh, they drove it down to this low. It rose up above. They drove it down below that low. It rose above. They drove it to the low again. It rose above. They drove it to the same low again. And that's what you've been witnessing all day long, folks. Just a complete suppression of this stock completely. And now it's down 15%. So they've continued to sell shares, the mystery shares. Oh, come along on the mystery shares. It's a new sensation. The mystery shares, the magical mystery shares, they're coming to take you away, coming to make you all pay. Oh, yeah, the mystery shares. Come on. All right for the mystery tour. There you go, the low right there, and now the preset low again this afternoon on SKYQ. The reestablished triple ta-ta effort. One ta-ta, two ta-ta, three ta-ta, four. Oh my goodness gracious, is this thing going to close the door? Are they going to just keep making shares and making more? How can we all ignore the shares? The shares that are not there. The shares that are not there. Uh, there's shares. They shouldn't even call the word shares because there's no more to share. There are no more shares to share. There's no more shares to share on this stock, folks. JEM. And well, I've sold nearly all my STAK now. Uh PLAG, I've got to go ahead and move. PLAG never took off, folks. It just didn't materialize. PLAG. I've only got 200 shares of it at 63 cents. And no, I did not lose $678 on this today. I don't know what this thing is saying. I only have 200 shares of it and it's 68 cents. So I'm going to sell all 200 of them at 68 or wherever it is, 63. PLAG. They're trying to exaggerate my losses. I lost $2.04. Okay, so that's what I actually lost. I don't know what this is here on PL Day. That's crazy. All right, so now let's take a look at VIVK. Someone called this out this morning. VIVK. All right, hold on. There it is. VIVK. Oh, that looks good, folks. VIVK. Oh, man, I'm glad I decided to look at that. Okay. Trade SKYQ. Sell a boatload. Sell market. I'm out. SKYQ. I'm going to get out 5,000 shares of it right now. I suck at that. But I'm going to move it over right now to VIVK. And I'm certainly not going to waller in this thing. Still got an hour left, and it could have an hour power run still. But I'm also going to buy now VIVK. And I'm going to buy right here. Buy at market. I see it's already broken over this area of real restraint and triple ta-ta'd the crap out of this thing today, ladies and gentlemen. And now she's up over an area into breaking into new area here. Okay, so I am going to acquire shares of this stock right now, VIVK. It was called out this morning, and they held it captive all day long. They've tried to keep it captive. It is now moving, and the stock I'm buying is VIVK. And I'm going to keep buying it here at the market share price, and I'm just going to keep buying it, and I'm going to keep watching my either gains or losses right now. And right now I'm up $2.11, and I'm going to keep buying it. Now I'm up $17. And I'm sitting here buying 60 shares at a time, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to turn my losses today into freaking gains, and this is the one I'm going to start doing it on. And again, there's a lot of shares that have already been bought well below here, trying to contain this in the 270 range up to $3.06. And man, there was a lot of institutional or whoever buying there today, and they had a reason to buy all those shares down there because their plan was to scalp them all from everybody, run it up here at the close, and then take it to the bank. And that's why I'm buying right now. And my dollar cost average on the stock is $3.11. I'm up 7.12. And as long as my number keeps going green, I'm going to keep buying it at market. 20 shares at a time now. I don't need to buy any big anymore, okay? I've already got 800 shares of this stock I just bought, and I don't need to buy any more here. I don't need to buy any more, especially if they're going to try to take it back down here into where they already hoarded up all these shares that they, again, mysteriously, they've just been able to just keep shares selling here all day until they ran out. I guess they finally just ran out, you know? I don't know. I guess they finally just freaking ran out of all this bullshit down here, you know? And the shenanigans ended. And they just flat ran out of them. They just said, all right, well, now let's make some money on all the people we ripped off all day long. All right, and that's the way it is. We still have 307s to throw out, though. Haha. 302s. And she jumps back up to 310. Trying to hold this thing at 308, folks. They want to close this sucker at 308 today. Then they'll have had a great day. They started shorting the stock when the price was up here at this morning, and they started shorting it at 392 a share. And then they manipulated it all the way from 392 all the way down to 250, $1.50 they manipulated it down. $1.50 they manipulated it down. Nice. And now she's back up and busting over this line where they just sat all day long and held it. They cherished it, folks. They just cherished this stock. They did. VIVK. They just sat here and they just held it here and held it captive. Oh, their little cherished acquisition. And they just kept it right there with millions and millions and millions and millions of shares. They kept it there. Yep. Oh, my. Control, baby. That's control of a stock. That's how you know they got it under their control, under their little spell. They weren't going to let that thing go over $3 today, and they sat here and held everyone out at 270, 271, 272, getting 2 million shares at a time, and they weren't going to let that thing go over $3, but now it has. Now it has. It's gone beyond as they try and try and try to sell a lie. Oh, goodness. Look now how few shares they have. 1.999 at 304. They got to get 2 million there, folks, at 304. That is a prerequisite before it can go any higher. They've got to get 7,000 more shares at 304, folks. That's why they're over here dumping 304 right now, because they got to get 7,000 more shares there at 304. Ah, there's even better. 301s. 302s, masterful. Well, are they going to try to get it down here again into the 288s again? How long did they hold it at 288 today? Yeah, they're going for 288 again, dadgummit. Man, oh man. This has been one hell of a day for trading, folks. I got to tell you. They break it over a wall of resistance it's been at all day, 306 a share, and then they beat it back down to the 290, folks. Oh, goodness gracious. 288 again buying now. And thank God I was only buying 20 shares at a time there. Oh, jeepers. 291 now I'm buying. Well, now I'm going to come on and step up to it now. I'm going to buy big shares here. Yep, at 288, I'm in. I'm all in, man. I'll be buying 60 shares here at 288. And my dollar cost average now is 306. So I'm right at the top of the highest. I'm at the top here of where all the accumulation was. And I'd rather be at the bottom of it, as you guys know. I'd much rather be down here with my dollar cost average at 269. That's for sure. But I went and got in when I saw it breaking away. And it looked like it was going to really get out from under them. Then they sure did contain it back down, man. They called them back and said, get in there and start selling. We got to hold this mofo under $3 no matter what. That's what they said. They can't let this thing go over 3 by the end of the day. So doggone it, get in there and sell it at 288 as long as you can. And now they're out of those. So I'm going to try 289 and 290s. There we go. Got some dumpers of 290 now. Good dumping, 290. And the stock is VIVK. VIVK. And it has not been a kind day to me today. And man, oh man, again, folks, again, right there at the crest as they break it away to a new high and take it over where all the shares have already held it back all day long. And then right there at 3 o'clock, they decide to run it up and then beat it down. And that's okay. I understand them wanting to hold it under $3, and that's why it's now at $2.92. I told you guys yesterday on that other stock. That I made so much on that there was no way that they were going to be able to hold it under $2.99 if they didn't run it down to $2.92 or $2.93 and buffer for the close. I told you that, and there was no way they could. It did not stay under 3. So I was right on that one yesterday for sure and certain. But today I was wrong on this one for sure and certain, no doubt about it. And it pisses me off because I know that some of you people have lost some money today, and I don't like it when that happens. And then you don't either. But I tell you what, like I said, it's a reminder to you to keep your powder dry. Now, I ran completely out of powder today. I've never really ever do that, but today I did. I used up all of it. And they forced my hand, and I had to keep drawing on it at the lowest low. But still, it hurt me bad that today was down, and I don't like it. We're not going to have it happen again if I can find any way around it. Just bought VIVK at 286. Well, I expected him to run it down to that number. That's why I was waiting on it. Now we're going to try to buy 282 here. And I'm just buying numbers on my buy-sell sheet is all I'm doing. I'm just using my buy-sell sheet here. Pretty powerful of them, though, to be able to move it and keep it in this range. You know, when I looked over at it, man, it had broken over that, man. It was all the way up here. It was way over this stuff. And I thought, man, at this time of day, this thing is about to explode here. It's about to go through the roof is what I thought. And man, was I absolutely wrong, insanely wrong. I'm down 415 on this position right now. Good Lord, man. This has just been something else. One learning lesson after another. Holy crap. Now I'm buying. I already said I shouldn't have said it. I wanted to have my dollar cost average down below all this. Well, they're giving me the chance now to almost buy it at the bottom down here. Dadgummit, man. Wow. Sickening. Man. And I wonder how many shares of this one have traded today. And if they're doing the same thing with it, just making up shares to sell. VIVK. I got to look at it here right now. VIVK. Oh, of course. It sold 100 million shares. It's now sold 100 million shares. I wonder how many shares are outstanding. Oh, this is going to be sickening. This is going to be sickening, folks. Shares outstanding. 667,000 shares. Oh, my God. 667,000 shares outstanding. 667,000 shares outstanding. And the float is 161,000 shares. 161,000 float. Oh my God. Oh, goodness gracious. Wow. Incredible. Jeez, oh, Pete. Just, well, I can tell you one thing. I got no other option but to just keep freaking buying this and lower my DCA. I'm down to $2.99 a share now. And I'm just beside myself with this day of trading. It's just been one freaking disgusting, manipulative stock after another, just all of them being so heavily fabricated shares. It's just unbelievable. It's just it's really disconcerting to see it. And it's sad. It's sad because what happens is it totally erodes uh, consumer confidence in the market. It absolutely does. It's a degradation to the stock market itself for it to make a move like this on so few shares, and it really is a detriment to the market overall. And it gets people like you, typical average everyday person, just sees this deceit and just goes, "Well, that's not logical. That doesn't make any sense." So. I'm not going to do something that counters intuitivity and logic and supply and demand, and so therefore this is what is very disconcerting about the market that has a manipulation to apparently just have an endless number of shares on a stock when there are really only so many, and it is well, it's a lesson learned, folks, that no matter, again, and we've seen this time and time again, where on stocks that you would presume they could make good moves on pretty low volume because they have so few shares available. And when they all run out, and the price just goes up. But that is somehow not how it works in the digital world. You just got somewhere, someplace, some group or entity that just keeps thrashing shares out there that somehow come out of thin air. Wow, what a day. What a day. And that VIVK really did look like it was just about to just go completely nuts when I looked over at it. I looked at it right here and I said, shit, it's over the friggin'. They've been holding it here all day long in this price range. And now they've lost track of it. They've lost it. It's gone out up over that, man. And we're coming into the last hour. This thing could pole vault all the way up to $4 a share or more with no sales up there. No real volume. There's no real volume up here higher all the way up to the high of the day of 392. In fact, at 392, there was only 268,000 shares were dumped at 392. Wow. And now they've got the price $1 down below that. They've made it drop $1 below, trying to get the price to close $1 below today's high. How do you like that? Well, by gosh, I think it's bullcrap that they can do that with the market. I think it's total BS that they can manufacture shares or use synthetic or whatever the hell it is that they're doing to manipulate the market. But I see a hell of a lot of buying at 493 on this stock right now, and I like that. And it doesn't surprise me that they would try to run it down to 288 to buffer for the 3 o'clock closing, but they didn't take it low enough. And now she's going to go over my dollar cost average. All right, baby, let's go. Let's get this thing back up over 299 and let's see it really go right here. Let's say it cut loose over 310 and then go up past all this crap. That was the drop before the pop, baby. And you bet I'm going to buy it 1 penny below my dollar cost average. You bet your ass I am. 2 cents below me, folks, right now is where they're sitting at 297. Man, I tell you, folks, wow. Where are they coming up 297.01s from? I don't believe it at all. Let's go. Plenty of buyers at 297, and the fake bid is 3,800 at 307. 3,800 at 307. This is VV. Oh yeah, there we go. VIVK. VIVK. Fake shares. Oh, they just raised it. They just moved it up. They just moved it up. 1,900 at 309. $1,900 at 309. Yeah. Huh. Well, goodness gracious. Look at them. Take it back up over $3 now. Okay, here comes reality check time. She goes over 302. Here we go, folks. She's going to possibly fly right on up here. Listen, there was major heavy selling of this stock this morning to make it fall, but it got very thin at this point. So if this price hits 314, 313, you better watch for this thing to really explode, okay? I'm telling you right now. And I'm up 125 on this position right now. If it goes over 314 a share, whew, man, oh man. $302 right now. Goodness gracious, folks. Stays up and runs up here to 306 and busts through that 307. Watch out. Trying to dump now 299s, of course. They got to hold it under 3. That's their motto. And by the way, at $3, they've acquired 3,775,000 shares. That's the most at any other price. You don't see anything close. The closest to that is 2,752,000. 2,752,000. But now they got 3 million at 3,000, and they ran out 3,782,000 at $3. 3,783,000 now. They drummed up another little few more. Oh yeah, 3 million, ladies and gentlemen. 3,786,000. 789. They got another 3,000 there. 791. 2,000 more at $3 drummed up. 3,792,000 now at $3 drummed up. 3,792,000 at $3 drummed up. Oh my goodness. And now I'm up $78. The stock symbol is, the stock I'm tracing here is VIVK. VIVK. And listen, my friends, I'm going to tell you something. VIVK here. If it surpasses this line, it's really going to explode. If it gets over this line right here, which they have achieved now 3 times today, I'm going to show you right here. If they get it over this line right here, right there, if they can get it over this line right here, and you can see the resistance there and the resistance right there today. But if it goes over this line right now, this thing is going to be an explosion. VIVK, ladies and gentlemen. VIVK, there it goes. And it's at 308. If it gets to 314, it's out of here, folks. There we go. I just sold 306. I just sold 308. Just sold 308 again. Yep, and we're green on this thing. Oh, man. See, they're fighting this number 308 so hard because they know, man, if it can get beyond that and get up to 314, this thing is freaking going to blow up on them, completely blow up on them. And the stock I'm trading here is VIVK. Here's the chart over here on it right now. VIVK. That's what it looks like. SKYQ. Man, I got 5,000 shares left of that, and I'm getting absolutely decimated. And I am completely out of it now. I own no shares of it left. I'm completely out. 450, I'm done. I took my punishment and I'm out. And now I'm going to move it over to my page. And I probably just sold at the very low of the day, but you know what? I honestly don't give a shit. I'm going to move this over to another one that I'm making money on. And right now I am making money on let's see. VIVK. Let's go over to trade VIVK. I'm going to look at it on the chart. VIVK. Ah, 2 cents below me. Ha ha. Oh my. 2 cents below my dollar cost average, folks. How do you like that? Come over and discover they're sitting 2 cents below my dollar cost average. My. Well, I've got plenty of money now to buy with on this stock. And this is VIVK. And I'm going to be buying it just under my DCA. Quite noticeable that the only two numbers that they haven't printed today is 295 and 296. VIVK. The only two numbers they haven't printed is 295 and 296. Isn't that hilarious? And now that my DCA is at 297, they want to sit at 295 and 296, where the least amount of interest has been all day long on this stock at that price. That's right. Even down here, they had even more volume on it in the 279, 280, 281. But the least amount of volume was right here at 295 and 296, where they're sitting now buying shares of VIVK. Well, let's see if they can hold it under. That's the reason they're right here now at 292 is because they're trying to hold for a buffer for a 30-minute run-up. That's why they're sitting here now. That's why they're sitting here now at 288 to try to buffer for the $3 hold. And as you can hear, I'm buying here. I'm buying 20 shares at a time right now at 288 a share because I'm of a very long-term experience holder, knowing that in order to hold a price under $3, that at 330 they have to run it down to 288 to hold for the buffer that's coming for $3. So they run it down to 288 and 289, and you can just see I just bought a bunch of shares. And now they'll have enough room to buffer it when it starts to get the run up. They're going to try to hold it under $3. And that's fine with me because my dollar cost average is $2.96 right now, thanks to them running it down just now to 288 for me. So I'm going to take advantage of this pre-buffering 288 price on this stock, and I could be completely wrong. I am not certain that that's what's going to happen, but I've seen it happen many, many times at 330, between 320 and 330. And you can see other people might know that too because they're buying the 389 now. They're just like the heck with it. I'm just going to get as close to the 388 as I can, or the 288. So there we are. We're filling now at 288s and 289s because they're going to close this out at $2.99 a share. They're going to close it out or try to close it at $3 a share. And you can see the deliberate effect of their effort of trying to close it at $3 a share. Because if you look up here, ladies and gentlemen, look at the number of shares right there. Look at the number of shares at $3 that they've somehow materialized. Nearly 4 million shares to hold it under $3. See that? So that's what kind of, that's the deep desire of them to hold it at that price for a closing, $3 or less. So that's why they just drove it down now to 288 right here at 330, because this buffers them for the run up to $3 where they've already tried to stifle it all day long. But watch and see if I'm right or if I'm wrong, folks. You just watch. And I'm just going to keep buying market here, and it's going to run up to mysteriously $2.99 a share right now. And there she goes. She's already started her climb, ladies and gentlemen. Hasta luego, baby, and Afrita Zane. Oh, yeah. There she goes. She's off to the 299s. Where did all the 288s go, by the way? Anybody wonder where those 288 shares just went to? Oh, Shorty says, there's one more for you at 288, Catfish. You can have that. I got some more 288 for you, they said. Well, not anymore. Apparently, they sold all out of the 288s just then. That was the last of the 288s, apparently, folks. I don't know for sure, but maybe it is. Looks like they just ran out of the 288s there. And now, if you want it, you got to pay the price. 289. Oh, ain't that freaking nice? Where's the 288s? Where are the 288s? Oh my gosh, they've got almost 3 million here at 289 now. They just hit 3 million at 289. Almost as many as they got at the $3. Oh gosh. And now they're at 3,000,004 at 290. Wow, that's impressive. Goodness. The unending shares at 288. And there's your last chance, I guess, at 286s and 285s. And I'm buying here the stock VIVK, ladies and gentlemen. Buying VIVK. It's been a battle all day long with these shorts, I tell you, and these manufacturers of shares. Boy, I tell you, they've been cranking out shares that You just don't know where they keep coming from. Where do they keep pulling them out like magicians? Just pulling shares out of thin air. And then when they finally run out of the fake shares, it just goes right up, I guess. And there we go. Right now, they just ran out of the 288s. They're gone. Now you can see all they got left is 290s to throw out. They were out of the 288s, folks. Best for you, 291. You have to settle with 291s now. 291s. And the stock I'm talking about is VIVK, ladies and gentlemen. VIVK. You want it 291 or higher right now. And there's another last dump at 290s. 288s again. Wow. Magically appears. Hey, beautiful. Hello, sunshine. Well, we got a bunch of 289s now, I guess, being handed out. And dropping in 1,000 at 288.4 and 28801s. 288s again. 287s, 286s. Gosh dang, man. It's such an insult. It's such an insult. It's borderline ridiculous, folks. There she goes. Now she's gone. All right. It's time to make some green on this right now. And the stock is VIVK. It's time to make some green on this. Seen all the 288s they could manufacture. We've seen all those they could manufacture. All the 289s they can manufacture. All right, Mrs. Cat is here. Let's get this thing over with. Let's get these fake shares over with here on the stock. Let's exhaust the shares. 3,400,000 at 292. I say hogwash. There she goes, 294 now. Well, see you later, baby. Bid is 291, ask is 294. Bid is 291, ask is 293. Bid is 292, ask is 293, and there is simply nowhere else for this freaking thing to go but up here. All right, when you're compressing it at 292, bid 293. Now you're 290, 291, and both numbers are green. And here we go. We're 290, 293, 291, 292. I'm going to ring the bell every time I see it rise. Bid is 291, ask is 292. Bid is 291, ask is 292. Bid is 288, 291 now. 288, 291. And this thing has really got a lot of eyes on it, folks. The bid is 288, the ask is 291. The bid is 288, 291, 288.91, 288.91, 288.90, 288.90, 287.90, 287.88, 287.88. So there they are, one last time, 287, ladies and gentlemen. And they have had countless shares at 287. As a matter of fact, they've been able to sell there 3 million. Oh, they just ran out. Oh, shucks. I guess they just ran out, folks, just then. They just ran out, and now we're at 290s, 291s. I guess now we're at 293s. Here we go, folks. Let's run this thing. Let's go. Man, you can feel it just wants to pop here. It wants to pop. It wants to bop. It wants to romp and roll and go and fly. It wants to go. Fat catfish tie. Look at this thing, man. It wants to springboard. It wants to come off those tatas and go, baby. It wants to run. And look at them trying to sell against it with these candlesticks that are so lame right here. More buyers than sellers right there. More buyers than sellers right here now. And the stock is VIVK with more buyers than sellers right now. And I'm going to, because of that, buy along with them. More buyers than sellers are proven here on this candlestick right now. 291 is the price. 291. And I've already seen it jump to 294. A lot of buyers buying 291 up here. No fear. 290, 291, 290, 291s. Oh yeah. 289s, 289s, 288 and a half. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Man, oh man, how many shares can they keep cranking out here? 28799. 28799 feet, people. 28799. 28799. Well, now we're at 289s. And that doesn't surprise me, seeing 28799s. Wow. It's just incredible, folks. Time now is 3:32 p.m. The keepers of the stock trying to close this stock out at $2.99 a share today, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why they're trying here to get you to be scared at 287. That's why. VIVK. Make you believe that it's not worth anything anymore. And because of them dropping it here right now, I just lowered my dollar cost average down to 294, and I'm very glad about that. The stock I'm buying here is VIVK. And I've been looking at, in my opinion, I've been looking at BS share selling all day long. And this is total BS that they have any shares to sell here at 286 a share. And the other reason they have them is to, again, try to hold it under 299. They're just trying right here. The last drop before the pop. And I'm buying 20 shares at a time here at 285 right now. I only see at 285. At 284, I only see 2,100,000. At the 85, I see 2,400,000. And then at 86, I see again 2,000,001. So I'm seeing 2,000,001, 2,000,004, 2,000,001. Okay, so they have 390,000 more shares at 285 than they do at 284 or 286. All right, sure. Sure they do. Sure they do. As they plop out some 285.87. Price is running now. Goodbye. Sorry, just ran out of those 285.87s and 286s. We're at 287 or you don't get it. 287 now or you don't get it. Or it could be anyway. I don't know. I have no way of knowing for certain. I tell people that all day long. Every day I tell them all day long. I have no way of knowing. I see, I observe, I watch. I've seen it before. And when I see repetitiveness, I expect to see repetitiveness. And I've already said to you, I've already seen it. I've seen this number, 284. I've seen the 280 as well. I've seen lower. I've seen 271, 272, 273. So I'm certainly not afraid of a 281 and 282 numbers that they happen to love to accumulate. And just so you're aware, they've never printed a single number down here at 277, 278, or 281. Not a single number's been printed here. That's because that's how few shares they've had there each time they drove it down to that price. So this is why I'm buying here, folks. And I'm buying VIVK is the stock I'm buying. I've never seen diddly squat down here for sale at 277, 78, 79, and 280. So I can only presume, since they had so few before, they're going to have few now. And I could, again, be wrong. I could be wrong. They should be completely out of the friggin' shares of this stock in the first place. Even at this price, they should be out of them already. They're all gone. It's just all you can do is just go, well, they never had any shares here before today to sell at these prices. It blows right back over it now to 280, just as you might expect, because they never had any there earlier today. Here we go. Well, looks like maybe I just got the last 279 there was. And now she's going to go up, and away. And she's probably going to be headed for $2.99 a share at the close. I sure hope so anyway. That's what I'm hoping for, $2.99 close here. And they've done a good job of buffering this down well below the 288 that they usually go for, or 282, 83. They're at 277, for gosh sakes. They're determined to keep this thing under $3. It looks like. I mean, they are flat out determined to keep this thing under $3 no matter what. Uh-oh, she just hit 282. And I'm right on its tail. I sense a change in the wind blowing here, ladies and gentlemen. And this is on VIVK right here. VIVK. And they flat slammed the door on 277s. Those freaking shares are gone. And I already know all these are already sold off as well, all the way up to where I am, 293. I expect nothing less than to see it fly right all over that. Watch it rise, folks. And look at that, 283 now. Look at all the buyers of 283. And dumpers are trying to dump 284s now, folks. Oh, my gosh. It's so easy. Folks, they're going to try to close this stock over at $2.99 a share. And that's why they just took it down just then to 277. And I'm buying the stock VIVK. I'm staying just below it now where the price is rising. And I've got my orders in to catch every little pullback they attempt right here. Okay? But each pullback will probably result in a little bit higher high, and then a pullback, and a little higher high, and then a pullback, a little higher high, then a pullback. The next thing you know, the thing's at $2.99 a share. $2.99 a share, folks. Whole heck of a lot of buy in there. Happy buyers at 282. Then the dumpers dump 2 cents below at 280. Then the buyers come back in and run it up to 281 and 282 again. And then the dumpers come in at 281 now. Oh yeah, 281. And now the buyers are at 282 and the dumpers are dumping 282.99. Whoa. What is going on with that? Oh my. And now they're selling at 284 and the dumpers are trying to dump 283s. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this has really been way oversold in this region over here. All this has been way oversold. And I expect to see it move right back up over all this, okay? And I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. I've been telling everybody that all day. And I have been completely wrong with SKYQ. I was completely wrong. Yep. STAK. Well, I'm not holding any STAK. I got rid of all of it. The only thing I'm holding right now is just a few shares of well, I've got actually 400 shares of JEM, and I'm down on that. This is VIVK right now. VIVK. This is what it looks like right now. VIVK. And it looks good. And I'm telling you, it could easily run back up over all this oversold right now. It could run right back up over it all. With no problem, it could do that. And me just hanging out down below, hoping to get a little few stragglers they throw out. A little of the gold dust as it falls out of their purses. I just looking for a little coin here, looking for a little coin down here. As this rises right on up, just a little bit of coin. But let it go ahead and run on up past all this oversold bull crap. Let it go, man. Let it go. Shorty got to buy. Well, SKYQ did go lower than when I sold it. It went down to 446. I got out at 450. I lost a lot of money on this one today, folks, and I'm sorry if you did as well. It really sucks that on a Friday we would have a hit like this on this stock, SKYQ, but boy, they sure did beat the crap out of it. They just absolutely beat it to death, folks. In the afternoon, who knows? In the after hours, the thing could go right up through the roof because of so much suppression. But it could gain back 8 or 10% in the afternoon. But I can't sell it then. But I'll tell you one thing, I won't be able to come on tonight at 7:48 p.m. I'm sorry, to help you with selling out of this stock if you're still happen to be holding it. Because again, who knows, the dang thing, after all this suppression, so much effort to hold it all day long in fake shares, could go up 8 or 10% or 15 or 20 or even more in the after hours. You just don't know with this much manipulation on it. So if you're going to hold any of it, you can, but I did. I just sold all of it. I just sold it all because I can't trade it on this paper money account in the after hours. So now I'm going to get over here and I'm going to take a look at this other one that I've been hitting here and hoping that it would go ahead and climb. And I'm going to look here at JEM right now. Yep. And it is rising. Bid now 581, ask 590. Now 591, 590. Bid 581, ask 590. Bid 581, ask 590. And we're filling at 585s right now. Well, goodness. Well, now I'm going to take my sell orders out at 702, $7, $6.99, and $6.97, where I sold some earlier today. I sold several hundred there. But holy cow, look at him work that thing down to 585 now, 580s. Well, every picture tells a story. 585s. Well, why not? I'll try to buy some 587s and 588s, a few 585s right here at 345. Why not? Those are good numbers. Market makers love to try to close a stock out at those numbers, 588. But then again, it's just like other stocks. They might be just trying to hold it under $6, so they've driven it down to 588 right now, and they're going to ride it up to 599. So now it's starting to climb, and I am seeing it start to climb here as I expected it to do. But to see it at 586, 588, it's just like many stocks. They love to close them out or get them down to that number to try to buffer for a close and keep it under the round number above, and that's $6 in this case. And right now, my dollar cost average is $6.27 on this stock. So I'm down on this $184 right now. But I'm buying it here at this number because I believe they're going to take it right back up to $6 at the close. So I'm buying here at 586, and I'm going to keep buying it when they get it down to 583. If they do, 582. Those numbers are indeed on my buy-sell sheet, and this stock today is actually still up 23% today. It's actually still up 23% today. And what a good number to buy into a stock, ladies and gentlemen, at the number $5.83. 583. And I just got it at 584. And now I got it at 588. And now we're sitting at 590. And well, I guess that was a 583 buy that they all wanted, and they decided that was where to go long on it. Now we're at 589, 590, and wow, 583, and they must have decided right there, hey, let's take it to 583 and then see where it goes by 4 o'clock. So there they got it, 583. Now we're back up to 587, and just got a few snapped up there of JEM at 583. And we'll see if it can continue its little rally here. 589 now, and the bid is now 589. The ask is $6. Honey, it's cycling in the. Oh, we just hit $6, ladies and gentlemen. Cheryl, right now, please, please. I hear the thing clicking, but that's what it does every day. It cycles through this. Yeah, it'll stop. It'll stop in just a little bit. It's cycling. Hey, Gary, are you there? Yeah, Gary. Gary, I want you to check something out. And the daggum thing always cuts off as soon as I go to show you, so it's probably going to stop now. Dadgummit. Hold on a second here. One more time. Come on, baby. This is my water softener. And it's going to do the same thing it did last time. Click, click, click for about 30 seconds. And
No, it was longer than 30 seconds.
well, of course, it's not going to do it again. Dang.
You gotta leave the door open so you hear it.
All right. Well, right, let's get this plug back in here.
Call me when you want to do the t-shirt.
Okay. JEM. VVIK 280 buys right there. And I'm looking at the chart on it right here. VVIK. Man, oh man. And it's just a steadily rising 200-day average during all the aggression against the stock all afternoon. That 200 is just steadily rising here, folks, as they ride on that 200. Just bouncing it off the two, bouncing it off the two. And you can see all afternoon, bounce it off the two, bounce it off the two, bounce it off the two, bounce it, bounce it, bounce it, bounce it. And the 200 keeps rising, just keeps rising, steadily rising. Stock was at 392 this morning, now at 279. Down $1.13. $1.13 down off of its high today. Well, it was a tough day today, folks. That's a tough day. VIVK. Man, I'm getting spanked all over the place on that thing, just like I did the others today. VIVK. But it is 352 and it is 587 a share. And we do have 8 minutes left for it to run to 599. JEM, folks. I'm sorry, I thought that was VIVK. It was JEM. Yeah, VIVK. Well, they sure did get it down there. 279.01 they're trying for. 281s now. 281s. 282s being bought now. Let's go, baby. Keep making those shares. Keep making those shares. Goodness gracious. Insane. There she goes. Now she's on her way. Oh, look at the dumpers dump 279 after it just hit 283. Look at all the 283s just bought. Look at all the 283s that just got bought there. And then look at them dump 279s right on the heel of all those buys of 283. Then they come up here and hits 1081 again, and now they're not dumping 279s. They're dumping 280s now. Yep, dumping the 280s. VIVK. Man, oh man, you can tell they want to hold this thing back, don't they? There's a 283s coming at it again now. 283's coming at it. There's a big gap here, folks. The bid is 280. The ask is 283. The bid is 280. The ask is 282. The bid is 280. The ask is 283. The bid is now 282. The ask is 283. The bid is 285. The ask is 286. Come on, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Bid is 283. Ask is 285. Let's rumble. Come on. Let's rumble. 282s. Get out of here. Get out of here. You lose with the 282s. Where's the 279 dumps of just 3 minutes ago? Oh, 283.85 now. 283.85. 283.84. 283.84, folks. Golly. 283.84. Where's the 279s? Hey, Shorty, where did the fake 279 shares all dissolve away to? Oh my gosh, look at them dumping now. Instead of 279s, 283s, folks. They're dumping 283s. We got 3 minutes and 10 seconds left. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left. Oh my gosh, I just went green on this. I just went green. Yes, I did. And look at it at $2.99, and I called it, folks. $299.99. And now we're at $3. I called it, folks. Oh, yes, I just went green. I'm up 308.20 on this stock. I told you they were trying to buffer for a $3 close. I absolutely called this price. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, my gosh. $2.99 I just sold. And I'm still up right now on it, 91.60. Because my dollar cost average is 287 on it. Oh, man, sell it here. Holy smokes. Trying to hold it under that $3 so hard. Here comes 297 right now down the pike. And I just sold 295. My dollar cost average is 286 on it. Wow. Unbelievable. And I'm trying to sell out of it here. I don't want to hold this at all. But holy smokes, that thing shot up to 299 like nobody's business. And right now, we've got 30 seconds left, folks. 30 seconds left on this. Well, I got sell orders. I just sold at 288. And I've only got Now I've got 400 shares left. I kept $800 worth and ended up making $50 off of that. STAK. Oh man, thank you, Jayhawk. I just know Cat took a big hit on SKYIQ. I was busy watching VIVK. Yes. Well, holy smokes, though. VIVK. Well, I sold almost every share. I've got 400 left. I wish I would have sold them all. My order was sitting there and sitting there and sitting there and didn't sell. I don't know why it didn't. It sat there and the price was over my order, but it just sat there and it never sold. It never sold. Well, maybe it's planning on going up to friggin' $4 or $5 or $6 in the after hours. Who knows? Oh man, what a friggin' day today. Jayhawk, thank you for the gold coin. And just so you guys are aware of this, hold on a second here. Okay. Just so you guys are aware of this, we are going to be doing a drawing right now. That's right. We're going to draw it up. And Jayhawk, thank you again. I appreciate it. See that gold coin, and I see the 100, and I see the floating heart. I see the floating heart, and I see the chili. So thank you very much for all that. Hey, this thing is at 295 or 285, 290. All right. Well, it was a tough day today, man. A tough lesson to be learned today. But let's get these names drawn here. And today we're having a concert downtown that we're going to. And gosh dang it. I couldn't be any more difficult to do what I just did. So I want to thank all of you who have been making donations during this week. Tony Henry, Jayhawk, David Corns, Currency Brutus, Tony Henry, Mike Larson, and again, R. Richie B., Drum Your Own Way, Mecca Trader, Jayhawk, Charles Jones, a new member of the tank, I believe. He came in at the Goliath level. Boss Q, thank you. Jayhawk, Jamie Lynn Turner, Mike Larson, Cobra 32, R. Richie B. All right, let's get a hat over here. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Thank you for calling Facials and More Med Spa and the voicemail of Cheryl South. Please leave me a message and I will call you back as soon as I can.
Alexa, stop. Well, that's disappointing. She said she was going to be here for the drawing today. Again, I want to thank Kevin N, Alex T, not Alex T, I'm sorry. That one turned out to be a mistake. That was not a donation. Kevin N, R Marsh, thank you. Tom 2579, Tom 2579, 7529, 2579. Thank you, Tom 2579. And thank you for joining as a member yesterday. I hope you weren't trading along with me today. Hopefully you weren't ready to do that yet. And R. Marsh, again, thank you for your contributions. Jamie Lynn Turner, Jayhawk, J.R. Plianis, thank you. J.R. one more time, and once again. That is a lot from J.R. And Jamie Lynn Turner, thank you for your consideration of my tip jar. And that is a lot right there, folks. Okay. There we go. And now we go to the other side. And that would be Jimmy. Thank you. Jimmy Say Yeah. R. Richie B. Jayhawk. And Jayhawk again. All right. So that is all for the drawing on this brutal day. And I sure do hope that you weren't buying along with me today. And just to make sure that I'm right, let me take a look at SKYQ now. Of course, up she goes in after hours. Bid 474, ask 481. All right. Well, I'm out of SKYQ. I told you I was going to sell it at the low of the day, and I did. Catfish sold the low. But I moved it over to VIVK so I could lose another $445. Yep. Hawkman and Gary plus Kimmy, yes. I watched, but not buy. Yep, I've got my candlestick set up and ready to paper trade on Monday. All right, good, Tom. Well, today was a very good lesson for you about how well they can manipulate a stock when they want to. And they can create and manufacture shares out of midair that don't really exist. They can use the dark pool to generate millions and millions of shares and trade synthetic shares and keep just beating a stock down, just keep beating it down. But still some good lessons to be learned today by the volumes, the amounts that they're buying, the tactics that they're using, the number of shares that they're trading with, the amounts of the gaps down and up and down and up. And hopefully there was something learned today, okay? And we'll be ready to go on Monday then with everybody. And they're great at what they do. Hayabusa. So hold on, everybody. Cheryl! She must be outside watering the tomatoes and rhubarb, I guess, or something. Dadgummit. Well, okay, I will that. Thank you, Jayhawk. I will. Oh, Richie 644, not R Richie B. Okay. Richie 644, not R Richie B. I'm not sure what you mean by that. R Richie B. Go get her, bro. All right, I think I will. I'll go get her. I'm going to go get her butt down here. She promised that she was going to be here for the drawing. And we'll play a quick song for you while we're gone. You can hear a song I did back in the 1990s called The City, and I'll be right back, everyone. And I hope you enjoy this smash song called The City. And we'll get ready to rumble here. Here it is, folks, The City for you.
Stuck against city traffic, another Friday afternoon. Everyone's in such a hurry, 'cause the weekend will be over soon. I'm looking in my rear view mirror. That guy, he's riding way too close. I think if he gets any nearer, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Yeah, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. I think that's what he needs the most. But why is he in such a hurry? And why is everybody else? We live our lives in such a flurry. Why do we always push ourselves? I guess it's living in the city. I guess it's just a city way. I think I'm gonna leave this city. I think I'm gonna leave today. I think I'm gonna get away. I think I'm gonna leave today. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
'Cause when you leave a city, everything slows down.
Come on over here and sit down. Oh,
Yeah, when you leave a city,
come on over here. Let me turn this music down.
you can get unwound.
It's right there, Ty.
All right.
There's a chair right there that you got the football on.
No. You're going to sit in the chair, and I'm going to stand, and we're going to draw. You're going to draw out of the hat. All right, everybody. As promised, and you can look right here. It says right here very much. It says
Where's
he gave a gift. Oh, who did? R Richie. Richie 644. Okay, Richie 644. Okay.
Wow, there's a lot.
Yeah. Richie 644.
This is just this week?
Yes.
Holy jamoly.
Yes, Richie 644. Thank you for letting me know that.
And somebody said Mrs. Cat's supposed to do it?
And somebody said, yes, they did. They said, hold on. Put Richie 644 in there. Let him know. Yes, it's unfortunate. Since I started trading, I don't really care too much about. I don't really care about too much about the weekend anymore. Can't wait till Monday again.
That's Tyler too, though.
Yeah. Jayhawk, yes. Wendy. Hi, Catfish. I have fun to watching you all the tanks all day trading. But when I make decision to buy STAK with you, but I can't buy because it's halted over hours. That's why I not buy with you. Okay, thank you. I understand. Richie 644 sent the game. Same, Hawk. These Fridays come too fast. Yes. God bless you, and you have a wonderful evening with your wife and family. God bless you. Yep. Thank you. Gary Edwards. Richie B deserves a ticket for returning the wallet. Richie B deserves a ticket for returning the wallet.
What's the return?
Yeah, it's crazy, Kim. The weeks, I guess, missed the conversation. The weeks that definitely run too fast now. When I had my job, it was like I can't wait for the weekend. Yep, it's the opposite now. They can't wait for the Monday. Yep, Kim Daniel. Okay, she's gorgeous. Yes, she is. SKYQ finally going up. Yes, thanks, Mrs. Catfish, for allowing Cat to trade. Mike Larson says, hello, Jayhawk says, hello, Mrs. Catfish. Hope you had a great day today, ma'am. I look about $7 or $10 hit, only 5 shares. Oh, I took about a $5 or $10 hit, only 5 shares. Should I buy SoFi? Right now, it looks like it is in a period of a little bit of trading sideways, and I don't look for it to make aggressive move up right now. So, but if you want to be patient and wait on it for years, it'll be a good investment. Okay, looking up here though, because I want to show Cheryl.
Oh, you don't have to. I believe you.
Right here, we were calling you, and I was going Cheryl. I was going Cheryl. Yes.
Oh, I
And then
didn't hear
he
you.
put in here. He tried to tell you that. Okay, hold on. Oh, right here. Anthony says, "Go get her, bro."
Who's tired? Are you yelling?
Yeah.
It's funny because I have really good hearing and I didn't hear you.
Okay, well, good. Well, we're going to do the drawing right now, ladies and gentlemen. And Miss Cat is going to be the one drawing this out of the hat for us. So let me put this like this. I'm standing on the doggone cord. That's why it won't rise. And now we're going to do this. Oh, popped it out of there. Sorry about that. Okay, I didn't know how to. Folks, I just had my phone I didn't know how to. Folks, I just had my phone got taken over by Siri. Sorry about that. All right, and we just lost 12 viewers just then with that happening.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not my
All right, I know. All right, though. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Alexa, play the long drum roll, please.
That's who I thought it was Alexa.
Long snare drum roll by Cartoon King from Spotify.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Hi, everybody.
We're going to do the drawing right now. We'll raise this up so it can't be seen. Go ahead and pull one out and ring that bell after you announce. And the winner is Alexa, stop. And the winner is Alexa, stop. She pulled it out and it says J.R. Plienes. J.R., you are today's winner. Yeah.
Did it?
Yep, JR is today's winner. Congratulations. And now, Miss Cat, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you this right here. This is the tackle box that all of our previous drawing people go into. So you're going to dump all those out of that hat
Oh, holy
into the
moly.
tackle box here, right here. And make sure they don't get caught in there in the lip.
God, you're always sexual with your talk.
All right, everybody. Well, JR, congratulations for being today's drawing winner,
How come you got 2 of
And,
them, though?
because that was the winner of last week.
Oh, well, then why didn't that go in the tackle box just now?
No, but staying out there because still let me know what shirt he wants.
Oh. Okay, well, bye, everybody. That was fun.
Yep.
I got to give Ty his seat back now. He's only got 1 down here. He should have 2.
Yes. I should have 2 seats here. Maybe when we get Cheryl in here permanently trading with us, we'll have 2 seats.
Maybe. I'm not coming down if there's not 2 seats.
You heard that, everybody, and you know who's the boss. Yep, Gary says bye-bye, and R. Richie B, bye-bye. Yep, all 12 came back. Now we got 21. Gary, hello. Tom, yes. Congratulations, JR. Yes. Yep, well, close call. Can't wait for Monday. Yep, it was a good run. Yes, it was. Dr. Q2SW, oh my, hello there. Jayhawk, when you was yelling for it, just reminded me of Ozzy Osbourne yelling for his wife. You know, a lot of people tell me I have a voice like Ozzy Osbourne. I've got this one song called Ain't No Friends on a Powder Day. I'll see if I can find the song for you. One of my songs called Ain't No Friends on a Powder Day. And we'll see if we can find it for you. Just hold on a second here. Go over here to YouTube, and we're going to put in search for Tyler Self. Ain't no friends. Ain't no friends. Oh, man. Goodness gracious, give me a break here. Ain't no friends on a powder day. Here it is right here, folks. You get to hear a little bit of Ozziness here in my voice, I think, when you hear this song. And a lot of people told me they think it sounds like Ozzy Osbourne. And I'm going to get me a nice cold Mountain Blue while I play this song for you guys. Ain't no friends on a powder day.
Love the feeling, love his taste, love to have it right in our face. At the edge and looking down, no, we're not here to mess around. We're on the face of this downside, guaranteed better joy right. Getting soon and then hit the air. Nice and violent, don't care. All we like to do is out on the edge. And what it is we like to say is there ain't no friends on the powder day. No, that's what we say. Ain't no friends on the powder day. Best to stay out of the way. That's right, this time it ain't no joke, no ain't no slow flow. We're moving fast, don't mess around. If you're moving slow, we'll slow you down. On about a day. That's just the way the land. You're slow, stay out the way. 'Cause there ain't no friends on a powder day. You hear what we say? Better off stay out the way. 'Cause there ain't no friends on the powder day. Ain't no friends. On a powder day. Sorry.
Ha ha! All right, and I wanted to see what you guys were hearing. And it sounded pretty good. I want to see if you guys could actually hear that. I want to say thank you this morning to someone who sent me an email this morning, to someone that sent me an email, and I'm very grateful for that email. In regards to someone was letting me know about my settings for my audio on my phone. And I want to say thank you very much to Larry Pitts for giving me that information about my phone. And I made all those settings today. Tom said, I can hear Ozzy, LOL. Oh, pardon me. I zoned out grooving to that tune. All right. Well, I just listened to it on my own computer, and it really sounded like it had quite a bit of distortion. And let me try and hear it, the playback over my actual speakers here. So give me a second here. Okay. View your channel. Hold on a minute here. Just give me a second here, folks. I'll be right with you here. I'm just trying to. There we go. It looks like. Give me a break. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. That doesn't sound too bad. So I want to thank you again, Larry Pitts, for telling me about the settings on my iPhone to improve my audio, which it seems like it has made a very nice improvement. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. And now I want to look at SKYQ on a chart. SKYQ, SKYQ. And I want to look at that right now. SKYQ. There it is, finally moving up in the after hours after being absolutely tortured all day long. SKYQ, tortured all freaking day long. And now starting to make its move back up over this 200-day moving average. And we've already seen an afternoon price of 484, and then they stopped it there at 480. And now she's making another move back to try to cross over the 200-day moving average, SKYQ. And he got a $5 donation, went on about some trial or something for 10 minutes. I was in Jack Osborne's live chat 2 nights ago. Yes, I have used OBS for my laptop, and I have it on here. And I used to stream with OBS software. And when I was streaming with OBS, unfortunately, the YouTube does not allow the OBS widescreen streams to go into shorts on the shorts and the live. So they don't let you get to many people at all that way. You have to stream in the vertical to get into the live shorts feed. And if you look here at my YouTube channel, you can see that my live shorts feed is where the majority of my viewers come from. If you look over here, you'll see that if I go to my analytics, it says over here, if I look on the videos, I can go into show more, and it'll show me where my top viewers are coming from. And my top right now sources, the top sources of viewers is from the shorts feed. 43% of my viewers, 43% of my viewers come from the shorts feed, folks. 43% of my viewers come from shorts feed. And that is because I'm streaming in the vertical format instead of horizontal using OBS. And you know what? I didn't even know that. I didn't even realize that was happening until I went on a vacation one year down to Florida. And Cheryl and I were in my car. We were headed down to Florida. And all of a sudden, I was started streaming a live stream, doing my financial thing on the road and buying and selling right there in my car on my laptop. And while I was doing it, this viewership just went through the roof. Suddenly, I went from like 200 or 300 people watching me per day. Just in like 3 hours, I had 2,700 views or something. And I realized right then, holy smokes, by streaming in this narrower format, it might not be as appealing to people visually. And I'm probably not keeping people in for as long term as I would otherwise. But I reach so many more people this way. It's just ridiculous how many more viewers I get streaming in this vertical format than I do in the OBS format. So in a way, I know there's a big sacrifice because a lot of times my camera is, zoomed in too tight and it's not really where you can see. But, for the most part, you can just kind of stick with me most of the day and see what I'm doing and where I'm going. Wow. Tom says, I have a rare autograph of Christopher Reeves. You bring up the name Christopher Reeves. He happens to be in the best movie of all times that I've ever considered the best movie of all time. And that movie is called Somewhere in Time. And I have an incredible story about what happened when my wife and I went up there to Mackinac Island. I had no idea that that's where the Terrace Hotel was. I had no idea because when I saw the movie, which was my favorite movie, I told my wife about it when we got back together after we'd been separated. I met my wife when I was a little, 18, 19-year-old kid running around. And she was the same age, basically, a couple years less than me. And we met on a summer fling, and then we didn't see each other for 20 years. And when we met each other again, we started talking about favorite this and favorite that. And I told her my favorite movie was Somewhere in Time. And so I'm sure you've probably seen it if you're talking about I'm a Superman fanatic. Well, unfortunately, he played that role, didn't he? That sealed his fate, some would say. I'm just bringing it up that in case and I'm sure you know all about that Superman, the fate of the people who've played the part of Superman is the outcomes of their lives have not been, they've all been perilous. Every one of them passed before their time. So the Superman role is one that has a, yep. Yep, Gary knows about it, the Superman curse. Yep. But at any rate, I just want you to be aware that the best movie that I think the role he ever played was in the movie Somewhere in Time. And it was never a big draw at the movie theater. But it came on huge when it was shown on HBO. And then it showed up in all of after HBO presented it, then it really kind of went viral. And the movie is a cult movie for sure that people just love the movie. And every year up there at the island, they have a reunion of all the members that were there, the cast members previous, and they get together and everyone has to dress in period clothing and everything. And it's, yep. The Superman curse. Kim Daniel says, bump in the night. Yep. I know about it. Just don't look at him that way because he was my favorite Superman. Yes. And listen, I'm telling you right now, if you've never seen the movie Somewhere in Time, it will knock your it'll knock your boots right off. I'm telling you. Harry Cavill, I will pray for him because no way. Okay, yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm having a little Mountain Blue right now, so I'm going to enjoy. I did not bring down a Frosty Cold mug. Kim, yes, Somewhere in Time, I own. Love the soundtrack, yes. The soundtrack is absolutely stupendous. And Rachmaninoff is in there, and several other classical songs that are otherwise unheard of if not presented in that movie. The audio's fixed, Cat. Yes, I wanted to let you know that this morning I got a video sent to me, or I saw it this morning, from Larry Pitts. And it was a short little Facebook video of a guy explaining how to adjust your audio for streaming to maximize your streaming audio. And the one thing that it said is go over to your camera and go over to your camera's setting where it says stream in, the number was 40. I was told to stream in 40. Change the format to 40. And that was the key element of doing this. Of course, he also said, make sure you check for enhanced, and there was one other, which I already had chosen. So, but the streaming format was in 4K 40, I believe it was. 4K 40. I don't know if it's 40 megahertz or what it was, but pardon me. If you'll give me just a second here. Just give me a second here. And I really appreciate you sending me this link. And you guys can hear what he says. I did not bring down a Frosty Cold mug. Hold on a second here. Kim. I've got to somehow turn the volume up here on this. It's cut off. Here it is.
Zoom in when you're filming.
Okay. So here. Okay. So this is something I want to share with anybody that might be streaming right now. And this is what I learned today about my phone, sent to me by Larry Pitts. Okay. So I'm going to stop it in the middle of this so I don't get copyright violation. Here we go.
Settings for your camera if you want to go viral. Set your default to 4K at 30 frames per second. You can.
There you go. So you set your camera at 4K 30 frames per second. That is the first thing to do. Set your phone at 4K 30 frames per second. All right, that's the first thing that he suggests you do to go viral with your sound, okay? And next, here we go.
Set it to high def sometimes if it's a long video and it's.
You can set it to high def sometimes if it's a long video.
Not as important for quality. Turn on enhanced stabilization. It'll help zoom in when you're filming.
So turn on enhanced stabilization. It'll help you zoom in when you're filming. Well, I don't want that, so I took enhanced stabilization off because I don't want zooming, auto zooming. I don't want that at all. I don't want that, man. It does not want to. It does not. I don't want auto zoom or whatever, so I took that off. Next,
turn on the grid lines.
Turn on the grid lines.
Your face somewhat in the middle of the grid.
So you keep your face somewhat in the middle of the grid. It's very helpful.
Very helpful. It's extremely important. Turn on the leveling tool. That way, when you have your phone, it'll give you a bar to make sure your phone.
There you go. So that's it. That's what his suggestion was. But the biggest helpful suggestion there was go to 4K 30 frames per second. That is what you want to choose. All right. SKYQ is finally running. There it goes. Yep. There it goes. Finally. There she goes. Yep. 497, 501, 502, 505. Oh my gosh. I just got to quickly ask here, because I doubt it, but I'm going to quickly ask here. And I'm going to go get rid of this here, and I'm going to click on here in my channel. Now I'm going to move over here. And I just want to ask, is any of you, are you holding SKYQ? Are any of you cats still holding SKYQ? That's what I want to know right now. Are any of you cats still holding SKYQ? And I'm going to put that in the form of a, not as a question, but as a survey. And I don't want this now, so I'm going to take that off, delete. Here we go. Start a poll. Paste. Now, come on. There. Are any of you cats still holding SKYQ? Because I said if I could hold it at after hours, I would still hold it until 8 o'clock. But unfortunately, on paper money, I don't have an option, so I had to sell it. So I'm going to ask, did any of you cats still hold on to SKYQ? Because I said that, all right? That's what I want to know. Did any of you cats still hold SKYQ? Because I said it could go up after it closed, being that it was under so much pressure. So that's what I want to know, and I'm going to start the question right now. All right. That's right, Kim. You hit all the important marks right there. You hit all the important marks. All right. Well, let's hope this thing just goes ballistic for you guys, man. I'm so upset that it fell so far and that I had to sell it before the close because I didn't think it was a good idea to sell it before the close, to be honest with you. But I didn't have an option. You know how it is with paper money, so I got to do what I got to do. All right. Well, listen, guys. As I said, we have an event downtown. I'm going to have to get my saxophone out here. Get my saxophone out and do a little playing maybe while we're down there tonight. So I hope you guys are going to be all right this weekend. All right, how does pre-market and aftermarket work? I tried buying in the past pre-market, but it waited until the market started. You have to put in a choice on your selection of market timing. I'll show you right here. Okay. Now, you can't use paper money and trade in the pre-market and aftermarket. Only with your real account can you trade in aftermarket and pre-market, okay? But when you're ready to trade in aftermarket or pre-market, you have to come up here and you have to click on, hold on, first you got to go over here to trade. So the first thing you're going to do is come up here at the top here and click trade. And then on trade, you're going to come over here and you're going to click on the top right up there, setup. And then application settings. Okay? So trade, setup, application settings. Then you have to go over here to orders. And then up here, you've got order defaults. Here, you're going to put down on your default limit. It has to be a limit after hours or pre-market. And then down here, you have to click on this. Extended hours. To trade in the after hours on your real account. You cannot do it on paper money. All right? It won't allow you to trade and extend it on paper money. You have to be on your real account. And you can put up here the quantity. If you want default quantity of orders, you can put 20 or choose whatever you want there. You can type in whatever you want. You can just put in 10 if you want. You can put 10. Order quantity in increments. 100, you can just make that, maximum quantity of orders. You can put that in. All right. So, and then you just come down here and you click apply settings, okay? All right. There you go. Limit sales got me again today. I had 1,000 shares. All right. Yep, no problem. Here to help, man. That's what we're here to do each day. All right, so we traded SKYQ. It was the wrong one today. VIVK. How did it end up doing? Oh, they're still coming after that dang thing even in after hours. They're not going to let up on VIVK, so I'm glad I sold out of that. But I did, unfortunately, did I sell some of that? Yeah, I still got 420. I sold most of it, but I've still got about $800 worth of that stock. So down $50 on it. My loss on that today, $50. Lost $50 on VIVK today, $54. Well, it was a Friday. I didn't do that well today, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sorry I couldn't help you guys make a bunch of money today. But hopefully some of you did make some money on JEM. Yep, Jayhawk says JEM did awesome. Yes. Yep. All right, guys, listen. I'm going to go down to the music thing going on downtown here tonight. Hope you guys have a great night. Thank you for being here with me. God bless each and every one of you. I hope that you have good success in all your financial endeavors. Thank you, Jayhawk. I saw that sent that floating heart. And you're going to be the first one. You're going to be the first one on Monday's list for next drawing next Friday. Jayhawk. First one for next Friday's drawing. That'll be Friday the 31st. July 31st. Friday, July 31st. The last day of the month on July 31st. Friday. All right, everybody. Listen, I hope you guys had a great evening. Thank you for being here with me. Yep, we'll see you guys on Monday. God bless each and every one of you. And as I always say, besides being in the best health you can be in, I hope that you're all surrounded with love because each and every one of you deserves it. All right? God bless you, each and every one of you, and we will see you on Monday at 7:48 a.m. And Jayhawk, don't you forget to go over there to that stream that's scheduled, and you better get your comment in there before JR does. All right, you guys, have a great night, everybody. God bless each and every one of you. We'll see you. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Yep. See you, Charles Washington. See you, Jayhawk. Yep. And let me see. Out of 13 votes, 31% said yes, they're still holding SKYQ. Man, you guys are hardened. Well, I hope you end up making a lot of money on it. The chart the chart looks like it's ready to go. It looks like it's ready to go. All right, everybody. We'll see you guys on Monday. God bless. Catfish.